How to like recover after yesterday. That was so crazy. That was so crazy. But yeah, we're gonna start getting some people up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right, let's start getting some people up here right now. Can only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 20. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
44.
Are you voting for Trump?
Oh, could you give me a little bit back?
MAGA Mobile. That guy's got MAGA Mobile. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do tap that screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, yo, I'm at work right now, but I'll be online later if you'll kick.
Okay. Cool. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Do tap that screen. Let's run it up to 100,000 likes, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
51.
Yeah, Harley, I appreciate the gem guide. Thank you so much. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I'm voting for Trump, but I also live in Canada.
That's
I got dual citizenship.
Oh, okay. So.
And the only reason why I'm
you are
voting for
gonna
Trump,
vote. Okay. Why?
yeah, the only reason I'm voting for Trump is because he said when he gets back in office, he's going to come over to Canada and arrest Trudeau.
Wait, when? Say that.
He said it a while back when he was running. He said he was going to come over to Canada and arrest Trudeau. So that would be like the greatest thing for us.
Okay, that is so ridiculous to say that. Be so fucking for real. Can you give me any evidence?
Yes, he is, because he can't even come into Canada because he's a felon.
Oh, well, that's rough.
I just wanted to get in and tell you that.
Can't even get into Canada because he's a felon. That's rough. Is Dean gonna join everyone?
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Are you voting Trump?
Yep. How old are you?
22. Why are you voting Trump?
Why am I voting for Trump? Many things. I think just, I can't, I mean, before it was Biden Trump, right? And now it's Harris Trump, but I feel like
Yeah. So why aren't you voting for Harris?
pretty similar.
Thank you, that
like,
mustache. Thank you so much.
their ideals, and I just don't agree with the Democratic ideas. And
Yeah. Which ones do you not agree with?
I don't agree with how they allow all legal immigrants into our country and give them,
RBG, thank you so much for the dinosaur. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
give them access to things that people in our country don't even have access to.
Yeah, which policy did they pass that extended access to particular things?
Well, I
For
know
undocumented immigrants,
New York
things like
City.
New York City isn't the federal government.
Yes, but it's a Democratic city, so it reflects the Democratic Party.
Okay, but does it reflect the Biden-Harris administration? Because I could say that like I could say certain Republicans in certain states are pushing the 10 Commandments to be within the context of public schools.
Yeah, of course.
Right? Or like the
That's
banning
like
of contraception.
the eyes of like
Or
the
no
average
grape
American.
exceptions for abortions.
The eyes of an average American, right? They see, okay, democratic states, democratic government, they all align in some certain ways. That's why I feel that people see it that way.
Dean.
I feel people see it that way, and I see it that way in certain circumstances. So I think that
Leave the pinch face. Thank
the
you.
democratic states are allowing and giving access for illegal immigrants to things, and I don't agree with that.
Okay.
So that's one of the reasons why I'm voting. Voting.
Would you specifically say that's representative of the whole Republican Party?
No, not the whole Republican Party, but the way people see the
okay.
Republican Party. But
Okay,
like,
so then would that be like a good reason to vote for Harris? Is that certain Republicans are advocating for restricting access to contraception?
I think some Democrats definitely do vote for.
No, I'm asking you, is that a good reason?
Yeah.
It is a good reason.
Yes.
Okay, so then why don't you, based upon that reason, vote for Harris? If it's a good reason.
Why wouldn't I vote for Harris?
Yeah, because you said it was a good reason.
Because I don't see that as.
You have good reason to vote for Harris. Why don't you do it?
I mean, I feel that there's other things that are more important, in my opinion.
What's more important? I thought you said that was a good reason.
It is a good reason.
Okay, so if it's a good reason, well, then you should do it.
Nah. There's still other things that I don't agree with on their administration.
Okay, so it's not a good reason because there's other things.
It is
you
a good
disagree
reason.
with.
You're right. You got me. You tricked me. I'm sorry.
Tricked
You
you?
tricked me.
Okay.
You tricked me. Yep. What are your thoughts on the sending money to other countries, war money, other countries? What are your thoughts on that?
Depends on the context. Mostly against it.
Okay, so Ukraine.
Like for Ukraine, there's the Budapest Memorandum, so we got to uphold our denuclearization agreements.
What about to Israel and Palestine?
I don't want to give any funding to Israel, but I'm for humanitarian aid for Palestinians.
You're for humanitarian aid for Palestinians, but
Absolutely.
not for Israel?
Yeah,
How about Hamas?
I wouldn't advocate for funding for H group.
Okay, that's good. At least we're on the same page there. Yeah, I don't think we should send money to Israel or Palestine or Ukraine.
Oh, we should send humanitarian aid so that people, right, can eat.
I don't think that's our responsibility to send money to Palestine.
Okay, so you don't care about people starving to death?
Well, there's people starving to death in the United States too.
Well, don't you want to get rid of people starving to death everywhere?
I mean, I think the biggest thing is to work on yourself first, right? And then once you have
Can't you
yourself,
do both? Haven't we reached a point in which we could do both?
I don't think so,
No? What makes you think that?
because the homeless population.
We can absolutely end homelessness with our current federal budget.
And we should.
Okay, why haven't we?
I don't know.
Are Republicans advocating against it? Oh wait, Trump wants to literally make it illegal to be homeless, right? Wants to say either prison or a tent city. What? Why don't we just make sure everyone has access to housing, healthcare, childcare, education, things people need,
Why hasn't
things
Biden
that are
done
really
that?
beneficial for people's lives.
Why hasn't Biden done that yet?
I'm not advocating Biden's perfect. I think that within certain respects, that Democrats don't do enough as it relates to a lot of these things as well. That's why I'm on the progressive wing of the Democratic Party.
Okay. Well,
They do advocate for some things more than Republicans, but
Yeah.
clearly I think that there's an issue here that shouldn't exist.
Yeah, no, I agree.
But realistically speaking, I mean, it's about being able to
We could-
convince Republicans.
sorry.
Go ahead.
We could agree on that. Both parties don't do enough, correct?
Yeah, in certain respects. I
Yeah.
mean, but like the Democrats are doing way more. Like the child tax credit that reduced child poverty by 50%.
50%?
They're bringing it back. Yeah.
Do you have like a
Yeah,
a
I
source
got
on
you.
that? That's interesting. I didn't even know. Not that I
Yeah,
don't.
it's the 2021 child tax credit.
Mhm.
Look up 2021 child.
$500 or something like
It's like $300 a month, I think. It's $3,600 dollars a year for children ages 5 and under. And you can find this from the IRS.gov.
that. Cool. Say that again. I'm sorry.
It's from the IRS.
Okay. Cool. Nice. That's good. I mean, I think Trump helped the middle class with his tax cuts when he was in office. Definitely helped.
Yeah, so his tax cuts. So the Harris administration wants to keep all of the tax cuts for people who make under $400,000 a year and wants to get rid of the tax cuts for people who make over $400,000 a year and increase taxes on people who make over $400,000 a year to be able to pay for that child tax credit that I'm mentioning.
Well, that's
So that sounds like a better tax policy than just, giving a bunch of money to rich people. Like, let's take care of our children.
yeah, of course. That'd be good. Trump paid who? Someone said Trump paid.
That's pro-family, right?
Some said Trump
Making sure that people have money to take care of their kids. That's pro-family, am I right?
I'm reading this comment that someone said Trump paid less taxes than me, and Trump
In certain years, that's true.
raised taxes. Not necessarily.
Oh,
no.
it absolutely is. I
No,
think it was
it's not.
2018. He paid $750.
How about all of his businesses? How much did they pay in taxes?
Oh, I'm talking him as a personal individual.
Yes, but how about all of his businesses that he paid tax on? How about all of the people's payroll taxes he paid tax on?
So at the point of 2018, wasn't he supposed to divest at that point?
Say it again.
I thought he divested at that point.
Divested what, his businesses?
Yeah.
I'm not 100%. I don't know.
And also, like, that's his business, not himself. So again, he paid
Yes, but that-
$750.
His business is, that's still his money. He owns the businesses.
So
Correct.
so $750.
I'm saying he paid taxes in many other ways.
No, I'm saying he paid $750 personally.
Yeah, personal taxes.
Okay. Yeah.
Makes sense.
So in personal taxes, right? That person who said that comment paid more in personal federal income tax.
Well, he didn't say that.
than
He didn't say
Donald J. Trump.
he didn't say personal federal income taxes. He said taxes in general. His businesses.
So okay. I don't think that he would be responsible for those things at that particular point. As again, he was supposed to divest. It was supposed to be in control of other individuals.
Yes, it's still in control of other individuals, but he still owns the companies, correct?
Okay. That just okay. So then he
Sell the companies or no?
no. So well, it's I'm going based upon what his claims were.
So what is
His claims-
divesting? He sold all of his
Yeah,
companies?
his claim is that he like gave his businesses to his kids to like be so that they were going to be the ones taking care of the business while he was taking care of the country.
Well, I'm sure running the businesses, but I still think he probably still owned the businesses, correct?
Okay, so when you mean own, then you're saying that he wasn't up fulfilling his prior claims and obligations.
Well, I don't know. Well, you said he gave his businesses to his kids
No,
to
he's
run,
saying that. He said that.
to run the businesses.
He said that. He said that
Just
he was
'cause
going
you-
to give his
yeah.
businesses to his kids and that it wasn't going to influence him as it relates to his presidency.
Yeah, but just because you own a business doesn't mean you have to run the business, correct?
Appreciate the VR goggles. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So again, when you say own, right? What do you mean?
He's the owner of his businesses, correct?
Is it that you exclusively control what happens? Friend, thank you so much for the galaxy.
Not
Appreciate it. Thank you so
necessarily.
much. So ownership isn't about exclusive control.
No, there's CEOs you can hire. There's other partners that you hire that are in on the businesses. It doesn't mean you just because you're an owner
You
doesn't
still
mean you
determine that, but
exclusively.
but yeah, this is an irrelevant semantic.
Not really,
that we
because
don't have to go
he
through.
said I paid less taxes. I paid more taxes than him, but I don't agree with that. I think he paid taxes in many ways.
Okay, so tell me, how much did he pay?
I would have to look and find
You
his.
don't know?
Are his business records available online?
You should go figure that one out.
I would have to go look. I don't.
Yeah,
know.
I mean, wouldn't that be relevant to your claim? Because all we really had evidence for was that he made, $750.
Well, that's not what
Paid
he
that.
made. That's what he
Hey,
paid.
that's what I meant to say. He paid.
Yeah, not. But I just think that, like, I deal with business owners on a daily basis, and no matter, I've seen people who brings in millions of dollars and claim negative money.
Okay, cool. So fraud. You've witnessed fraud and you haven't reported it. Okay, interesting. So,
Not necessarily. That's not true.
I mean, I wouldn't doubt it with a Trump supporter. So,
How is that fraud? Just you could have many expenses that year you may not have profit.
so they're pulling in hundreds of millions of dollars a year, or millions of dollars a year. Yet they're claiming that they're pulling in negative.
Yeah.
Aaron, thank you for the $5.
Have
Thank
you
so
owned
much.
a- have you
Appreciate
owned
it.
businesses
To me,
before?
that sounds like fraud.
How is that fraud? That's not fraud.
So when you say
There's
when
many
you say
businesses
they're
that
making, so when you say they're making money, what do you mean?
there's many businesses that aren't profitable.
Okay, so they're taking personal income from their business to the rate of millions, yet their business is not profitable.
Who said that?
That's what you're basically claiming here.
I did basically.
Kendra, thank you so much. I appreciate the $15 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Someone
That's
said to
not-
drop you.
That's not what I'm basically claiming. I'm saying that people have businesses and they're not profitable. That's a fact. Just
Yeah,
'cause
so
you-
if their business is not profitable, why would they be taking as salary millions of dollars a year?
I didn't say that. They're taking
That's
stock.
literally what you just said. You said, I know people who are taking in millions of dollars a year and
Yeah,
claiming that they are making negative. So
No.
if their business is
In
making
revenue.
negative,
In
why would
revenue.
they specifically be taking millions of dollars per year?
In revenue, I said taking in. The business is taking in.
Okay,
I
so the
didn't say
business
they
is
were-
okay. Well, okay, that's
That's
completely
totally different.
different than what you were saying earlier.
No, you just said. What did you just say? I said.
You're just saying that they're taking in revenue, but they're still losing money. Okay, that's not them making that much money.
I never said they were making that
Yeah,
much money.
we're talking about personal income.
I said no. I was talking about business income.
Okay, I'm gonna cry. Thank you for this hat and mustache. Thank you so much. I don't care. Do you think a felon should be able to get access to a gun?
It depends on the crime.
Okay, do you think a violent offender should be able to get access to a gun?
Violent offender, and what kind of violent
Do
offender?
you think certain types of violent offenders should be able to get access to guns?
No.
No. So no violent offender should be able to get access to a gun. Donald Trump is a violent offender, therefore he shouldn't be able to get access to a gun, but he should be able to run for president and gain
Yo.
access to the nuclear codes?
No, I said no. You just twisted your words. You know that, right?
What I twist?
You just said. I said some violent offenders, and you said no like all violent offenders. I said
No,
some.
I said, do you think that any violent offenders should be able to? And you said no.
I said some should be able to, some shouldn't. It depends on the crime. I think.
No. So you think people who are held civilly liable for sexual abuse should be able to get a gun? Stephanie, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Yeah, why not?
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so if someone's civilly liable for sexually abusing a child, they should be able to get access to a gun?
A child? No.
Devin, thank you for the $1. So being held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman, you can get access to a gun, but a child, no. Is that what you just said?
Yeah.
So what's the relevant difference between grape of a child and grape of a woman that means that you should be able to get access to a gun in one scenario but not the other?
What's great mean?
Take away the G, genius.
Well, he
Thank you
didn't
for the
get.
boxing glove. Thank you so much.
He didn't get it in trouble for grape.
You did.
No, it was SA.
Thank you for the gem gun. So currently under New York penal law, it's defined as grape. The judge said it's grape in a colloquial usage of the term it's grape. It was forceful penetration of a female member against her will.
But the court documents say SA, don't they?
What's up?
What was he actually? What did he
Yeah.
actually get in trouble for?
Because at that time, New York penal law said that it was specifically only grape if they use a male member against the will of an individual into a female member. So the definition has since changed, and the way that we use the term is that, like, if someone is forcefully penetrated in a female member against their will, that we would consider that grape.
Yeah.
And regardless, sexual abuse and grape are both bad.
Oh, they're both terrible.
Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. So why do you think someone should be able to get access to a gun when they were a violent offender?
Like I said, I think there's different types of violent offenders.
Yeah, so why do you think some violent offenders should be able to get access to guns?
Just some do things that are a lot worse than others.
Oh. So grape of a woman just isn't bad enough?
Well, like I said, I don't agree that he did that because that's
No,
not.
but grape of a woman just isn't bad enough.
No, that is bad enough. If you do that, you should not.
So why should like violent offenders should be able to get access to guns? You're saying violent sex offenders should be able to get access to guns?
Some depending.
Okay, so tell me, which violent sex offenders do you think should be able to get access to guns? And Donna Marie, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Donna Marie. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
I think I don't know what every
And lady, thank you for the $5. Thank
falls
you.
under that, but I know what you're.
So
trying
you
to
think
say.
violent sex offenders should be able to get access
If
to
you can't-
guns?
I know what you're saying. Oh, if you shouldn't have access to a gun, how are you going to run for president? I know what you're going to.
Again, I'm just asking the question. Do you think violent sexual offenders should be able to get access to guns?
No.
No.
Then
So
why
Donald
should
Trump
they
is a
put that-
violent sexual offender. So you think he shouldn't be able to get access to a gun, but you do think that he should be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes?
Yes.
Please make it make sense. Make it make sense.
He's the only nominee on the Republican
Just
Party.
go for it. Please try. Make it make sense.
Unfortunately, he's the only. If there was someone else to vote for, I would vote for them.
Wait, that
Only
doesn't make it
person-
make sense. That does not make it make sense. So
Why-
so being a
why should
violent
you-
sexual offender is not like a disqualifier for you?
Why should you? What about a liar? Is that a disqualifier?
No,
for
no,
you?
no, Milo. I'm just asking. Being a violent sexual offender is not a disqualifier for you for president.
Not when there's people on the
No,
other side.
that's crazy.
But
So
there's people that do just
So
as bad.
let's
a
go.
thing.
Let's go through it real quick. So, violent sexual, 34 felonies, undermined our American democracy for the past few years with no sufficient evidence to indicate that he won. Restricted women's access to abortion. Called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims
Yeah.
entering the country. Popularized the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama, the first black president, was born in Kenya with no sufficient evidence when we had birth certificates of him born in the United States. Right? Said it was okay for him to walk into changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he quote unquote owns the place. Called his daughter voluptuous. Says he has sex in common with his daughter. Said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Said he would date his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. And then we got Kamala Harris.
Did she do anything bad?
So
Is she perfect?
she's not perfect, but she's way better. All of those things aren't true for her. She's not a misogynist. She's not a racist. You know who is?
How is Trump a racist?
I just told you. He literally popularized the birther movement, that Barack Obama, the first black president, was born in Kenya when it was the case that there was no sufficient evidence of that, and we had birth certificates of him born in the United States, and he did so with the explicit reason of undermining him being president.
How is that racist?
So you don't think it's racist to delegitimize the presidency of the first black president by saying that they were born in a different country because of them being black? No, just to clarify, you don't think that's racism?
No.
No?
No.
Yeah, that tells me where your headspace is. Linda, thank you for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Linda. If you can't realize that's racism, I'm sorry. There's got to be some issue there.
I have an actual good question for you. What do you think are the worst parts about Kamala Harris?
The worst parts of Kamala Harris. Being in association with Joe Biden funding Israel.
Okay. This is just a genuine question. I'm interested to see Democrats' stance on what do you think hurts her? That's what I want to know.
What do I think hurts her?
Yeah, when running
do you
for president, like when running for president, like that people see. Like you said that,
people,
like what you
literally
just said.
the only thing that I hear is people saying her association with Biden.
Yeah.
And like the support for the Biden administration and giving funding for Israel.
Yeah, that's
Boom.
definitely-
Now, so again, do you want to acknowledge that he denies climate change? Right? She doesn't. Most largest investments in renewable energy ever, right? Under the Biden-Harris administration. Are we going to ignore that?
No,
Are
I'm
we
just
gonna ignore
no.
women's rights? Are we going to ignore
No, I agree. I agree on
the
certain
fact
things.
that he says that people should get the death penalty for being drug dealers? That it should be illegal to be
You should get the
urban
death penalty.
camping, and that.
You should get the death
So
penalty.
do you know the death penalty isn't a deterrence for crime? Not only is it not a deterrence for crime, but it actually leads to killing innocent people. So the same way that you say that, oh, Trump could possibly be innocent, well, the 4% of people on death row, which is a very low percent, by the way, who are innocent would die under your particular claim here. Okay? So again, there are negative outcomes from our criminal justice system. We do get it wrong sometimes. Very unlikely, but even in those unlikely circumstances, I don't think that you would want those people to die.
What do you think should happen to drug dealers?
I think they should be it depends on the drug we're referencing.
Yeah, so let's say someone's dealing.
If they're cutting stuff with like deadly stuff in there, I think they should go to prison.
So if they cut stuff,
With like deadly stuff in
Yeah,
there and
with
people
that-
don't know it, that's
Yeah.
you can't say the term.
the F word, if they cut stuff with,
Carrie, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much.
How do I say that? The F word.
Just say F drug.
F drug. So if they cut it with the F drug and kill someone,
Reed,
think-
thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Reed. Thank you so much. We get some W's for Reed in the comment section. Thank
if
you.
they cut it with something and with F whatever and kill someone or multiple people or hundreds or thousands of people possibly, right? Do you think they deserve to live?
Go to
still?
prison? Yeah.
Do you think? Well, yeah, you don't agree with the death penalty, obviously, right?
Death penalty gives us nothing.
Why do you think that?
There's vast research on this. That
I mean,
it is not a
both
deterrent
ways.
for crime, that it kills innocent people, and it costs more under our current legal system.
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
Okay,
I
so
don't
like
care.
I don't know what the argument is for it.
I don't care that costs more. I'm just saying that's fine with me. But I think, in my opinion, I think if you deal drugs to and kill people, that you don't deserve to
Jennifer,
live.
thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it on Venmo. But you're gonna kill innocent people in trying to do that.
I mean,
The same way that you say that Trump is innocent, which again is extraordinarily unlikely, and you have no
I mean,
evidence.
if you get caught dealing F drug, I feel like there's no really. How are you innocent?
I wouldn't say someone should die for that, but I do think that they should go to prison.
But
If
like-
it is
but
the
like,
case,
if-
Angela,
like, how did it-
Angelica, I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much.
Like,
if it is
if you
the
get
case
caught-
that
if you
like
get
again,
caught
this is
in
not
the-
a consensual.
If you get caught in the act of dealing F drug, how is there any way that you're
No,
innocent?
and you're saying in cutting it in.
Or I think dealing in general then is because it's going to kill people probably anyway.
Okay, so do you think people who sell alcohol should go to prison, or should die, because some people die?
I mean, alcohol is totally different than F drug,
Yeah, but it is the case that people die still.
of course, but not to the extent of F drug.
Okay, so you're just saying more people die, sure, right? But I mean, I still don't understand why that justifies
And
like killing innocent people, given that there's not a deterrence for crime, given that there's the death penalty in place. Like, what do you get from it other than just like your own satisfaction? Thank you
Yeah.
for the galaxy. I appreciate. Thank you so much.
mean,
You're risking innocent people's lives for your own satisfaction. I think that's heavily selfish.
I mean, if that happened to my
I think
child,
that's heavily selfish. Seriously, there's vast research, vast
if
academic
that-
research.
I'm just saying, I just look at it as if that happened to my child.
I get it, but like you just want the satisfaction. You're not actually looking for better outcomes for people.
You know, of course, if that happened to my kid, I would want that done to them. I wouldn't want them to. They don't deserve to live either. If
Would you be
happened
willing to
my-
risk innocent people's lives to do that? Think of the confetti.
I mean, there's, like I said, I feel like the death penalty
Would
should
you be willing to risk innocent people's lives to do that?
Well, like, not. No, I wouldn't be willing to risk innocent lives. But
Okay,
like
that's what
said,
you do
okay,
with the death penalty.
The 4% thing, yes, okay, but there's certain circumstances where there's no way someone is innocent of committing a crime, and if you do put the death penalty on them, then there's zero way that can kill someone who didn't commit the crime.
Yeah, so I'm saying the instituting of the death penalty has led to 4% of people in death are dying. You can say, oh, they can institute it this way that I would like. I'm just telling you how it being instituted has occurred.
Yeah,
Name me one place around the world that hasn't killed innocent people with the death penalty.
like a
Oh, wait.
school, like a school pew pew or whatever they say on here. Like if you do that,
You put them in
should-
prison.
You should have the death penalty, and there's no way that you kill an innocent person for doing that because you know it was them. Is what I'm trying to say. You get what I mean on that end?
Okay, I'm not saying like I would really care, but like again, I'm just telling when the death penalty is instituted, it's just not instituted in this one fashion. It's instituted where it's applicable to plenty of things, and that leads to people dying who are innocent. Right?
Yeah. I mean, I
Just
think
talking
maybe
about that person being unalived, I don't really have that big of an issue with it.
Yeah, exactly. I think maybe they should.
But like,
we
I
both agree
appreciate
they
the
should
lovely
change it.
music, but I'm
They
not
should
willing
change
to risk innocent lives to get that satisfaction.
Yeah, I mean,
Joshua,
maybe,
thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it on Cash App.
maybe
Queens
they
of
should.
W's for Joshua. Thank you so much. But yeah,
maybe
is
they
there anything else you
should-
want to talk about, Rad?
Yeah, I don't even know what we talked about so far. Honestly, we talked about so much stuff.
Thank you, Sunglasses. All right. Well, then I'll get on to the next person. I
Well,
appreciate you coming on.
one other question. One other question. So you said the thing about Israel, like Biden and Harris with the funding for Israel. There's no other things you think that people are looking at on the Democratic side when deciding to vote for, or swing voters? What do you think?
Appreciate it, thank you so much. The only things that I've seen that people have brought up that are relevant is the Biden-Harris administration support and giving funding for Israel, and her record as a prosecutor and like an attorney general and civil or district attorney. Sorry, that's it. Which
What was her
all those
record?
things
Was
that
it
would be
not
applicable
good?
there. Trump's advocating for death penalty today for drug dealers. Trump's advocating for drug war today, right? She's not.
What do you mean for drug war today?
Yeah, Trump is advocating to continue the drug war, whereas Kamala Harris wants to diminish the drug war because it hasn't been effective and hasn't worked.
Like the war on drugs, like trying to get rid of them. He's trying to advocate for,
Well, he's continuing the war on drugs.
and she wants to get rid of it.
Yeah.
So what would be like a thing to, if you get rid of that, then what would you do?
What do? You do similarly to like what Portugal has done, right? They particularly have decriminalized and legalized the usage of plenty of drugs, which has actually led to the greater ability to like regulate it so that people are doing it in safer meanings and help with people who are in addiction,
Oh my
destigmatize help. That leads to more people getting help, less people taking these substances, and overall, in that country has led to lower usage rates, addiction rates, and
Didn't they do
overdose
that?
rates.
Didn't they do that in certain cities in America?
So it needs to be applicable across the entirety of like a region, not just like a city or a subdivision.
Sorry, say that again. I'm sorry, I'm reading
It
the
needs to
time.
be across like an entire region, not just like in a city
Why?
or a subdivision. Because if it is the case that you have less restrictive laws in just one particular area, it will cause an influx of people from other areas because of the stigmatization in other areas and the like the barriers in other areas that wouldn't exist in that one particular area. So you're not getting effective data of whether or not it's particularly like would work for a region. You're just getting like information of people going into these regions, and obviously if there's help in this region and not in other places, more people are going to go to that area, even from places in which did not exist around the area. So then there becomes like an overburdening of that system, whereas it wouldn't get overburdened if it was applicable to a region, right? And everyone in that area, that surrounding area, would have gotten access to it.
Gotcha. Yeah. So
their
like, you would agree that it's not working right now where they're doing it in America?
I haven't seen like great results. Granted, I haven't really seen a lot of the Americanized projects, but the ones
If you
that
go
I've
on-
seen in Europe, as it relates to Portugal, have been vastly effective.
I have a good video for you if you're interested on YouTube. I forget the guy's name. It's like Tyler or something. He went to the cities where they decriminalized the drugs in the United States, and I mean, obviously, you form your own opinion on when you watch the video, but it looked pretty terrible to me. What he was showing. I mean, you should just feel free to watch it. Like, I don't think it. I think that just opens it up for people to just do it out in public, and that's what the video showed. People were shooting up heroin in the middle of the streets in
Yeah,
broad
I have to
daylight.
kick you. You can't say that on the live. So yeah, I'm gonna go into the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. You can't say that on the live, everyone. It age restricts the live. So we do have to go on to the next person, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual up here, y'all. Yo, Finn, thank you so much for the hang lights. Thank you so much. I do apologize, everyone. Sometimes it takes a second to get people up here. I do apologize. Let's get the next person up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
33?
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
125 miles.
Yeah.
Why so?
Hold on one second. Alexa, pause. Sorry about that. I'm voting for him just simply because I was working when Trump was in his presidency and my paychecks were bigger. I saw a huge difference in the world today versus back then. And you and I can agree or disagree, but I saw it to be a better time. And granted, I know a lot of stuff has happened, but the way I feel about it and the way that I see a lot of the people on here, switching from Biden to Harris and back and forth and saying all the things, it's just remained consistent with Trump that I just felt better.
Yeah, so just because you felt like the economy was better at that time doesn't mean it was caused by Trump. So can you name me any policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that you agree with?
His tax regulations in 2017 improved my paycheck by $155 bi-weekly.
Yeah, so do you know that all of the tax cuts, particularly applicable to people who make under $400,000 a year, are going to be retained under the Harris administration, but all the ones that are applicable to people who make over $400,000 a year are going to they're going to get rid of those, and they're actually going to increase them to be able to pay for things like the 2021 child tax credit that reduced child poverty by 50%.
Bro, you can see my picture. I have 2 kids. Not once have I had the benefit in the past 3 years of any child tax credit. And I do not make anywhere near $400,000.
Did you know that you're currently under Trump tax policy? And the child tax credit that we're particularly mentioning?
So what about 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020?
What about it?
I got the child tax credit then, and it stopped in 2021.
That's the Trump tax policy.
Okay, so if I got them from 2017 to 2020, but it stopped in 2021 to present day.
That's just how they set up the tax policy.
You also said that you wanted them to take out Trump. So you can have yourself a good night, buddy. You're a fraud.
Chief, I literally study economics. I know what I'm talking about as it relates to this. You just said that I don't know what I'm talking about, but you're not listening to
I'm not saying you don't know
what I'm saying is, what did you just say?
There's a difference between what you think you know what you're talking about and real life.
I do know what I'm talking about. I
Are
know
you
what the
a working
tax plan
class
is.
Sitizen?
Sage, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. What'd you say?
Are
so much, Sage.
you a blue collar working class citizen?
What I don't know what you mean by blue collar. Probably wouldn't meet that.
Not sitting in front of a computer and actually having to use your hands to work.
Okay, so wait, so Trump's never been a blue collar worker.
Yes, and I know that he took care of us, especially with my family does.
Why did you say that if it's not even? So then, is that even relevant? Because Trump's never done that.
He took care of my family, and that's all that matters to me.
Okay, so how did he take care of your family?
He increased
the tax policy. Again, I told you the tax policy under the Harris administration.
So you're telling me Obama took care of that tax credit I got?
So again, the tax credit that you're specifically mentioning from 2021, the child tax credit, that one specifically was $300 a month per kid under the age of 5. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. That specifically reduced child poverty by 50%. That's the one I'm referencing. Did you have a kid that was below the age of 5?
Yeah, I did.
You did. So you didn't get a child tax credit in the year 2021.
No, not 21, 22, or this year.
There was a 2021 child tax credit that you could have gotten access to. Look, this is from the IRS. You can literally read the top part. It says, as per tax year 2021, the child tax credit increased from $2,000 per qualifying child to $3,600 for children ages 5 and under at the end of 2020.
It stopped in 2021 for me, brother. I don't know, and believe me, I know I have a tax guy who takes care of me. He's never done me wrong.
So you got oh, that was the other person. They just got the flag for what they said.
Yeah, I was like, I hope I didn't get a flag. I didn't say nothing wrong.
Yeah, no, it was the person from before.
Yeah, he fucked up. I'm new to TikTok, but I know the words not to say.
Okay. Yeah, so I have a question.
Yep.
Would you vote for someone who's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse?
He was not held legally responsible for it.
No, I'm just asking, would you vote for someone who's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse?
I know where you're going with this, but I'm not going to go down this rabbit hole with you.
You mean answer a question?
Now, When you say sexual abuse, you have to define that. I think it needs to be defined.
Oh, for example, yeah, forceful penetration of a female member against the person's will.
When it pertains to the billionaire that you're talking with, everybody wanted to hang around him. Everybody wanted to be with him. As soon as he joined the Republican Party, everybody
So
deserted
if
him.
someone was held legally responsible for sexual abuse, would you vote for them?
I'd have to sit there and think about it, to be honest, because you know what? There are always factors involved, sir.
What would you have to think about?
Because I will tell you this, the broad term that it was brought up in with his court cases, that was brought up after the verdict, and that's what the judge said. It's not just what was pertained with,
No, the sexual abuse was what the jury indicated.
yeah, by someone who he doesn't even remember meeting.
Okay, so
And
he
I
also said,
guarantee you, I'm going to
wait,
tell
there are
you this
pictures
right
of
now.
them. There are pictures of them together. Not only that, but it is the case that he said that she was not his type, and that's why he wouldn't have sexually abused her. But then in a deposition, mistook E. Jean Carroll, right, with his ex-wife. So how did he mistake E. Jean Carroll with his ex-wife if it was the case that she's quote unquote not his type, insofar as that he wouldn't have abused her?
Here's a hot take. He's going to get his money
Can you
paid
answer
back.
that question first?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Did you not listen?
I'm sorry, I was half there. I do apologize.
Yeah, so Trump specifically said that he wouldn't have sexually abused E. Jean Carroll because she's quote unquote not his type. Then in a deposition, mistook E. Jean Carroll, the person he was held legally responsible for sexually abusing, with his ex-wife. How do you do that? Is he incoherent, or do they look similar enough insofar as that he's going to mistake the two, which would mean that apparently she is his type.
Well, she
Jarvis,
was,
thank you for the galaxy.
wasn't she
Thank
a
you so
tall
much.
blonde like his ex-wife?
Thank you for the galaxy. Yeah, she's blonde.
Yeah, wasn't she a tall blonde like his ex-wife? So, you know, he can see a picture. I can see a picture. Someone would think it's an ex-girlfriend of mine. I'm not saying I'm going to do anything. That's on him.
That just tells me how much you value the people that you are with in your relationship. That's crazy.
That's cute.
So you would mix up your wife with someone?
Oh, no, to God, no. Because I'm a smarter man than that. Any married man knows that, but I'm going to tell you what, he's a billionaire.
So are you a married man?
Let me finish first. Do not cut
Are you
me
a
off.
married man?
Yeah. You see my
Would
picture?
you ever forget your wife?
No.
Okay, so Trump forgot his wife. He forgot his wife. Thank you for
And this is where I can sit there and turn around and say, hey, I'll talk shit on Trump. I have no problem saying it. He's a billionaire. He can be a psychopath. That's how those people operate.
And you want that guy to have access to the nuclear codes. Yep, psychopaths who
It's
are
better
raging
than
lunatics
someone
and
who had
delusionals
vascular
and have an
dementia.
insanely huge ego. Definitely should give them the nuclear codes. Am I
Okay,
right? We should give them that, right? Violent
listen-
sex
okay.
offenders, give them the nuclear codes.
Then hear
oh
me
my
on
gosh,
this.
guys who sexualize fifth graders, give them the nuclear codes. Guy who says it's okay for him to walk into change rooms of naked teenage girls, give him the nuclear codes. Give them right now.
Hear
Don't
me
give it
on
to the
this.
woman that wants to protect women's rights, that actually believes climate change is caused by humans, like a rational human being that didn't try to overthrow our government.
He
That
didn't
isn't
try
held
and
legally
overthrow
responsible for
shit.
sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, 34 felonies. You're voting law and order, but you're voting for the criminal over the prosecutor.
Proposition 47 is the reason why I won't.
Are you pro law and order?
Not for what she did.
No, I'm just asking, are you pro law and order?
Yes, I am, but do you realize that Proposition
so you're
47
pro common law
then
order?
Let me finish and
So-
quit cutting me off. Or I'm gonna
Appreciate the
jump
handout.
off
Thank you so
your
much.
butt.
So if you're pro common law order, you know what you should do? You should vote for the prosecutor over the felon.
No. Proposition 47, I will not vote for her.
What about that?
It took violent crimes and put them down to misdemeanors. She put that through.
Okay, so California Proposition 47.
Yes.
So specifically, it says, also known as the ballot title "Criminal Sentences, Misdemeanor Penalties, and Initiative Statute." Thank you for the hand mustache. Thank you so much. Was referred to its supporters as the Safe Neighborhoods and Schools Act.
Yes.
Recategorized some non-violent. Wait. It says they recategorized some non-violent offenses as misdemeanors rather than felonies as they are previously categorized. So
No.
you said violent.
Yes,
No,
they
it's
were violent
referencing.
crimes.
Listen, no, these are non-violent offenses.
Then let's determine what violent
So you
crimes
just,
are
so
to you.
chief, you just lied. Thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much. Give me any source that indicates it's specifically relating to violent offenders, like Donald Trump, by the way, that you're voting for, and you want to have access to the nuclear codes.
From what I read, and I know that you're gonna just laugh at it because I can't give you the actual
Because you don't have a source.
source right now because I'm literally sitting here on my phone talking to you, and I'm not prepared.
But I think it's really relevant to have a source because you said that it is the case that she wanted to reduce the effect
And how about
of
all the evidence
like,
that she withheld to keep people
Hold up,
to keep people in jail?
You said she wants to remove it from like a felony to a misdemeanor for violent offenses. They were not violent offenses. They were non-violent offenses. You lied. I proved that you were lying. Now you can't provide any evidence, and you're sitting here saying, "Trust me, bro."
Okay, then how about,
Thank you so much.
what type of
Thank you for that mustache.
what
Thank
type
you.
of
Thank you for that
crimes
heart.
were they that reduced them from felonies to misdemeanors?
They were non-violent offenses.
Okay, what offenses?
For certain
Because
drug and
my
property
difference
offenses.
Of a violent offense and your
Wait,
definition of
listen.
violent offense might be two different things, sir.
So listen. So again, I gave you an example. Samantha, thank you for the flying jets. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Certain prog and property offenses. Thank you so much. I appreciate the flying jets. Can we get some W's in the chat for them? Thank you so much. That's a W. That's a W. Thank you for the flying jets.
We can agree to disagree, sir. I'm just going to tell you, regardless of how I'm not going to lie, you have, trumped me on this one. But I'm going to tell you, he benefited my family, regardless of someone's past doings or anything else like that.
I mean, like
when he
sexual
was in
abuse.
power,
Would you vote for someone? Would you vote for Trump if the Epstein files were true? Like that he specifically raped, tortured, imprisoned a minor with Jeffrey Epstein? Thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much. Thank you, Trish. I appreciate the confetti. Thank you for the garland.
Well, no, but he didn't. That's the thing.
I'm asking if it were true, would you vote for him?
If it were true, I wouldn't.
Okay, so why would you vote for someone who's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, though, of a woman? Thank you for that mustache. Thank you
Because
for the
that was
pentacle.
held out after the verdict was held. The judge sat there and said it was that. The judge didn't. That doesn't mean that it's part
No,
of
that's
the
not
case.
just the judge said it was grape, right? Which it is.
And the judge was a Democrat too, who sits
forceful
there and-
penetration against someone's will is grape. There was 9 jurors. It was a unanimous decision by a jury. Tell me what specifically the judge did that would have caused that, and what evidence do you have that they were?
Because the judge was just like the case in New York that he's currently going through right now. Had political ties to the Democrats.
You're just assuming it has political ties. Can you name that?
Assuming makes an ass out of you and me.
Chief, can you tell me the name of?
You have a good night.
Hey, Chief, can you tell me the name of the victim? He didn't have an answer. You don't have an answer? Are you gonna run away? Really? You don't know? Fucking running? Wow, what a bot, dude. What an absolute bot, bro. Unbelievable. He ran away. I can't even do it, man. Let's get this next person up here, y'all. Oh, we got a paid by DNC person up. Oh, I'm excited. Yo, you think I'm paid by the DNC?
Of course you are. You're a freaking fraud.
How am I a fraud?
Because I watch your videos, because I don't know why you keep coming on my feed. I don't know why you hate your country. I don't know why you hate Jesus Christ. I don't know why you hate your neighbor.
So I don't hate my neighbor. I don't hate this country. I love this
And
country.
you wished I heard your comment about after Trump got after the Supreme Court, you like incited this thing to happen. Why would you even want to do that?
Milo, I condemn political violence. Donald Trump quite literally laughed about Paul Pelosi getting beaten with a hammer. So he's condoned political violence.
So
in the
where
past.
did you see that? Thank you. Where did you see
I
that?
can show you the video of him quite literally
Go
laughing
ahead,
about
show
it.
me. Show me, please.
Okay, I
Let's
will
do
show you
it.
the video.
Yes, let's do it.
Have you never seen this?
Well, I want to see what you're going to show me. Thank you.
It's. Are you driving?
No, I am not.
Okay. So here, I'm gonna play this. I have to leave on this real quick so that you can hear me. Hear it. This is Donald Trump. Oh, this is 9 minutes long, so I have to get to the right particular point. Give me
It's
1
okay.
second.
Sure.
Give me 1 second.
No problem.
Do you have anything you want to bring up in the meantime while I find this? Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Because I have
Well,
the
what-
video right here.
Okay.
I'm just pulling it up,
Okay.
and there's an ad, so you can talk about something.
Okay, so I was just
So
gonna
why do you think I'm
say,
paid by the DNC?
well, like I said, I've done my own research on you, and of course you're paid by the DNC, which you're not the only one that's paid. And this is
So what
this is
research did you do
corporate.
that told you that?
This is corporate America. Well, you know what? You asked me. I'm trying to answer your first question. So, did you ever watch CNN and you saw a clip of Trump and then you went by yourself to look at the entire speech and found out that CNN is lying? Because I have.
Yeah, I'm not referencing like CNN lying or something like that. And also, you
So
said
you
that I
don't
was
think
paid by the
CNN lies?
DNC. Wait,
You
Milo,
don't think?
Milo,
You know.
you said that I was paid by the DNC. What
Oh, you don't
evidence?
want to answer my question, but I
I
have
will
to
answer your
answer your
questions. What's your
question.
question that
Well,
I'm not answering?
we're gonna take one thing at a time. Show me the video so we can all see it of Trump. You said wishing the man harm or something. Whatever you said, I'm not even sure. But
Of
let me see
Trump
the video.
mocking Paul Pelosi.
Mocking. Okay. Let me see Trump mocking Pelosi, Paul Pelosi. And we're gonna see where is that clip from? CNN, MSNBC.
Do you just want to hear the clip? It's from him at a rally.
Okay.
The only terror we had was Nancy Pelosi, who's a crazed lunatic. She's a lunatic. She is a crazed lunatic. What the hell was going on with her husband? Let's not ask. Let's not ask. I'll withdraw that statement. By the way, she's got a wall around her house. Obviously, in that case, it didn't work very well.
What?
Is that not him laughing about the circumstance of him literally getting beaten with a hammer where they broke in?
That's what I mean. Like you're
Thank you, Thank you so much. That's like me laughing at like, oh, the Secret Service didn't catch him there, didn't catch the shooter.
Yeah, they did. What are you? How does that even relate? Like, I haven't even. Everything you said is not even on the video. Do you know Nancy Pelosi has been
Kathy,
a criminal,
the super, thank you.
politician for all these? I don't know why you keep saying thank you. I'm trying to answer your question, and you keep saying thank you, thank you. So I don't understand.
Oh, I wasn't saying it to you. Trish, thank you for
Okay.
the hand arts. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Well, it sounds like you're speaking with.
And Madeline, thank you so much for the $30 from CNN. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Madeline. Thank you so much. And Deborah, thank you for the $15 on Cash App. Thank you so much.
All right, let me know when you're done praising your audience.
So do you think I'm paid by the DNC? Why do you think I'm paid by the DNC? I meant to say that.
I thought we were still on Trump. So how did he mock Paul? I didn't hear him mock it in the clip at all.
Yeah, so you literally heard him specifically laugh at the fact that they didn't have a wall around it enough to be able to protect him. Because he was talking about how bad Nancy Pelosi is, and they were like, haha, they didn't have like the ability to protect him.
So you believe that story? That's the problem to begin with.
That's what he just
in
said.
fact.
We literally
You
just heard
believe
him
the
say that.
story. You believe what they feed you about Pelosi, Paul, and the queen, your queen from the enemy.
Can I take the $10 from the DNC? Thank you.
Your Jezebel spirit queen.
My Jezebel spirit? What do you mean?
Yes, your Jezebel, Nancy Pelosi is a liar. She is a fraud.
And you
not
don't
to
think Donald
mention-
Trump is, ma'am?
You know what? Donald Trump has good policies, and it speaks for itself. Because so you like the inflation.
What
Donald
good
Trump
policies?
He wants to abolish the payroll tax. So you don't.
Wait.
You
So
wanna
we
pay
can talk about.
taxes?
He wants to get rid of federal income tax and replace it with tariffs, which are heavily inflationary and would isolate us from the global economy. Thank you for the cap.
Okay, so why don't you count how much inflation there is in the housing crisis that the government?
I do. I will. Can you tell me what policy the Biden-Harris administration influenced to get passed?
All right, so
Wait. Can you tell me any Biden policy?
Because you're a typical Democrat. who
Wait. I did
cannot
let you
let
speak.
anyone speak.
I did. Becky, thank you
So
for the
you're not
$6.66.
respectful. You're not respectful.
Milo,
so you know
I did
what?
let you speak.
I'm gonna set a boundary with yourself because I thought you're gonna listen to me, but you're not. So I'll leave you with this. I'm not your enemy, believe it or not, and I do pray that God blesses you abundantly. I don't wish any harm on you, and I'm gonna keep praying for this country. And I do like Trump's
Ma'am,
policies.
do you want to respond to what I said? I literally let you speak.
Like I said, God bless you, because you're going to cut me off again and you're going to keep saying thank you while I'm talking. So what's the point? It's okay. Listen, honey, God knows your heart.
Jarvis, thank you for chasing the dream, and Mina, thank you so much for the money gun. I'm cutting you off because you're not answering my questions. You're not engaging with the
go ahead.
conversation.
Okay,
You're quite
go ahead.
literally. I let you speak, and then you literally just started saying that I wasn't letting you
cut
speak.
me off then. You think I'm scared of or something? Just go ahead.
I'm not
do
trying
it.
to scare you. What are you talking
I'm
about?
not scared. Just go ahead then. Have a blessed night. That's fine.
Why aren't you engaging with anything that I have to say? She left. Like, what? Bro, what are people doing today? I'm so confused. All right, we're going to get the next person up. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, Howley? Okay. All right, let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do tap that screen. Let's run it up to 500,000 likes, y'all. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I am 23 years old.
Are you voting for Trump?
Does it count if I'm not voting, or do I have to vote for him?
Yeah. You have to vote. We're gonna go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
Well, I was just tuning in with the other lady that was talking about the income tax. So I do agree that it's going to cause inflation, but do you know how much by? Like how much money?
Like, are you talking about the tariffs?
Yeah, the tariffs. Like
So
it's going to raise
it depends on what you're going to be referencing. So if you're going to be referencing the tariffs that he's brought up in terms of his proposal, a 10% tariff on every good coming to the country, and a 60 to 100% from China. On China, that would cause massive inflation. I'm talking like I think it's like 95% of that gets passed down. Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much. You'd expect a pretty similar amount in terms of like around 9+% at least from that in the short term.
How much per year?
The long term.
How much per year?
I wouldn't be able to calculate that long term, like per year.
So the articles I'd
have to relate to like an analysis.
So the articles I've read stated it will be about $1,500 per year added to, but you would save an additional $5 to $6
for which ones? The 10% or for which tariffs?
For just the tariff inflation in general, for all the cost of goods. That would.
Thank you so much. Wait,
that
what
would inflate
percentage
price.
tariffs?
Just the cost of goods.
At what percentage tariff?
Like I said, I don't know the percentage. I just know that.
So then I don't think you even looked at an analysis.
No, I did, and it said that your inflation cost of goods will go up about $1,500 from the original price, but you're saving. Okay, hear me finish. Let me finish. And then also you'd be saving $5 to $6 grand from not paying income tax. So if you do the math, you're still up $3 grand.
What? Oh, okay, that's ridiculous. So if you're saying you're getting rid of federal income tax and replacing with tariffs, it would be a lot more than $1,000 per year because it would be an 85% tariff on every good coming into the country, which would isolate us from the global economy, decrease the profitability of lots of businesses in the United States because they rely upon the global markets. It would isolate us completely. That would cause massive inflation in this country, decrease amounts for trade. So obviously that wouldn't be beneficial for our economy. Saying that it was just $1,200 is clearly not true when we're talking about an 85% tariff on every good coming to the country. Thank you for the Galaxy. Thank you so much.
I'll do research on it because that's definitely what I've read, and I would rather
that would destroy this country.
Yeah,
no economist would say
more
that.
in goods, and I'll pay more in goods, but have more money in my paycheck because taxes are terrible right now. When Trump was in office, he.
So can you name me one country that has done this as it relates to tariffs that has had beneficial outcomes?
I don't know any country off the top of my head that has imposed this, but I do know that a lot of our tax dollars go towards war. So if we eliminate income tax, then we'll be less prone to going into war. And under Trump, we had no new wars. We never got into conflict. We only drove peace between other countries.
That's wrong.
No, it is. No, it's totally right.
Thank you, Sunshine. I appreciate the cuddle with you. So, no, there was a 450% increase in military drone strikes in the Middle East under Donald Trump's administration. There was a weapons deal with Saudi Arabia, and they committed a genocide in Yemen. They killed 85,000 Yemeni children by bombing or starving them to death. Patricia, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. There was the Kurdish and Turkish war, which was specifically from us pulling out of Kurdistan. There were plenty of conflicts worldwide under Trump's administration. To say that there were no conflicts is unbelievable.
No, it's no. The statement was no new wars. We
Those were
didn't get
new.
into any.
I named multiple new ones.
No, you know how long the Middle East has been fighting?
Had
It's
mustache,
been
thank you so
hundreds
much.
of years. Hundreds of years the Middle East has been fighting. I wouldn't consider any of those new.
Okay, then you could say Europe has been fighting for hundreds of years. United States has been fighting for hundreds of years. Therefore, no conflict is new. That makes no sense.
Honestly, if Trump was in office, he would end the war in Ukraine with Russia. He would
have no
end this
evidence of that.
conflict. He definitely would. And
No evidence. What evidence do you have of
he
that?
definitely would.
What evidence?
But evidence, honestly, he's just a great businessman. He's really good.
Can you
with
name one good
fiscal leaders.
businessman that has 6 bankruptcies?
No, he's
No?
good with his
You
words.
can't name one?
He can talk to those people.
He's good with his words. I don't think he's good with his words. He said he would date his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. That he likes to walk into changing rooms of naked teenage
Yes, I
girls. 'cause he,
get-
quote-unquote,
I get
owns
you
the
got the
place.
scripted
He said he would
stuff.
date a
Listen,
10-year-old girl in
I
10 years.
get
He has
you
said
got
he
the
has sex in
scripted
common with his daughter. He said he
Okay.
grabs women by the vagina. He doesn't even have to ask. So you're saying he has such great words, right? But he says all these things.
I get you got your scripted
Carrie, thank you for the $30 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Carrie. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Honestly, he's
W.
just going to
Carey.
bring peace. He's going to bring peace to
You have
everything.
no evidence.
I
Boxing,
can guarantee
thank you so
that.
much.
I can guarantee that.
What? No,
And,
you have
you know,
no
when he
evidence. You just literally
Listen, when he
just
wins-
took it out of nothing.
No, honestly, when he wins, you can see. Honestly, everyone's life
Saying
was
he's
better.
gonna win isn't like an actual argument.
Listen, everyone's life was better under Trump administration. You look back pre-COVID,
My life was not better. Thank you,
it
Lily
was
Crown. Thank you so much.
100% better.
My
It was
life was not
100%
better.
I can actually afford a home when it was under Trump's administration. Pre-COVID, it was a great life. It really was.
Okay, so for you, you're saying it's super great, right? But what you're not acknowledging specifically is what would have caused this. Can you name one Trump policy that you agree with?
Yeah, the tax cuts he did first day in office.
So he didn't do that first day in office, by the way, just letting you know. Secondly, as it relates to that, again, most of that
he did
tax
it.
policy,
He did it.
Mark, most of that tax policy went to the top 1%. All of the tax cuts that are applicable to people who make under $400,000 a year would still be retained under the Harris administration. I already said this to you. So none of that policy that you're specifically referencing that would only exist from Trump was good.
Okay. Well, aside from all that, because obviously I have my views, you have yours. I don't think we're going to go anywhere. I'm going to ask you, like, why would you vote for Kamala? What makes her a great candidate when she just came out of the woodworks like this?
Fuck, I can't put this back. So specifically, she's not a 34-count felon. She's not a proven sexual abuser, fraudster, election denier, undermining our American democracy. She specifically helped the administration pass the Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the infrastructure bill that was bipartisan. All of these are great pieces of legislation that I think that are beneficial for the American economy. So, like Inflation Reduction Act, $35 cap on insulin for seniors. Appreciate the boxing. Thank you so much. And the largest investment in renewable energy ever. That's good.
You know, still, it's just she literally has been propped up by the Democrats, almost removing democracy from it all. If she gets on the ballot, you're going to have to question, why are they pushing this lady so hard? You know, where's the primaries? When have we ran this primary?
Thank you for the money, guys. Thank you so much. So you said that this is removing democracy, but what you don't acknowledge is that if a presidential candidate steps down, the vice president steps up. So in the primaries, they voted Biden-Harris. If it is the case that Biden steps down, Harris would step up. That is democracy. Mike Pence, not certifying the election results due to Trump's command. I appreciate the IC. Thank you so much. That would not be pro-democracy. So don't sit there and say that you care about democracy when it is the case that quite literally your party undermined our American democratic elections for the past few years with no evidence to indicate that he won.
No, it's still removing democracy, because what if you didn't even want Kamala to even begin with? You're kind of forced to take Kamala. And that could definitely be planned. Someone could have easily planned that.
So you saying, what if I don't want Kamala, right? Well, you understand that you could also say, don't want Biden. The case that Obama was president. So if it was the case that, say, like a few months before the election, like that Obama died, Biden would have stepped up as the candidate, right? In like 2012. That's how it works.
I know, but
that is not
that's
anti-democratic. That's just how it works.
That's during a presidency, but we're electing.
Can you tell me how that's anti-democratic?
Because she just got propped up like that. That's just not how
She's
it
the
works.
vice president, dude.
Okay, but
She's the vice president.
This is a whole new presidency.
She's the vice president. Of course, if the vice president steps up, given that it is the case that the president steps down, obviously it's going to be the case that that she's the president. Like, if she wins. Like, wait, I have a question. With Richard Nixon, right, do you think the vice president shouldn't have been the one that stepped up?
No, I know, and I get that. That's during a presidency, but this is a whole new election. Now she's gonna have to come out.
Yeah,
with her vice
but we're
president,
3
and
months.
she's gonna-
We're 4 months out.
Okay, but run another primary. Let's run another primary. and
There's
see.
not there's not enough time for another primary. 2, she would win the primary anyway because she has vast support from the entirety of like the Democratic Party.
I don't get why though, because in all the other times that she's ran in the past, every
You
other
can sit there and say that you
No,
don't
no,
get
no,
why.
no,
You
no,
understand
whoa,
that Joe
whoa,
Biden.
whoa, whoa.
Wait. What
You're
you're not
cutting me off,
understanding is
you're
that
cutting me off.
yeah,
Yeah, let me
but
finish,
because
let me
because what
finish.
you're not understanding is that Joe
Whoa.
Biden. I'll just fucking mute
listen,
you, dude. I don't care. I honestly don't give a shit. So you understand that Joe Biden has ran in the past and had not much support when he ran in the past. There's been 4 years of her being vice president to the same degree that Joe Biden was vice president, and that's what helped him get elected. Right? He didn't have much support before that.
Okay, I'm hearing you out, but let me finish, please. All I'm saying is, when Kamala has ran in the primaries in the past, she's had zero support. No one even batting an eye towards Kamala.
Not true. She didn't have zero support. That's a lie.
No, she's lost
You just
every
made that
single
up.
primary. No, she's ran in
And
the past.
so did Biden. You didn't hear what I said.
Okay, and I'm hearing you out, but I just want you to hear me out as well.
I already responded to this point.
Okay, but at the same time, even her time in vice presidency, like, can you really rely on her as a leader? She's done terrible securing the border. Like, she hasn't really done anything in these past 4 years that can prove
lying.
her credible.
Lying.
Oh, she's
So
letting
she's
tens
done.
of millions of immigrants, tens of millions. She was
You
in
have no
charge of
clue
the
what you're
border.
talking about. She
No,
does not
that
have
is
full
fact. That
jurisdiction
is
over
fact.
she does not have full jurisdiction over what happens at the border. Her, along with Joe Biden, have been trying to get in Congress a border bill passed, right, which has been blocked specifically by Republicans in Congress because Donald Trump didn't want Democrats to look good as it relates to the particular policy as it relates to the border. So they've been advocating for it this entire time, and it is the case that they have not passed it there. So they had to rely upon an executive order that decreased border crossings by 40%, but that one can be limited by the Supreme Court.
Okay. Well,
Okay, so
again,
you don't know what
we're
you're
gonna
talking about.
disagree.
She's been advocating for stuff as relates to the border, and Republicans have
that,
not
okay.
done it. They give the superpower. Thank you.
I get that. We're going to disagree on that. In the
No,
end,
you're just gonna lie, and then you're just gonna completely
I'm
not
not
acknowledge
lying.
the fact that you lied.
Of course not.
And you're gonna try
Of
to
course
move on.
not. No, I'm not lying. These are definitely
You did
things
lie.
that
You absolutely lied.
No, you're saying one thing, I'm saying another. Let the
No,
people fact
you're
check it
saying a
themselves.
lie, and I'm telling people the truth.
No, let the viewers fact check it themselves. They can look it up for themselves. All I'm gonna say, and I got to end with this because I got to go eat dinner. I'm just gonna end with Kamala. I just can't rely on her as a leader. I do not see leadership from this woman, and in these times, we're in daring times right now. There's wars going on. Like, we need somebody strong, and we need someone that can lead us through all this. And I just can't see that from Kamala. But thank you for your time.
All right, let's go. Let's get to the next person up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Let's get this next person up here. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 32.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Well, he really went through the primaries where I feel Kamala didn't. I feel like it was a race for Kamala to be put into the front runner. I really don't like a lot of like their policies, and just as individuals, I could really I don't know. I could support Trump better than I could her.
Yeah, so Biden-Harris was who won in the primary. So if Biden steps down, Harris steps up. That's how it works. So she did win the primaries with Biden.
In a technicality, you're kind of right, but that's
No,
really
in reality, I'm right.
Okay. But the fact of it is, I really wouldn't have wanted Biden to be president either. I feel like she just doesn't have enough experience. The only thing that she really got was when she was being.
Did you vote for Donald Trump in 2016?
Yes.
Yeah, did he have experience?
He had a lot more experience when it came to business as an aspect.
Name one good businessman that has 6 bankruptcies.
Name one that doesn't.
Elon Musk.
He's had bankruptcies.
Not 6.
Fair enough, but he has a whole lot more businesses than Elon Musk does. Well, he did. That's probably changed.
Not as much money.
Probably. But you got to remember also, when he was president, he didn't really even accept any of his paychecks.
So, he spent $35 million a year of taxpayer money on golf trips.
No, he pretty much used his own because he ended up using his own jet. His whole paycheck, he always donated it. They had a whole big thing about it.
Yeah, the $400,000 a year when he spent $35 million of taxpayer money on golf trips.
I mean, Obama did a lot of the same thing. I'm not saying
he spent $80 million in 8 years. Trump spent $140 million in 4.
I'll have to look up the numbers on that. I'm gonna take your word for it. I can understand that, but I don't know. I didn't like how Kamala, how she started in the political sphere. Well, it depends on who you ask, but she did start a relationship with a married man who helped her get into politics, to help her get into the situation where she was the prosecutor. And then she says so herself, several interviews.
So she said specifically that the only reason she got in her position is because she had intercourse with someone?
Yeah, she actually talks about it and laughs the same time.
I don't think she said that she specifically is only in a position because she had intercourse with someone. I guarantee that there is no evidence of that.
Well, you can check the Facebook facts.
Not only that, but you know that Donald Trump cheated on every single one of his wives, and one of them, the last one with a corn star while she was pregnant. And then he tried to falsify business records with the explicit reason of interfering with the election, which, was a felony. So he has 34 felonies. She's the prosecutor. He's the criminal, and you're voting for the criminal?
Well, those charges have been dismissed. And when it comes
from... Nope, the 34 felonies have not been dismissed.
Yes, they have.
No, they haven't. Do you want to bet?
By another judge, yeah.
How much do you want to bet?
How about this? I'll bet that if you can 100% prove I'm wrong, I'll eat my words and admit I'm wrong.
Glenn, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. So you can just look up, again, from Fox News, from CBS, from AP News, Trump guilty on all 34 counts.
Okay, that was true. It has been dismissed, and that happened like the day after he was shot at.
No, so the felonies were not dismissed. What was dismissed specifically was the classified documents case.
So then what was the felony for if it wasn't
falsifying business records?
Okay, first of all, the business records and everything that they were trying to push on him, that had already passed the, I can't remember what it's called, but there's a certain time span that you can actually charge for someone.
Statute of limitations? No, it didn't.
Yeah. Yeah, it did.
Mm-mm. You're thinking of the SA case as it relates to criminal courts. Thank you for the boxing glove. Thank you so much, Bonnie.
I don't think it's really fair either for people to say that Biden actually had used records in the wrong way, and he basically just got written off because of his age. And
the classified documents case got dismissed for Trump. Okay, so I don't know why you're bringing that up if it got dismissed for Trump, and it is the case that the difference was willful retention of the documents, which Trump demonstrated a willful retention, whereas Biden didn't. Multiple factors indicated that he didn't willfully retain the documents.
That Biden didn't willfully retain the documents?
Yes.
He had it in his garage next to a vehicle.
And they looked like they weren't even touched in decades. Okay,
yeah.
Not only that, but
imagine your old
Not only that, but
uncle.
it is the case that he alerted the authorities, right, and told them where to find it, whereas Trump specifically tried to hide it. We have him on audio recording specifically telling people to move it out of view of the cameras. Kevin, Maeve, thank you so much for the hanging lights. Thank you.
And Trump had his, and Uncle Linda's behind lock and key, behind cameras, behind people.
Thank you so much. No, what? Say that again?
He said sorry. So Trump had his behind lock and key. He people were watching it. It was on video in the hallway and everything.
He got them to move it, which means that he had the documents, he knew he had them, and he's
He was
willfully retaining
president,
them.
though. He had full right to do so.
They were in
where
a bathroom,
Biden-
ma'am. I hope you know that. They were locked in a bathroom.
Biden had no right to have documents himself because he wasn't president.
Trump did. Wait, he didn't have to be president. You can get documents as a senator.
No, you cannot. I can
a
tell you
vice
that
president.
100% sure.
Maybe
No,
if
you
it's
cannot.
Yes, you can.
Without the president declassifying it, you cannot legally take any of those documents out of there. The only person that is able to declassify and have them is the president. There's actually
They can have access to classified documents.
They can have access to it, but they can't take it home. There's people that have gone to jail for that. Remember
No,
Hillary
typically
Clinton?
speaking, if they don't demonstrate it as willful retention, they specifically they
Willful
would then be
retention.
able to if they alert authorities and they cooperate with authorities, they don't get charged. Like,
say that
like
to the
Mike Pence
military guy
specific-
who accidentally
this
took
happened
a
with
picture.
Mike Pence. This happened with Mike Pence. Mike Pence wasn't specifically like held responsible.
We should have been.
Okay.
The fact of it is like
If you're
it's
saying he should have been, that's not the law. That's just you saying it should.
no,
be
it
the case. And
is
sure, I'm okay with that.
because the only person that's supposed to be able to take classified documents and take it home because they either they declassified it or they need it to fulfill their obligations is the president because he is the only person in office to be serving 24/7. It is completely illegal for anyone else, including Secret Service people, even people in the military who accidentally take pictures of something's top secret behind them and send it to their wife and like, yeah, oh my God, I'm so sorry, I'll delete it. They're still held to the highest.
Because if they send it to their wife, they're demonstrating willful retention.
No. Basically, you
Yeah.
could be somewhere that is top secret and accidentally take a picture of it. And if you have anything that is top secret, because you're not supposed to have any cameras or anything or any documents that are classified outside of designated safe areas. The only person who
Okay,
is
so
able
I don't know
to-
why we're even talking about this if none of them are specifically charged with this right now.
Because I feel like the Biden administration pretty much toted it for a long time that this is why Trump was bad.
Dude, no. We're talking about his 34 felonies. We're talking about his proven sexual abuse, fraud, defamation. That's what we're talking about. Those are all things he's already been held legally responsible for. Maeve, thank you for the money gun. Thank you so much. In the arms of an angel.
Unfortunately, I have to go. I got a kid crying.
Okay, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let's get on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, thank you for the cap. I appreciate it. Yo, it's a how old are you? Yo, thank you for the cap. Thank you for the little crown. Thank you so much. Yo, it's a how old are you?
I'm 30. What's going on?
Are you voting for Trump?
Nah. In reality,
Susie, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Please only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all.
Fuck you.
Oh, you're mad. Why are you mad?
Pussy.
Are you okay? Like, who hurt you, bro?
I just don't like how you don't let people talk when they're trying to talk. You just interrupt, bro.
I'm sorry.
It's annoying
My
as
bad.
fuck. I don't
Okay.
talk shit about politics. I just don't like you being a dumbass, fucking interrupting people.
So then why are you watching if you don't like politics? Okay. I'm sorry. Do you need a baby bottle? I think he needs a baby bottle, everyone. He's really emotional. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
How old am I? 54.
Are you voting Trump?
Yep.
Why so?
My life was much better before Biden.
How is that caused by Trump?
Gas prices for one. You want to sit there and say presidents don't control? No, policy does.
Yeah, so can you tell me what Biden policy caused gas prices to go up?
Well, he was against oil to begin with.
Nope, we have the most oil production now than any point in American history, or of any country
understand
ever.
that because they have to. But at the same time, it's the outlook, not the what's going on.
Thank you, this one. Thank you so much. Okay, so that doesn't really make much sense. What is the outlook?
The outlook is anti-oil. Same with
Yeah, like
Kamala
long
Harris.
term. Yeah,
And why-
like long term, you should be against
Why
oil.
there's stories right now with Kamala being,
Kamala?
huh?
Kamala?
Yeah, with her being the nominee now.
Yeah.
I mean, gas prices have jumped.
I don't think that has any relation to Kamala Harris.
There's
I
stories
think gas prices are going to relate to supply chains globally, specifically like the reduction in global production, like as it relates to OPEC and as it relates to distribution from Russia, right, due to the Russia-Ukraine situation. These would have both happened regardless of Trump or Biden in office.
No, the Russian-Ukraine situation would be resolved.
Can you give me any evidence of that?
Not be resolved the way you want it, but
Can you give me any evidence of that?
the only 4 years we've had peace is during Trump.
There was not peace under Trump. And M Sharp, thank you so much. I appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much.
There wasn't who'd we start a war with then?
Okay. There's a 450% increase in military drone strikes in the Middle East. There was a weapons deal we gave to Saudi Arabia, and they committed genocide in Yemen. We left specifically. I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Kurdistan, which caused the Turkish-Kurdish war. There was a proxy war in Syria between the United States and Russia.
A proxy war between the United States and Russia.
Yeah, so you said that there was peace. All right, I have good reason to believe that's not true.
No, I'm not talking about in the world. I'm talking about in the U.S. We're talking about World War III right now.
So can you give me any evidence
mean-
that World War III is going to happen right now? How
No,
should
I
think of the
can't.
Ukraine?
No, I can't. But at
So
the
you
same
just whipped it
time-
right out of your ass and you're saying, trust me, bro?
But at the same time, 4 years ago, you didn't hear talk of that.
What do you mean?
Well, you didn't have Russia threatening to strike nukes or anything else.
Yeah, you did.
No, you didn't.
You understand that Russia's quite literally been in a cold war against the United States for decades. We've been in a proxy war with them as it relates to Syria.
And it was that was under what? Another Democrat?
That was specifically under Trump's administration, and it was also under Obama.
No, it wasn't.
It
It
was.
started under Obama.
I never disputed that. Continued under Trump.
Okay, you also think Trump built the cages, right?
They were built by Obama and used to a greater extent by Trump.
And what were they built for? Because there were a bunch of illegals bringing kids across that were not the parents, right?
I think they were built for various reasons. I don't think it was just
that's
that
the
one
reason they
reason.
were built. That's the whole reason they were built. Is there were many illegals coming across with kids that did not belong to them.
Okay, what's your point? So, again, as
So
it
my
relates to
point
this,
is, there was nothing brought up during Obama. There's nothing brought up during Biden about kids in cages, and yet Biden put them in cages. Why?
Thank you, Dad
is
Mustache. Thank you so much.
media
I
one-sided?
actually don't have evidence that Biden did. Thank you, Dad Mustache. Thank you so much. I do have
No,
evidence that it
there's
happened under.
And videos of kids.
Can I please finish? Under Obama's administration, it did happen, but it happened at a significantly lower rate. Like in the context of abuse, right? Certain scenarios like that, there would be separation, but that's what would happen under the context of law as it relates to citizens.
You are so full of it.
Okay, so if you want to
Can I
reference
ask
Trump's
something,
administration, it was
what-
applicable in almost like in so many more circumstances, which is
Can I
what
ask
led
you
to the
something?
particularly bad outcomes.
Can I ask you something? Why is Kamala better than Trump? To you.
Yeah, so the reason why I think that Kamala Harris is better than Donald Trump is because she's not a 34-count felon who's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. She has been undermining our democracy for the past few years with no sufficient evidence to indicate that she won specifically. She didn't say that she wanted to date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, say that she has sex in common with her daughter, say it's okay for her to walk in and change rooms of naked teenage girl because she quote-unquote owns the place. She's passed effective policy, specifically was like the deciding vote as it relates to the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy, and which had a $35 cap on insulin for seniors.
Didn't Trump do that?
No, it happened under Biden. Nothing actually legitimate or enforceable happened under Trump. Carolyn, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Carolyn. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
By being the original Haktua girl.
Okay, so that's just misogyny, right? You're literally just like,
Is it really?
yeah, you're just like saying the only reason she got into the position she did is because she engaged in sexual acts specifically with a man, right? That's absolutely misogyny because you're undermining like her being in the position she is because of her skills, because of what she's done, and you're saying it's only there because of what she can do like sexually, which you have no evidence for.
In the primary, she got what?
Donald Trump's only in the position he did because his daddy had the money he did, because he was born.
Well, I understand that. Yeah, being born rich makes sense, but at the same time, Kamala got 2% of the vote.
Thank you for the handout. Thank you so much. She was averaging like 7 to 14% for a lot of the primaries. Thank you for the boxing cliff. Thank you so much. She dropped out.
Yes, she dropped out because
and she got picked as VP. Thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much. Apparently, she did good enough to get VP slot.
she got VP slot.
Zach, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate. Thank you so much. Zach brings up a good point. Kamala Harris wasn't friends with Jeffrey Epstein.
Trump kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his place
instead of calling the police. Why didn't he call the police?
Saying, oh, she's hot or something with a child.
Oh, so why didn't he inform the police? Given that he knew that he engaged in pedophilic behavior, why did he not inform the police?
Why do we not know who?
Hey, Mark, I'm just asking you, why did he not inform the police? If he knew that this was happening, why didn't he inform the police? He's so pro-police, right?
Saying a 13-year-old is fucking hot and he wants to do her.
Oh, well, Donald Trump said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. So it sounds like friends are friends.
Yeah.
In this scenario, at least.
Well, can you explain to me why we haven't heard about the Jeffrey Epstein client list?
So specifically, people have been talking about it. Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. And you know, Donald Trump's on the flight logs, right?
No, he's not.
He is on the flight logs. That's a fact.
Well, so are many other people.
Yeah, and is Kamala Harris on the flight? Let me ask you a question: is Kamala Harris on the flight logs?
Why would she be?
Oh, of course she's not. So if she's not on the flight logs, yet Donald Trump is, I think that shows something very bad for Donald Trump that doesn't exist for Kamala Harris. You know, he's also a racist, a misogynist. So I mean, there are plenty of other things.
He's done more for fucking black people than anybody.
Can you name me one thing he did that was more than anyone else?
Well, there was a black lady that he.
So wait, you said he did more than anyone else? So you're saying he did more than Martin Luther King Jr.?
More than anyone else.
Thank you so much. That's what you said.
He has done stuff for black people that nobody else has done.
Like what? Think of a sing B. Thank you. Like what?
The lady, the black lady that lost her job, and he helped her out.
Thank you.
And stuff like that, and it was
hasn't that happened before? People who have lost their jobs have gotten help. That's happened before.
Who has
like one lady, like literally one lady. Kenichi, thank you so much. I appreciate the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
Literally brought up one person.
Let's change subject. You know what? He got a fucking award from Muhammad Ali, and he got a black award for
an award. An award. He got one award. He got one award one time. What did he do? I have no clue. Thank you for the Franktastic. Thank you so much.
Okay, can I ask you one thing?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah,
okay,
go for it.
So, outside of being a Democrat, what is Kamala to you?
What? What did she do?
What has she done to deserve the presidency?
Well, I mean, I would pick almost anyone over Donald Trump. So even if she did nothing, I would still vote for her. But she was one of the most accredited vice presidents ever. She actually had some of the most tie-breaking votes, actually the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president in the past 200 years. Think of this superpower. Thank you so much. So she's quite literally one of the most influential vice presidents ever. More influential than even Joe Biden. I like how you didn't ask anything about Joe Biden, but you did ask about Vice President Kamala Harris.
Well, that just means the Senate is equal, and she's got to be the tiebreaker. So
yeah,
what?
so exactly. That means that she was able to be one of the most influential vice presidents ever.
That doesn't make it right. That doesn't make what
Renee,
she
thank you so much for the fireworks. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Those are reasons to vote for her because she was the tie-breaking vote and determination for the first black woman on the Supreme Court, for the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever. Thank you for the confetti. Thank you so much. And other pieces of massive legislation. This is very impactful for people, right? So obviously, I would argue that like these are very good things that a vice president has done. Trish, thank you for the paper crane. Thank you so much. Can you name one thing that Mike Pence did? Thank you for the head mustache. Thank you so much. Thank you for the You're Amazing. Thank you so much,
Why
Heather.
I wouldn't vote for Mike Pence.
You wouldn't vote for Mike Pence? Okay,
No,
so again,
I'm from Indiana.
appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much. Can you name anything that any vice president has done in the past 40 years? Okay, so Jesse, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Charles. Thank you so much for the superpower. He can't name a single thing, so obviously he's not going to judge a vice president based upon that because he doesn't know how to. Because he doesn't know any other things that vice presidents have done. Tyler, thank you for the $2 from the DNC. Shardy, thank you for the unicorn fantasy. Thank you so much, Shardy. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Here's some W's for Shardy.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
So you come up with the Republicans are for the rich.
They are.
Yet at the same time, the Democrats are able to afford to pay you for one.
Do you think the Democrats pay me?
Pay Harry, and also there was a story.
Wait. So how do the Democrats pay me?
I don't know. That's a good question. Act Blue. I don't know.
Act Blue. I've never received any money through Act Blue.
Okay.
Angela, thank you for the $50. Angela, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I appreciate it on Venmo. Thank you so much for these uneducated misogynistic nimrods. Yo, that's crazy. Thank you so much, Angela. Yeah, dude, you literally think I'm paid by the DNC, bro? Get a grip on reality. You literally think because someone disagrees with you, they're paid by the DNC? How unbelievable is that? That's so crazy. Are you serious?
Yes, Harry gets paid by them.
You have no evidence of that either.
There's documents out on.
Tyler, thank you for the $1 from Act Blue. Thank you so much.
There's documents out there. I mean,
which documents?
They are a nonprofit, so they have
which documents are you referencing?
Their tax filings.
Yeah, none of them indicate Harry's paid by the DNC. Ariel, thank you for the $4.20 from Act Blue. Thank you so much.
And at the same time, there's a story the other day. Somebody donated $20 million to Act Blue, and they spread.
Again,
it out.
I've never received any money from Act Blue, so how am I paid?
I don't know.
Okay, so if I've never received any money and you're saying that's how people are paid, well then how do you know I'm paid by the DNC? Are you just making it up because I disagree with you?
I apologize if that's the case with you, but with Harry, I know he's paid.
Okay, so you got no evidence that Harry's paid, and let alone you got no evidence that Harry's paid. You've got absolutely nothing that I've gotten paid.
Filings.
You literally, the tax filings do not indicate Harry Sisson is paid by the DNC. Are you trolling?
Okay.
I seriously, I don't get it, man. Why do you think? So literally, bro, instead of engaging with anything I had to say, you just said that I was paid.
You probably are.
Elizabeth, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate the $50. Can we get some W's for Elizabeth in the chat right now? Thank you so much. Justin, thank you for the $50 from the official DNC. Yeah, thank you for the ICU. Thank you so much, Charlos. W, Justin, W, Elizabeth in the comment section. Thank you so much. Shaquella, thank you for the $3 as well. And Victoria, thank you for the $30 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Victoria. I really appreciate that. Holy shit, people are going so crazy. You know, Act Blue's really showing up today. Thank you so much, Act Blue. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Victoria. I appreciate that. Elizabeth and Justin, thank you.
I don't know.
What were you saying?
I said maybe that's the way you make your money, but not all of them.
You think I make the money just by
No, do you
just by donations? Thank you for the flowers.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously people donate to me who like my content. You assume that I'm getting paid this way from the DNC? Lenora, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20.24. Thank you so much on Cash App. Thank you so much, Lenora. Thank you so much. From the DNC, thank you so much. You got anything?
About what?
Are you done? Tristan, thank you for the $13 for 12 cents from Act Blue Coalition Against Bigotry. Yo, W? Okay, all right, nothing?
So the Republicans, I mean, there's more Democrat millionaires than Republican.
Not true. So most people who are rich are Republican.
The big corporations are all.
But yeah, most of the leaders of corporations are Republican.
No, most of them are Democrat. Google. Democrat.
No, seriously, look it up.
Facebook,
I'm not trolling.
Democrat. Yeah.
No, literally look up corporations. Are they, or look up our CEOs, Democrat or Republican? Just look it up.
Our CEOs, that doesn't matter as far as the big companies. Now, you're telling me that somebody from...
Look up our CEOs from big companies, Republicans or Democrats. Jasmine, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much, Jasmine.
The biggest companies are Democrat. Now, why would
can you give me any source that indicates that?
Meta. Facebook.
Yeah, so you just saying Meta or Facebook is not an actual argument. Facebook is actually kind of right-wing.
No, they aren't.
Yeah, they are. Zach, thank you so much for the baby dragon. Thank you so much, Zach. I really appreciate that, Zach. Thank you.
They sit there and hide everything fucking right wing.
What the fuck are you talking about? Elon Musk.
Elon Musk. He just became a Republican.
He didn't just become a Republican.
He was Democrat. Yes, he was.
He's been Republican.
No, he wasn't.
Yes.
No, he wasn't.
I'm pretty sure he voted for Trump in 2020. Missy, thank you so much for the $10 from Act Blue, the DNC, and Coconut Treats. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
He said he will vote for Trump in 2024 for the first time Republican.
Huh? Okay, well, I could be wrong with that, but I'm pretty sure he did support the Republican Party before.
Okay, what about Zuckerberg?
Okay, I don't know why we're giving singular individuals, right? My argument.
Google? I mean, the biggest corporations in the U.S., the richest people in the U.S. outside of Musk.
Yeah, can you give me a source, or are you just whipping that out of your ass?
What do you mean a source? They hid everything regarding Hunter's laptop, regarding this, regarding that, COVID-19.
Oh my God. Oh Lord Jesus. You think the election was stolen?
Yeah.
Of course you do. Why?
Well, when is the last time 7 states quit counting in the middle of the night? And then all of a sudden wake up and
what
find
states?
out.
Name the states.
Arizona,
That's
Georgia,
wise.
Wisconsin, Michigan, Virginia, Georgia. I already had Georgia. Pennsylvania. When's the last time you saw him kick everybody out?
Not only that, but there were audits in all of those states. None of them indicated that.
The fucking
Joe, thank you for the
audits
$10. Thank you so much. Which audit indicated
audits
that?
only hit
Nicole, thank you for the $10 for
they're
fighting
allowed to see.
misinformation. Thank you so much, Nicole.
The audits only hit what they're allowed to see.
Okay,
Okay,
so,
sure.
so what evidence you have that substantiates your position? Ryan, thank you for the $6.66 from the DNC.
There's videos of fucking dumps into drop
Again,
boxes.
do you have? There were 60 plus court cases of these particular things
Because
where
the
these were
judges
submitted in
won't
court.
listen,
Finn, thank you so
doesn't
much.
mean it didn't happen.
Okay, not only was it specifically that there were Trump-appointed judges, 17 of them, but there were 60 plus court cases that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. But even if we just reference the Trump-appointed judges, Trump either appointed corrupt judges that stole the election from him, or he lost the election. Now, which one do you believe it to be? Which one do you believe it to be?
And no judge out there wants to say, yes, our elections are corrupt. They don't want to be that guy.
Okay, so again, did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I said? Zach, oh, he left. Zach, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm putting this on because my white shirt is making the comment section not visible, chat. It's really tough. It's really tough. It's going to be so hot, but we'll see. Joe, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We're doing it for the chat. We're doing it for the chat, everyone. You're welcome, everyone. You're welcome. I love y'all. I love y'all. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Put on a different shirt, lol. Yo, crazy. All right, let's get this next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Why don't you just put on another shirt? Because it would take me longer to do that. Yo, it's a Paldi. Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Hello? How old are you?
28.
Are you voting Trump?
Probably.
Why so?
I think I like, I guess, I took some survey on, what was that website? I align with or something. Have a bunch of questions, right?
Why are you voting Trump?
Yeah, okay. I'm getting to that. Out of all the questions, it kind of value you where you stand on each topic. And
Okay. Anissa, thank you so much for the $30 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Anissa. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Can we get some W's for Anissa in the comment section? Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Thank you for the superpower. Thank you so much. Are you voting Trump? Are you voting Trump? Why so? Yeah, so how was he a better president? Can you name one policy that he influenced to get passed that you agree with? People can't hear you. Okay, I'm just going to kick him out. He's boring anyway. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Thank you for the Henry. Thank you so much. Do give it a second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir. You want to know why I'm voting Trump?
Why so?
Because that's my boy. Woo!
Yeah, why are you voting Trump? Oh, you're not giving a reason. Okay. All right, let's get this next person up here, y'all. We're getting straight NPCs right now, so do give me a second. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
I am voting Trump.
Why so?
I think, you just had two separate terms to look at, and I think Trump easily had a better term.
Yeah, can you tell me like what he did specifically that you like?
Well, the economy was booming, and now
Name one policy he influenced to get passed.
You can't even go buy a turkey now without a ridiculous price.
Okay, so what did Biden or Harris do that caused this specifically?
Okay, Biden, first of all, I mean, he's given education money to anyone who asks for it, to anyone who pleases. So when you pay,
there's qualifications on the on the student loan payments.
Oh, okay. So you're going to tell me that Biden didn't have bigger scholarships and other to big education systems?
Obviously, they gave extra help to bigger education systems that are definitely going to be helped for people who are lower income.
That's my exact point. They're giving too much money away.
How much money do you think they gave in terms of that? That's a very small portion of the budget.
I know it was significant to Trump, and they're also paying for
significant
Ukraine.
To Trump.
For Ukraine.
Wait! Don't change the topic. How much money?
What do you want me to pull it out of my ass? Like I know.
You did just whip that out right out of your ass. At least you admitted it.
No, it's no. You're gonna say. How about you tell me the exact number since you think you know?
No, you're the one who's claiming it's a good thing.
Oh, so you can't name it either.
Obviously, I didn't make the claim.
Yeah, but you're disputing my claim, and you can't.
I'm
name
asking
the
you
number.
for evidence of your claim.
I mean, that's ridiculous. How would you know?
Are you trolling? I'm asking you for evidence of your claim. Think of the hand heart.
Okay, how can you dispute a claim if you don't know it yourself?
I can say I don't have evidence for it.
I do have evidence. Just look it up.
What's the saying? Look it up isn't evidence, genius. You're trolling. I know you're trolling, bro. All right, I can literally hear the beep. All right, let's get the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I am voting for Trump. I mean,
my God. I'm sorry. Hold up. Can I thank some people real quick? I apologize. Ligme, thank you for the $75 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Very interesting name. Very interesting name. It sounds like where I was about to say. I thought someone made their name Ligma for a second. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $75. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Ligme in the comment section? Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And Urban Cool Casey, thank you so much for the $100 on Cash App. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Urban Cool. Can we get some W's for Urban Cool in the comment section right now as well? Holy shit. Thank you so much. And Ashlyn, thank you for the $1 for Parker Get a Flannel. Yo, crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next person up here. Thank you so much, everyone. Y'all are so kind. Unbelievably kind. Thank you so much. Y'all are actually incredible. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah. 22, of course.
Are you voting Trump?
Hell yeah.
Why so?
Because gas was a lot cheaper when he was president.
Dude, okay, so... You know, gas was cheaper under Obama's administration?
Was it?
Yeah.
Right now I'm voting for Biden.
Okay, well, Biden's not a candidate, but okay. All right, buddy. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. What is going on? I think we're in trouble. Jesus, please save us. Jesus, please. All right, let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
I'm 19.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
There's many things. Why would you decide to vote for Kamala?
Yeah, I think Kamala is a better president because it is the case that she hasn't been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. She doesn't have 34 felonies. She's quite literally the prosecutor, and you're voting for the criminal. So why are you doing that?
Actually, I like to go back to Trump's speech at the RNC.
So you're not going to answer my question?
Oh, I'm getting there. So you know how he said I'm just one phone call away and I'm ending a war. He's just the man, bro. Are
you trolling, bro?
No, we're gonna.
You just said he's the man. He's gonna end a war.
Bro,
what reason do you have to believe that?
So we're gonna have Kamala sit next to Putin.
Kamala.
And say
what? You're gonna have Donald Trump sit next to Putin?
Yes, bro. Putin's scared.
Robert, think of the $5. Thank you so
Donald,
much,
bro.
No.
Putin won't do shit.
What makes you think that Putin is scared of Donald?
All right, bro. So let's I am pivoting, so sorry for all the Dems out there. I'm sorry, guys.
Jesus, please.
So you talk about inflation and how how it's the what do you say? It's the lowest it's ever been, or whatever.
No.
What did you say about
Zach? Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Saying it's the lowest it's ever been. When did I say that?
No, what did you say about the percentages?
Of what?
We talked about that before about inflation.
I just don't think it's caused by the president or by the vice president.
Okay, but so percentages might say percentages say something completely different, bro.
What? What are you saying? He left. Okay, what the fuck is going on, chat? Bro just randomly brought up percentages. Okay. What percentage are you referencing? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What?
Are you voting for Trump, Brandon?
Yeah, yes, I am.
Why so?
Trump 2024. Fuck Sleepy Joe.
Why are you voting Trump?
That's my dude.
Why? Okay. All right, chat. I'm gonna cry myself to sleep. I'm about to do it. I'm about to just cry myself to sleep, chat. It's about to happen. What is going on? What the hell? Yo, thank you for the confetti. Thank you so much. Yo, Daniel, thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Danielle. I really appreciate that. All right, I'm trying to get someone up here, y'all. I do apologize, y'all. TikTok's being very interesting right now. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I am.
Why so?
Because when we had Trump, the gas prices were cheaper.
Can you name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed?
Yeah, I can.
What?
No, I'm not going to tell you.
What time is it right now?
Sorry?
What time is it right now for you?
You can check yourself.
No. What time is it for you?
12 o'clock now.
It's 12 o'clock?
Do you not have a clock?
No, I said what time is it for you?
No, I'm just saying, like, do you not have a clock to
No,
check
I'm
yourself?
just asking what time. What time is it for you?
Boy.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump, y'all. Interesting. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, Lord, chat, please save me. What is going on? Okay, well, we'll give it a second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30.
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
I am voting Trump because he aligns with the LGBTQ community.
What?
He aligns with the LGBTQ community, and he's the only.
He says trans women are men.
And?
What the fuck do you mean he aligns with the LGBTQ community?
I have never
What
seen
the
an
hell?
argument where he has stated so.
You said he aligns with the LGBTQ community, and
That's correct.
Very clearly he didn't there.
Where did he state that?
Do you want me to show you a clip of him saying, quote unquote, men shouldn't be playing in women's sports?
He said men should have their own. Trans should have their own alignments along
Trans
with
people.
Trans people.
Okay, so that's
be able
not
to
like
compete
that's
with
not
those
in
people.
line with the LGBTQ community. Joe, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
As far as having their own field team.
That's
As
not
far as
aligning.
being
That's
able
not
to
aligning
compete.
with the trans community.
How so?
Wait, do you think trans people want to be referred to as their identity?
Do I think trans people want to be referred to as their own identity?
Yeah, do you think trans women want to be referred
I think
to as
they want to
women?
identify as far as find a belonging in the same place as
Yeah,
as far as the
did
female.
did you like?
Isn't that?
Yeah. So, do you want to answer my question?
Go ahead. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. So, do you think trans people want to be referred to as their prescribed identity?
As their prescribed identity, yes.
Mm-hmm. So when Donald Trump refers to them as like trans women as men, right? Do you think that's what like in line with what trans people would want?
So as far as, can you provide any sources to where he has done so?
Are you disputing him saying that trans women are men?
I'm saying I haven't seen the sources.
No, I'm just asking. Are you disputing that?
As far as if I haven't seen
do you
the
think
sources,
that he has referred to that?
If I haven't seen the sources, then I can't say whether or not I dispute it.
Okay.
Insanity being pushed on our children is an act of child abuse. Very simple. Here's my plan to stop the chemical, physical, and emotional mutilation of our youth. On day one, I will revoke Joe Biden's cruel policies on so-called gender-affirming care. Ridiculous. A process that includes giving kids puberty blockers, mutating their physical appearance, and ultimately performing surgery on minor children.
That's not the policy, by the way.
I will sign a new executive order instructing every federal agency
But I'm going to the part where he specifically says,
for Medicaid and Medicare, and will be terminated from the program immediately at the expense of vulnerable patients, in this case, very vulnerable. We will also have education about the nuclear family, the roles of mothers and fathers, and celebrating rather than erasing the things that make men and women different and unique. I will ask Congress to pass a bill establishing that the only genders recognized by the United States government are male and female, and they are assigned at birth. The bill will also make clear that Title IX prohibits...
I have a question. Is that like in alignment with trans people?
Is that
like that gender assigned at birth is the correct determination?
As far as the gender assigned, assuming that it actually identifies...
Cole, think of the $5. Thank you so much.
If it aligns with whom they identify with, yes. That would be the correct assumption.
So no,
but I
it
guess
doesn't.
I'm not seeing your point.
No, so he said that the only ones are recognized are if they are assigned at birth. That's what he just said. Did you hear him?
The only ones that are recognized are those assigned at birth.
Yes,
so genetically
that's what he just
speaking,
said.
so in other words, if for example you were to commit a crime,
if someone's gender assigned at birth isn't representative of their gender identity, then he wouldn't recognize that.
So as far as federally and on certain measures as far as how to identify, for example, if you're going to pull up DNA, it's going to pull up the genetic DNA of what your assigned birth would be. So that's where, as far as that, I'm not seeing. So it's always going to state at some point.
Oh Lord, are you hearing anything I'm saying? What did I just tell you?
You just told me that as far as if gender assigned at birth, does that align with what the administration wants to provide?
Holy
to
shit, dude, it's like not this hard, man. Right? Do you think trans people's identities are always in alignment with what their gender is assigned at birth?
Are always aligned? No, they're not.
No, they're not. So when Trump says he's only going to acknowledge individuals' gender assigned at birth, is that representative of trans people?
As far as federally recognized, I don't think. I think it should be up to the individual.
Holy shit. Okay, so federal so you're saying that that's in alignment with what trans people want?
As far as should it be federally funded, no.
Holy fuck, dude! It's just he doesn't answer my questions. Is this in alignment with what trans people want?
Is this in alignment with what trans people want? Not everybody, but everybody has a different opinion.
Most people.
I can't speak personally because I'm not.
Okay, well, you just said that he's in alignment with the LGBTQ community. Now you're not holding that.
He is.
Now you don't know.
And he is the only president that has come out and stated so. And then he is the only president that has actually hired a Congress member.
Dude, I didn't know they make people this dumb. So like you're not acknowledging anything I just said, right? What did we just refer to? We
You
just
just
referred to how
referred
he's
to the
not in
two.
line with trans people.
So
You just said
if-
he's fully in line with trans people. I gave you a circumstance where he's not. You're saying, "Oh, I just don't know whether or not it's applicable." Then,
So as
okay,
far
well
as
then you just went
holistically
back on your
speaking-
you just went back on your original claim that very specifically he's in a line with trans people.
I said he's in alignment with the LGBTQ. I did
Yeah,
not say
so that includes
you were
trans people,
isolating-
James.
You are isolating
James,
one
that includes trans
of the
people.
factors. And
Yeah, so I just referred to a part of that community
part
that you're
of that,
referencing.
yes. And therefore, I agreed as far as their alignment, their elective surgeries, that the fact that they should be able to choose, they should at a certain age.
Thank you for the
when
$10.
they
Thank you
are
so much.
fully functioned, when they're able to make those conscientious decisions.
Again, none of these
they
are an
should be
answer to
able
my
make
question. Is it the case that not acknowledging their gender identity and only acknowledging their assigned gender at birth is not what trans people want in typical?
That
Thank you
is
for the $5. Thank you so much.
not with everybody. But once again, I cannot state for everybody.
Okay, I chat. It's sometimes you just the person who's spamming me on the fucking Venmos, you're not even in the box, the guest box. So I don't know what you're talking about. I don't see you in the guest box at all. Wait, nope, that's not them. All right, whatever. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual, y'all. To give me a second. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, man? 37.
Are you voting Trump?
Oh, hell yeah, bro.
Why so?
So let me ask you this. Since I've heard you talk for the last half an hour, why are they trying to redcon Kamala's background on the border czar?
Well, what do you mean? I don't know what you're
Why are
to
they
say.
trying to redcon Kamala's
What does that mean?
whole background? Okay, redconning is basically redacting everything that MSN and CNN has wrote about Kamala being the border czar. Now they're trying to say that she wasn't
Kamala being a what?
a border czar.
I don't know what you mean. Can you use like basic English, please?
You don't. Okay, it's basically English is a border czar, meaning that she had control of the border that she never visited. But you're sitting over here.
Okay, so you're saying that she. Okay, so control of the border. So I know you're referring to a czar, but I wasn't sure if you were referencing that. So yeah, you're saying she had control over the border. What evidence was that?
What do you mean? That was
Joe,
her
you're not.
job.
You're not in the box. You're Joe.
Joe Biden appointed her to control the border, which she failed to do so.
So what authority did she have?
What do you mean? That was her job.
Can you just tell me what authority she had?
As far as what? She didn't make any.
As it relates to the border, what authority did she have over the border?
I have to look that up. I don't even know. I just know that she was in control of it. And what her position was on that.
Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Give me a W for Elizabeth in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Is this Joe?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so I wasn't running. I just didn't see you in the guest box.
No. I just say that because the first live I ever got on, you were like on your third account, and we were having a good discussion, and you bailed to your main account, and then never brought me back up. So hey, I just had a question. Somebody was just talking about the richest people. You know, I think that's pretty well split, right? I mean, I think BlackRock, Vanguard, J.P. Morgan, those are all mainly Democrats. So, I mean, I think it's pretty even there with the richest people. But
look up richest people political affiliation. just look that up for me real quick.
Do that.
So let me ask you this real quick before I hop
Dudes,
on.
you got some MAGA mobile there.
Why are you voting for Kamala? That's my question to you.
Again, she hasn't been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. She doesn't have 34 felonies. She hasn't been undermining our American democracy. Plenty of reasons.
But you sound like every other liberal Democrat crying about the same thing that doesn't even exist.
What?
Okay, so you guys are all excited. Oh my God, Trump's in a lawsuit. Then everything gets tossed out.
The only thing that got tossed.
Not gonna stick.
Dude, it's just like how misinformed are you? The only thing that got tossed is specifically the classified documents case, and that was by a Trump appointee. So he still has 34 felonies. He's still been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, and fraud.
It's not going to stick.
Okay, those are all likely to stick. So you're just not acknowledging reality.
You're saying that they're likely to stick. They haven't actually stuck yet. He hasn't been tried for it.
So again, he has already been tried for all of those things that I've mentioned.
He hasn't been fully. If he was convicted on it, do you think
he was convicted of 34 felonies? He was held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, and fraud. This is vast and widely known knowledge. Okay, so are you going to deny reality?
I'm not denying reality. I just find it funny that you're voting for an even further leftist than Bernie Sanders.
Kamala Harris is not further left than
Way
Bernie Sanders.
further lefter.
No, she's not.
Yeah, go look up the 2016, 2020.
Yeah, I was listening to that conversation or that debate, and she's not further left than Bernie
way
Sanders.
further left.
No, she's
You'll
not.
see. I'm still.
In what manners? Like on what policy?
So, okay. For instance, hold on. I'm gonna pull it up for you. I'm gonna actually send you the article.
Can you give me like the policy that she's further left on?
Hold on, stand by.
What's the policy that she's further left on? No clue.
Hey, Parker. Well, he's looking that up, dude. You live in gas prices. You bring that up a lot, right? And a lot of people bring it up. So you live in California. You know what the cap and trade rule is. So if you look at the East Coast versus the West Coast, is it deniable that the gas prices are higher on the West Coast?
I'm not disputing that.
Okay, so
I don't know why that's relevant.
It's relevant because your party, and I'm just saying, Trump's not the best candidate, Harris is not the best candidate, but the left, your party, has made a cap and trade rule. For example, that's always gone up the West Coast, up to Oregon and to Washington. And into Washington, you have cap and trade, which Jay Inslee decided we were going to make $500 million within.
I'm waiting to hear what the point is.
The point is your governors, in Washington governor, has made $2 billion in the first 6 months on the cap and trade. And that money was supposed to go.
Matthew, think of the $10. Thank you so much.
That money was supposed to go to help the homeless, build infrastructure, and do all these things for all the positions.
Saying in Washington, I don't know what Washington state government's done. I have no clue.
It's literally the same as California, right?
Okay, so California has put in the investment. The local side has to show up now, but there have been investments. I live in Los Angeles. I've seen it.
Yeah, San Francisco, Los Angeles. The homeless and the crime rates are still. They have not decreased.
Crime rates have decreased.
No.
You're lying. You can look at violent crime in LA. It's decreased.
Well, I'm going to pivot, but you lie about Trump's unemployment rate, but you always quote.
When did I lie about Trump's unemployment rate?
You say it was 16.3%.
I said it was 14.8.
14.8% in 2020. But if you go to the White House archives, you'll see.
Don't go to the White House archives. Go to the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Go to the White House archives. See what the
Go to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. That is the best economic data that you could reference.
So
White House archives is a partisan
6%.
source.
Are you denying that it was not lower than 14% the first 3 years?
Oh, it was lower than 14% the first 3 years.
Okay.
I bring that up as it relates to COVID to demonstrate to people that it is the case that just because two things are associated doesn't mean one caused the other. So just because 14.8% unemployment happened under Trump's administration doesn't mean it was caused by Trump. Similarly, just because inflation happened under Biden-Harris doesn't mean it's caused by the Biden-Harris administration.
Yeah, that's right. But Trump did. Who created more jobs?
When you say created more jobs, what do you mean? Like,
Well,
do you mean jobs
you
that
don't
opened up
say
under their administration,
Trump's-
or like they passed a policy that caused there to be more jobs created?
More jobs created. Like unemployment hit the lowest in 70 years.
Passed a policy. That's just something that happened under the administration. Matthew, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
And
There was
who's the leader of the administration?
there was 3.4% unemployment under Biden's administration in April 2023.
And where's that source?
Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Unemployment was 3.5.
Look up Bureau of Labor Statistics unemployment rate.
It was 3.5 under Trump's presidency for the first beginning.
3.4. It was not in the beginning. It was in like 2019, and there was 3.4% in 2023 in April.
Yeah, which is the same. What do you think Kamala
lower.
do to lower?
It's a 50-year low, by the way.
I thought it was 70, but okay. What do you think? What do you think Harris is going to do better than Biden or Trump? Is this like trolling, or do you honestly, legitimately think in your heart and soul that she would be a good commander-in-chief of this country?
Is what trolling? Yeah, she would absolutely be a better commander-in-chief than Donald Trump, who's a violent sex offender.
He's not. You bring that up a lot.
He literally has been held legally responsible for sexual abuse.
Didn't Harris
That's a violent sex offense.
hold semen for when she was a prosecutor to keep somebody in prison? You don't think that's like
No, she specifically
immoral?
she tried to get the DNA tested. She advocated against the usage of the death penalty. Trump still advocates for the usage of it.
The death penalty?
It's quiet, back talk.
Oh, sorry, I was looking at one of your comments. But you don't think the death penalty should be enacted?
No, it isn't a deterrence for crime. It quite literally doesn't do anything good. It just leads to more spending of state funds, and it leads to innocent people dying. There's vast research indicating there's not a sufficient that there's not lower crime rates due to the death penalty being enacted.
I'll take your word. Good Alpha.
Okay, no response from either of you?
I'm trying to find you this article real quick.
Okay, alright. Should we get a third up? Michael, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Alright, let's get a third up to help them out, everyone. Send a guest request if you are voting for Trump, y'all. Send a guest request if you are voting for Trump. Let's get this next person up here. Depending on how this goes, I might hit a restart, everyone, because I do think it hit a second where it stopped sending out. I can tell that based on total views, so I will keep y'all updated, everyone. I might do that here in a second, even though we just hit 1 million. All right, let's get this next person up here. By the way, everyone, the video I just posted is kind of fucking blowing up. It's at 2.5, 2.4 million, something like that. So if you want to check that out, go for it. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
How old are you?
All right, let's get the next person. Do either of you want to say anything?
No, I just think you bring up these policies, but the middle class felt the difference when Trump was in office, whether you like it or not. There's
So again, tell me what policy that he passed that made it better for the middle class.
Well, I don't know the policy because I work. You just got out of high school and
I have a degree in economics.
I know.
You can't have a degree in economics if you just got out of high school.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you were not in high school or you were in high school during Obama, right?
I was in high school during Trump.
But you were a Trumper. What changed your mind?
The 34 felonies, the proven sexual abuse, fraud, defamation, the undermining of our American democracy, trying to overthrow the government.
So you were before Trump. You were with Trump when he was in office.
Yeah.
And nothing impressed you when he was in office,
No.
Creating, new small business.
How did he do that?
He cut business taxes, right? I mean, you're in economics.
Cutting business taxes, right, as it relates to what he specifically did, without cutting taxes on people who need it, that doesn't lead to our economy being better. Trickle-down economics has been proven not to be effective. For example, right, you can look at the 80s when we adopted trickle-down economics. It is the case that we saw wages stop increasing with productivity when prior they did. So we've seen much more increases in wages if we didn't adopt trickle-down economic policy.
There would be way more in wages if we kept fracking and drilling.
That's right. I mean,
Again, you actually have no evidence of that, of high fracking and drilling leading to higher wages increasing with productivity.
Energy supportive on our
We
own.
produce more oil now in American history than any point in American history or of any country
You
ever.
can't go on fucking like that. That is not a thing. I'm from the UK, and you can't do fucking.
Okay. All right. Well, you're not from the U.S. Okay. No response.
no. Well, I mean, are we an exporter of oil or are we importer of oil?
We've exported oil under Trump and Biden's administration. We
But more
export
under
less oil
Trump?
now than we did under Trump's administration because we're using it more here in the United States because prices have gone up due to a
That's
reduction
bull.
in global oil supply available to the United States.
Yeah, but if we were producing our own oil and exporting it, we'd make way more.
We are. We're producing more oil now
than.
than any point in American history, as per the Energy Information Administration.
Look how much distillates and gasolines that we import into this nation from other countries now versus when Trump was in office. We were we were energy independent. We did not need intermediates or gasoline, jet fuel, ATF, diesel. We were self-sufficient.
No, so
what,
give me any
30%?
source that says that we were better off in terms of oil production then, because crude oil
Not oil
production.
production. I'm talking about usable oil refined products.
Let me ask
So
you
if you're
this.
talking about refineries, so
How much is the-
why did Jared Kushner sell our biggest refinery to the Saudis?
Money. Why did
Money? Okay, so obviously that didn't help.
You're in California. How many refineries have shut down under the Biden administration in California?
So what were the reasons why refineries shut down?
Because you guys cap and trade and you tax the shit out of them.
Wait, so
and your environmental
Wait,
protection agencies, you make
That's not
them
the reason.
not profitable.
That's not the reason. Give me
Yes,
any
it
source
is.
that indicates that.
I work in a refinery. I know they're our competitors.
Yeah, tell me give me any source that indicates that.
Look it up, Parker.
Don't just tell me to look it up. I want you to give me a source. Or weren't you still looking for a source for a different claim?
Me? No.
Okay, so then
What source was I looking
go
for?
provide me that source.
That why they shut down?
Yeah, the reason why they shut down was because
how
of
many
cap and trade.
refineries have shut down and closed their doors in California?
I'm not sure how many. So can you tell me?
There's
Can you
been
tell me?
more than 3, I think.
Okay, what were the reasons why they shut down?
Because your
give the
state
$5.
policies make
So
it
that doesn't relate
unreliable.
to the. So that doesn't
It's
relate to
actually
Kamala or
15
Biden.
refineries that closed down. I think up to date, it's up to 17 refineries closed down in California.
Yeah. So
because
you
it's
said.
because of your party.
So again, I don't have a source for that. Secondly, you specifically didn't actually give me anything the Biden-Harris administration did.
They didn't do shit.
Did not prevent
Caused
it.
more debt.
Wait, so what did the Biden? No, more debt was actually under the Trump administration, 8.4 trillion, whereas 4.3 under Biden.
Only because you're looking at COVID. Take COVID out.
No, if you look at
Those two.
non-COVID, nope, lie. If you're looking at non-COVID related, it's 4.8 trillion for Trump and 2.2 trillion for Biden-Harris.
And who built the military back up with that money?
Are you just going to keep pivoting? The
I'm not
military
pivoting,
built
I'm
up.
asking a
You
question,
understand that
just
we
like you
actually
are.
spend more on the military now than we did under Trump's administration?
No. What's the
So
source?
we do
What's the
890
source for that?
billion. That's going to be the governmental, the governmental budget.
Governmental budget.
Yeah,
That's
just look at the fiscal budget. Yo, Avra, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much on Venmo. All right. Well, any more misinformation?
That's not misinformation. That's you.
Yeah, all you've
you,
done is
you
give
want a source, but
misinformation.
you know it's true that the refineries we were importing 60% of gasoline, jet fuel, and diesel, and we were energy independent. And your state, Democrat-ran state, has shut down millions of
Wait.
jobs.
I asked you for something that the Biden-Harris administration did.
They did not prevent it. And I'll give you an example. I'll throw you a bone.
Wait, I have a question. Between 2020 and 2021, 6 refineries shut down. That was under Trump's administration. Do you blame Trump?
Yeah, I do.
You do? You blame Trump for the reduction in refineries there?
I don't think. I think they reinvested in other things with the
That
money.
was in
they're
1 year,
making.
by the way. Yeah, so can you give me any source that indicates that this is due to the Biden-Harris administration?
No, like I said, it's party.
You said what?
It's party driven. Like it's the same party. Would you vote for Gavin Newsom over Harris?
Thank you for the confetti. Thank you so much. No.
Oh, okay.
So, just alone, the Keystone Pipeline was 11,000 jobs.
He's going to give you misinformation and say that was no proof that there was going to be refined products, but I put that in his chat
It's
from
under the energy and commerce. It's like the.
I know.
Wait. So what did you say? Say that one more time.
So during President Biden's administration, when they shut down the Keystone Pipeline, that was 11,000 jobs that they got rid of.
No. So they didn't shut down the Keystone Pipeline.
Yeah.
It was the XL version.
I will
of the,
fucking
it was,
post this shit. I will send it to you right
hey,
now.
listen. Can you just listen? I'm explaining it to you. So
Good.
you're talking about the XL portion of the pipeline, which was 8% in production. It was Canadian jobs that you're referencing.
No,
it was 1,000 jobs for the United States.
It was 11,000 American jobs.
No.
Wait. Give me a source on that.
Go to energy and commerce.
Because I'll check. I'll check that. And also, in terms of the refinery, Olivia, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. We have 132 refineries of operable refineries in the United States. It was in 2019 135, and there was a reduction, specifically from 2020 to 2021 under Trump's administration by 6, and since then we've built it up by 3.
Look at
I like how you didn't acknowledge.
About biodiesel.
I like how you didn't acknowledge that the reduction was actually under Trump's administration and not under Biden's administration. If you look under Biden's administration, the total number of operable went from 129, 130, 129, 132.
Those are
so in
renewable.
2021 it was
Those are
129.
renewable, Parker.
Listen. In 2021 it was 129. In 2022 it was 130. In 2023 it was 129. In 2024 it was 132.
Look at barrels per day in refineries. Those 3 that you're talking about are biodiesel plants that were already started under the.
No, we're referencing operable ones.
All right. Let me ask you this real quick. Let me just ask you, why did the gas
This is just
prices
operable refineries in general. Sorry, what was your point?
I want to hear your theory on why the gas prices went up since Biden.
Yeah, so there was a reduction in global oil supply, like available to the United States, particularly from the Russia-Ukraine situation, and from the deal that Trump signed with, and the deal that Trump signed with Saudi Arabia to cut oil production.
Was that before or after Biden completely decimated fracking?
So they didn't decimate fracking. Give me any source that indicates that. You just lied.
Okay, let's see.
You guys keep lying, like literally keep lying over and over again.
Go to the energy commerce site.
Tell me what the title is.
Just read it. It's under.
Tell me what the title is.
Biden's burdensome regulations are shutting down American refineries. Just look it up.
No, that's a lie. I just told you. I just looked. I'm on the Energy Information Administration. I looked at total operable refineries. It only decreased from 2020 to 2021. It went up under Biden's administration by 3. You're just lying.
Those are renewables.
It's literally on the website.
These are total number of operable refineries.
Look at barrels per day.
Waged war on American energy production and jobs since day one in office. He even said it himself. No more drilling. There's no more drilling.
No, he didn't stop. He did not stop drilling. We have more we have more crude oil production in the United States now than any point in American history. Yes, we do. And also, by the way, fracking is for natural gas. Just letting you know.
Okay. I'm telling you.
Bakken oil fields is not fracking for oil.
No, you frack for natural gas.
You don't frack for Bakken oil.
You frack for natural gas. What are you talking about?
Google it.
Yeah, I couldn't be mistaken, but I'm almost certain that you frack for natural gas.
It's actually for both.
You would drill for oil.
I'm just laughing really hard that you said that, but it's actually for oil and natural gas.
It is.
Okay, so yeah, so it does hydraulic fracturing or fracking gives us natural gas, oil, geothermal energy, or water.
Yes.
So yeah, it does. I do see oil
fields. The one that we've shut down, oil is recovered from the deep shale from horizontal drilling and fracking.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I won't dispute that. So what's your point? We still never cut fracking. We still drill more now than any point in American history.
No.
They've accepted more drilling permits under Biden's administration.
Yeah. So 2020, 2019, 20, you're looking at barrels per day. There was more barrels per day. You're right. 2024, we are increased barrels per day, but in 2020, we were at 12,850 barrels per day in January, and that carries through the year. So number of refineries, you have to look at throughput, not just the number of refineries, right? So in Trump, if you can make the permitting go and have the EPA increase the throughput to a refinery, you're going to produce more, and it's going to put others out of service. Right?
I don't know what you're referencing. You said that the overall operating refineries decreased under Biden's administration. That was a bold-faced lie. I proved that wrong. I showed you that due to the Energy Information Administration, that those specifically closed down under Trump's administration.
Let me look it up.
That's from the Energy Information Administration. I can give you the title if you want. Boots, are you from Canada?
No. Close.
Okay.
Washington.
I don't know why people were saying that in the chat. I was like, what? But yeah, everyone do tap that screen. Let's get to 1.5 million likes. Share the live as well. Someone said Parker has no college degree. I'm going to send them an invite. I'm like, what? How can you tell me? I literally have my degree in my closet.
You have an econ degree, right?
Yeah. All right. Let's get them some help, everyone. Only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, Harry? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get them some help.
Well, I'm fact checking your stuff, so I'm looking at you.
Yeah, same.
You guys are good. You're gonna find that I'm right. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
I'm 19.
You're driving.
Hello?
Only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Let's get on to the next person real quick. Let's get up the next person. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump. Chat, I might hit a restart on the live, everyone. I do think that it got capped after a little bit. So I probably will just hit a restart here pretty soon. All right. What are y'all thoughts? Do I hit a restart, chat? Do I hit a restart? What are the thoughts, everyone? What are the thoughts?
Hey, real quick before you restart, go to Biden's burdensome regulations shutting down American refineries, November 2022. So look at the House Subcommittee of Energy and Commerce.
Biden's regulations shut down refineries.
Biden's burdensome regulations and shutting down American refineries on the Energy and Commerce website.
Yeah, so this is an article. This isn't like a...
It's house.gov, energycommerce.house.gov.
What refinery did it say it shut down?
No, I'm just telling you the title. I haven't started digging, but before you restarted your live, you made a lie saying it was all under Trump's administration.
That's not a lie.
I'm saying Biden's burdensome regulations shutting down American
that didn't. It literally, that's a title.
Is shutting down that.
Sir, that's literally a fucking title.
I know, and read
top number.
Read the rest of it. It tells you the policies where he's shutting down American refineries.
What refinery shut down?
I'm looking at. I know Martinez, California did, right?
So so there have been 3 that have come back since then in 2024.
No, they turned that into a biodiesel plant. So
I'm gonna cry, dude. I literally Energy Information Administration total number of operable refineries: 2019 135, 2020 135, 2021 129. That's because of 2020 the refinery shut down. 2022 130, 2023 129, 2024 132.
Okay, what? Go back to the beginning. Why do we have higher gas prices on the West Coast than the East Coast? Are you disputing?
I'm just. All right, I'm gonna fucking cry. can you fucking acknowledge what I just said, please?
I haven't verified it, but I'll
Can you acknowledge what I just said, please?
I acknowledge it. I'll give you it.
Okay. So do you want to hear the title of that so that I don't have to keep repeating this?
You don't have to repeat it. I'll look at it later.
Okay.
So, again, to the beginning of this question, why are gas prices higher on the West Coast than the East Coast?
Again, I'm not fully certain. I think that would probably be related to like tax policy.
Okay. And not due to Trump, like you tell everybody else. It is.
I never said the gas prices are from Trump.
Everybody that comes on here says, why are you voting for Trump? Gas prices. You said name one policy that he's done. And you pin everybody in a corner, but really it's the Democrats' policies, tax policies.
Holy shit, this is so dumb. So again, no, it's not Democrat tax policy that did this. The Biden-Harris administration didn't put any tax policy that did this.
I didn't say it was them. I said it was.
Okay, so then what the fuck are you talking about? We're talking about who's running for president. I've never said that Trump caused an increase in gas prices.
Who is she Democrat or is she independent?
I'm gonna hit a restart on the live, everyone. All right, I'll be right back, everyone. Do give me a second. Follow me real quick here, or you can check out the video I posted on my main account. I did just post a video, specifically. It's a rally video. You can check it out if you would like to right now. I just posted it. Love y'all so much. I'll be right back, everyone. Give me a second, y'all. Up to 100,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Nice shirt change. Yes, I know. What's up, everyone? What's up, Zara? Is Harry going live? He probably is pretty soon. Yeah, do tap that screen. Maybe I should have waited until he got on and just joined him or something. But yeah, do tap that screen, everyone. Let's run it up to 100,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone. What's up, Mari? What's up, Bridget? Harry is live now. Oh, well, maybe I should have joined him. That probably would have been pretty smart. But yeah, let's get some people up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. We're going to start getting some people up here in a second. Once we do, we're going to get the debates going. What's up, Alexa? What's up, Matthew? What's up, everyone joining in? Harry X Parker. Yeah, maybe. Who is Harry? You haven't seen Harry? That's kind of crazy. What time's the day you go live? Sometimes I do. Wait and do 5K, you know? Maybe then. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Yeah, you talking to me?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I am.
How old are you?
47.
Why are you voting for Trump?
I really don't like what the Democrats did doing away with Biden.
What specifically? He chose himself to step down.
No, they forced him out.
They didn't force him out. He stepped down himself.
No, I disagree with you on that. I have been watching for a while, and you're a very intelligent man. I'll give you that. And I'm not going to get riled up or nothing like that, but some of the statements you've made. Okay, Trump did increase drone strikes. I think 2,800 compared to 1,800 that Obama did. But you got to do that with terrorists. It just is what it is.
Well, in the Middle East specifically, it was 450% increase.
Yeah. Bad guys play silly games, win silly prizes.
So,
Kamala has done nothing
those
to...
are wartime acts.
What's that?
Those are wartime acts. So when people try to claim that there weren't like wartime acts under Trump's administration, that there was peace, well, that's ridiculous.
I'm not going to say there was peace, but those attacks, like you said, the arms deals to Saudi, that's been going on under every presidential administration, whether it's admitted or not.
Yeah, but that was specifically used to be able to commit a genocide in Yemen.
Okay, and your facts on the genocide is from what?
The 85,000 Yemeni children that starved or bombed.
Okay, how many children were killed in the Iraq War?
I could pull it up, but I don't agree with the Iraq War.
I agree with you on that as well. Which is, you know, Obama took credit for ending Iraq, but the security agreement actually was signed by President Bush. So Republican got us into it, Republican got us out of it. The border, I don't think Vice President Harris has done a real good job on the border.
I know.
Wait, what authority does she have over the border?
She's a vice president. She carries the same authority that the president has bestowed upon her. Now, he did limit her authority.
What specific authority did she have access to?
He did limit. Well, the vice president has his own authority.
Like what specifically?
I think. I think Article 2 out of the Constitution or something like that. I think. I don't know. It's been a long time since I was in school. So, but Article 2 also talks about the vice president voted in office, which doesn't also happen either. I do agree with you with drugs. I think it was prior to 1931 or 33, drugs were illegal. I don't like your point about Portugal. Portugal is only a country of 10 million. I've been to Portugal. I've also been to Ukraine. I've been to Lithuania, Estonia, Poland.
You can apply it on a larger scale. The point I was saying is that it's applicable to a particular region.
So
I don't think those population arguments are very strong.
So I do agree that I do think drugs should be legal in America. I think it would decrease the stigma on them. As far as the death penalty, I agree to disagree on that one. I do think innocent people are persecuted. I do think it's such a low percentage, but I do think it has its time and place. Timothy McVeigh.
So are you okay with the death penalty?
I am.
Okay, so if you're okay with the death penalty because you think it's so unlikely that someone's going to be innocent, then why don't you accept Donald Trump being held legally responsible for sexual abuse because the fact that he would be innocent is so unlikely?
I'm just super excited because this is the first time I've ever been live. Was he found guilty in a criminal or civil court?
Civil court.
Okay, and
because
civil
of the statute
court
of limitations
requires
for criminal courts.
Okay, so
the evidence more likely than not.
Okay, and hey, I'm all for it, man. He was guilty in a criminal court. The juries found him guilty of a lesser charge of grape. So
it was in a civil court, and it was the only reason it was sexual abuse rather than grape is because the penal law, specifically in New York at the time, indicated that like literally penetration of a female member against their will wouldn't be considered grape unless it was by the use of a male member, which I think we all disagree with. Like someone using their fingers, that could be considered grape.
So let me ask this: O.J. Simpson guilty of murder or not?
I think that I would typically accept civil cases. So
Okay,
unless
so
that
the
special
criminal
reason indicate
case
otherwise.
was. So the criminal case, he was not guilty, but the civil case, he was
him?
guilty.
I would accept a civil case. Would you accept a civil case?
On O.J. Simpson's case,
Yeah.
absolutely not, because the criminal case said he was not guilty, and we have a justice system.
Okay,
for
so
a
do you
reason.
accept his felonies?
Whose?
Do you accept Donald Trump's felonies because they were
I
in
do.
criminal court?
I do, but
Okay,
also
so do you
what
think a felon should
prohibits?
be able to run for president?
Yes, I do, because what is the law that states they cannot? Because there's no law that says. Now this is a dumb
Just
law.
because there is no law or whatnot, it doesn't mean they should or shouldn't. I'm just asking, should they?
There's no law that says he can't. So I'm going to side with the dude can run for president. There's no law unless he's convicted of an insurrection, which prohibits under Article 14 or something like that. Because there's Congress people, Democratic one out of Chicago that was a congressperson, and he was a convicted felon, convicted of drugs actually, and he was a sitting U.S. congressperson. Now, does it make sense that Jim Crow laws are still in effect that says you can't vote if you're a convicted felon, but you can run for Congress and make laws that people have to vote for?
No. My point is that Republicans typically say that felons shouldn't be able to have access to these things, particularly, right? So if you don't think that felons should be able to have access to these things, well, then obviously you would say it should be the case that felons shouldn't be able to run for president. But I wouldn't typically use the felony part. I would typically use the violent offender aspect. Like if someone is a violent offender, I don't think they should be able to get access to a gun. Similarly, if they shouldn't be able to get access to a gun, they shouldn't be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes.
Okay, and how does the nuclear code actually work, though? I'm just curious. Do you know? Have you ever seen the nuclear codes in person? Have you seen the briefcase?
No, I haven't seen the nuclear codes.
Okay.
But, like again, the point I'm making is that we don't want them to have authorization over things like that. If it is the case that we think that they shouldn't be able to get access to a gun.
But he doesn't have authorization with the nuclear codes.
He does.
There's like seven steps in the nuclear code process.
The president has authorization.
No, he does not. He
Yes, he
has
does.
part
Yes,
of
he
an
does.
authorization. He has part of an authorization.
Yeah, so
He has part.
others would have to carry out the order, but he has the authorization.
Sorry, bud. I worked in the White House. I'm just telling you facts, man. So now this is what I will say.
I don't care that you worked in the White House. You can I can show you a source.
Please do tell me how the nuclear launch codes work. I would love to hear the firsthand source.
No, I'm just saying he has authorization. I'm not telling you how it works. I'm telling you he has authorization.
Yeah, every president does, but there's also
So you just agree that he has authorization? Okay.
He has part of an access code, not the whole complete code. He has to access a briefcase. It also has to go through I can't talk more about this, but it goes through several
What
other
are you,
steps
like
in
Secret
process.
Service or something, bro?
Hey, so I will say, as a Republican, I did vote for Biden because I worked for him, and he was an honest dude. Knew everybody's names, knew your kids' names. He was a solid guy. I can tell you, Vice President Harris has thrown coffee on people. A lot of her campaign has quit because he's a toxic individual. I can tell you, Miss Clinton threw coffee on folks. Also, another counterproductive person. I mean, it is what it is. We're going to agree to disagree. I don't think his felonies.
Yeah, so again, I can show you multiple sources right now that they have the ability to engage in nuclear authorization. Like, for example, I'm pretty sure it was Truman. Truman gave authorization for the nuclear bombs, right? Do you believe that?
So, do you think the president can go into the bathroom in the Oval Office and launch nuclear weapons by himself?
I think obviously there are people that show it to him, but he's going to be able to. Yes, he's going to have authorization. to do that.
You're wrong. It doesn't work like that, man. It doesn't.
You understand that obviously they're the ones that click it given the circumstance, but it's going to be like given to them by another person, like that works for them.
It's in multiple different locations. It is around the president, but it's in different people's hands.
Jamie, think of the $5. Thank you so much. Yeah, but they're literally employed by the president, and obviously
no, they're not.
Like,
they're
he's still the one that
employed.
gives the authorization.
No, they're not. They're actually employed by the Department of Defense, and they're usually military uniform personnel that are apolitical, by the way. So they don't have political affiliation. And they're not authorized to follow an order that's illegal, immoral, unethical.
Okay, wait, so then why did they do so in World War II?
World War II, different laws, different sauce.
Okay.
Why was there only 28 general officers in World War II compared to now? Why were soldiers getting away with war crimes in World War II?
Wait, people are getting away with war crimes today, and I don't think that should happen. But
people are not getting away with war crimes today. Who?
Netanyahu.
Do we not have an agreement with Israel? I think we have like 3 different agreements with Israel, 52, 82, 81 or something like that.
That doesn't change whether or not they're committing war crimes.
But you're going to go back to, we signed the Budapest Agreement. That's our agreement to help
We
Ukraine.
literally did sign the Budapest Memorandum.
We did, along with Russia, along with part of China, along with UK. And the Budapest Agreement said what? Pretty much a bad deal because
part of it said that if we sign this, if it is the case that they give up their nuclear weapons, it is our turn to defend them. So they gave up their nuclear weapons. Now it's our turn to defend them.
As a group agreement. And we signed an agreement with Israel too. So if they're attacked, why are we not defending them?
Wait, what agreement did we sign with Israel?
There was one in 52, I think 82.
Which one?
They're one of our longest standing allies. I can't think of it off the top of my head.
What is the obligation? Also, not only even if there was, I don't think that we have to uphold the obligations if they're committing war crimes. We don't have that evidence specifically to believe here with like Ukraine.
Ukraine's all a dog and pony show, man. It's all a dog and pony show.
Okay,
I've operated in Ukraine. It just is what it is. But I'm not opposed. Hey, we went into Iraq, right? For what reasons? There was weapons of mass destruction. Syria's got most of the chemical weapons that Iraq had.
Weren't the claims of weapons of mass destruction lies?
Absolutely not.
Thank you so much.
Nope. They were
Weren't they-
found.
they
They
were-
just weren't found in a large scale as portrayed in the media.
Yeah,
wanna
so
know
then that was
why?
a lie, right?
So no, it was not.
So it
because
was a-
Saddam Hussein knew
Wait,
America was going
Can
to
you give me?
invade.
Can you give me a source?
My eyes watching chemical weapons roll out of Iraq and Syria. I don't know.
Your eyes is not a source.
Well, it's what I saw. Just saying.
Respectfully, though, your eyes is not a source.
I can show you photos.
Okay, that's not going to be all of the things that happened at that time. You showing me 1 or 2 photos, bro.
I'd love to meet you in person and show you everything I got. I would love that day. But
okay,
I'm not gonna, like I said, I'm not arguing. I'm just, at the end of the day, there's no law preventing the guy from running for president with 25 million felonies. There's no law preventing Vice President Harris from running for office with 25 million felonies. So that argument really
I'm
doesn't.
not saying there's
play in
any
effect.
law. Just because there's a law or not does not mean it should or shouldn't be the case.
Civil conviction versus criminal conviction is completely
So do you
different.
accept the civil determination?
No, I don't.
So if you don't accept
Because the
civil
burden of proof is different in a civil
Okay.
conviction than
So
it is for
I have a
criminal.
question. Would you vote for someone who's more likely than not sexually abused a woman?
Depends on who they're running against. And in this case, yeah, I probably would.
Oh, okay. So you would vote for someone who's more likely than not sexually abused a woman. Would you vote
But
for
I also
someone?
wasn't-
Would you
I
vote for
wasn't in
someone?
his-
Would you vote for someone who's more likely than not sexually abused a child?
Would you follow the president right now
Can
with
you answer the question?
a Parkinson's?
Would you more
doctor's
likely the
visit
neurological
for
report indicated
9
you didn't
times
have
to the
that?
White House?
Can you answer my question?
What's
Would
that?
you vote for someone who's more likely than not sexually abused a child?
Abuse a child? Absolutely not.
Okay,
But
so why would you
but-
vote for someone who's more likely than not sexually abused a woman, but not someone who's more likely than not sexually abused a child?
Civil court is completely different than criminal court. If he's convicted on criminal court,
Can you answer my
then
question?
he's convicted.
Why would you vote for someone who's more likely than not sexually abused a child, but not someone who's more likely than not sexually abused a woman?
I just see a difference there, man. I just do. Somebody
what's
raping
the
my
difference?
wife versus raping my kid.
I think
completely
in
different
both
to me.
scenarios you would say you shouldn't vote for them, right?
I'm not going to say that because I didn't sit on his trial, so I don't know.
Wait, I have a
what was said.
question. So if someone more likely than not sexually abused your wife, would you still vote for them?
So let's go back to your science and chip.
Can you answer my
accurate-
question?
Let's move on.
I don't
You got
know.
me.
No,
You got
answer
me.
my question.
So
if
Kamala
someone more
Harris-
likely than not sexually abused your wife, would you vote for him? Cynthia, thank you for the
If there's-
$15
if
on
there's
Cash
no-
App. Thank you so much, Cynthia.
If there's no law preventing the guy from running or woman from running, yeah, I don't see why not if they're so called the best candidate. Just
How
is
could
what
they
it
be
is,
the
man.
best candidate if they assaulted your wife?
But you're using a fallacy to say,
Dude, how could he be the best candidate if he assaulted your wife?
That's a different
That's
argument.
so insane. To say that is insane, bro.
It is insane, but it's also insane to say, would you vote for this person if they raped your wife or raped your wife versus voting for this person? I don't know if he raped her because the jurors didn't find him.
Again, we
guilty
said
of
more
rape.
likely than not. Appreciate the super. Thank you so much.
So the jurors did not agree with it. Now the judge had a different.
I know
opinion
the jurors
afterward.
did. The jury indicated unanimously that he sexually abused her.
It was not unanimously.
It was unanimously for sexual abuse. It was,
but not grape.
Grape, as defined by New York penal law at that time, which means that like a male member had to go into a female member, and she couldn't tell whether or not it was a male member, his fingers, or both.
So, do you consider me putting my hand on somebody's knee as sexual assault?
No, we're talking forceful penetration against her will.
Okay, but I'm saying, would you consider me putting my hand?
We're talking forceful penetration against her will.
Answer my question. There's people.
We're talking forceful penetration against her will.
Civil case, man. But going back,
that's not a response to what I just said. Whether or not it's a civil case doesn't change anything there. Right. So again, you're saying more likely than not, someone sexually abused someone. You're saying you would still vote for them?
If convicted in a criminal court, no.
If held legally responsible for a civil court.
Court is not a criminal court.
I understand it's not a criminal court, but based upon preponderance of evidence, which is the standard in the context of a civil court, more likely than not, I believe you would still say this. Again, would you vote for someone? Would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually abused? Would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually abused a woman?
Okay, let me ask you this: should O.J. Simpson be allowed to have a gun?
I'm not going to sit here over and over again
because it's the same argument, man.
But anyway, say it again. Go for it. What were you saying?
Would O.J. Simpson? Are you okay with him having a gun when he was found not guilty for murder on the criminal side, but guilty?
I don't think anyone that has committed a violent offense should be able to get access to a gun. Right? So if you've been held legally responsible in a civil court for it, well then yeah, I do believe that you shouldn't be able to get access to a gun.
Burden of proof is a lot less than civilian.
So would you like to engage with my point here?
I would like to move on to.
Would you like to engage with my point here? Would you vote for someone? I'm going to mute you if you don't listen. Listen, man. Holy shit, listen. Would you vote for someone who's more likely than not raped a woman?
Would I vote? Criminally, no.
Stop saying criminally. I'm saying more likely than not.
There's a difference, man.
Dude, I understand, and that's why I'm specifically saying the terminology.
No, I would not vote for
listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth, please. Do I need to mute you for you to fucking listen?
Please don't talk to me like that. You don't know me, man.
Don't talk to you like what? I'll talk to you however I want to talk to you.
Okay. Would I vote for someone with a criminal conviction of any type of essay? No, I wouldn't.
I'm not referencing criminal. I'm saying more likely than not. Okay, if someone is more likely than not raped a woman, would you vote for them?
If the evidence that I saw at hand said they did, that means I'm sitting on the trial. I can make an argument for or against the person. If they did, no, I would not. But I was not on his trial.
Listen,
I don't see the facts.
So again, if it were the case that it's more likely than not that they raped a woman, you wouldn't vote for them?
No, I would not.
Okay, so in this jury, right, 9 people indicated it was more likely than not that he sexually abused E. Jean Carroll, raped under our definition because it was forceful penetration against her will. Now, do you believe that it is the case that you wouldn't vote for him now, knowing that more likely than not he did this?
I can't honestly answer that question because I did not see all the evidence at hand during the court trial. And
you wouldn't say that for you would not say that for other civil court cases, and you did not say that for other scenarios. Earlier you said if it was the case that it's more likely than not that he sexually abused this person or raped this person, you wouldn't vote for them. I gave you a particular scenario where it's more likely than not that this is the case, and you didn't accept it. That's called confirmation bias. You hear that it's applicable to Donald Trump, you don't accept it then. But in other scenarios, if it were applicable to anyone else, you would accept it.
I'm not voting for Donald Trump based on convictions on the felon side because there's no law preventing it. So
I'm not even referencing the felonies. I was referencing the sexual abuse. The rape.
Civil court versus criminal court. There's a difference.
Shit, what's the difference? Tell me.
Burden of proof is a lot less.
What's the difference in burden of proof?
Oh my God. The same difference why OJ was guilty on the civil side.
No. Tell me what's the difference
on criminal side.
What's the difference in burden of proof? What's the name of the standard of evidence for civil courts and the name of the standard of evidence for criminal courts?
I don't know, man. You got me. Let's move on.
I appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. So it's preponderance of evidence for civil courts, and it's beyond a reasonable doubt for criminal courts. I already explained preponderance of evidence is more likely than not. We were talking about that earlier. Appreciate the little crowd. Thank you so much. You just didn't know what I was referencing because you're trying to say that civil courts don't have a high enough standard of proof, yet I was using the exact standard of proof of the civil court. The civil court literally determined that it's more likely than not that he sexually abused E. Jean Carroll. Now, do you want to vote for someone who's more likely than not a sexual abuser?
Hey, I'll give some donations to Parker here. He's a pretty smart guy. Come on, let's give some love to him. Let's give him up. Donate to the PAC or whatever y'all call it. I have no idea. I don't think he worked for a PAC, but that's just me personally. No, this is my first live, man. I appreciate it. It's been lovely. I think you got some valid points. I do.
Okay.
Not saying I'm, but to go back to Vice President Harris's voting record, the tiebreakers, most of those were for confirmation. So it really doesn't count, man.
It was the most in the last 200 years.
It was more than Calhoun.
So one of the most influential vice presidents ever.
Yeah, but
yo, Donna, thank you so much for the $5
for anything. Should we promote this guy to general officer? Well, let's tie break the vote. We'll vote that person as an officer in the military. Yeah, that's a real productive vote.
Yeah, it is, because specifically it was on the nomination of Ketanji Brown Jackson, the first black woman on the Supreme Court. It was specifically for the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever.
Which also has really bad environmental consequences.
No, that actually has beneficial environmental consequences as it relates to the context of fighting human-caused climate change. So the fact that you said that is ridiculous. Trump literally believes that human-caused climate change is not happening. He believes that it's going to start cooling the Earth. Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. And that science just doesn't know it yet.
Well, do I believe humans cause climate change? To a degree, yes, I do. But I also know the Earth goes through its heating and cooling period. So there's that natural aspect to it as well. You know, Earth tilts on its axis, yada this, yada that. But moon's pushing further away.
So do you accept that 97% of climate scientists that indicate that human-caused climate change is caused by humans again? You do? If you do, then you deny Trump and you believe that he's denying science, undermining our American democracy. So he's emboldening conspiracy theory. He's getting in touch with RFK, specifically talking about how vaccines are like bad somehow. That specifically is, again, straight misinformation and conspiracy theory. Right, so why do you want to vote for a candidate that bases his ideology on conspiracies?
Oh, science, 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 science. The same science that says evolution is a fact of life, but yet we've tried
Oh my God, you don't believe in evolution?
No, I don't. We've tried to recreate it in labs.
Are you a creationist?
I'm kind of torn to everything's kind of.
Are you a creationist?
Personally. Yeah, I think I probably would.
If you're, how old is the Earth?
A couple billion years old.
Okay, so that's science.
Well, to a degree.
Okay, so no, that's literally science. Brianna, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. So you got that from science.
Carbon dating is flawed.
Yeah, I'm not specifically referencing radiocarbon dating. What the hell are you talking about? So what you're not acknowledging is that you accept science there, but you don't accept it in other scenarios. That sounds like a little bit hypocritical to me.
I like to weigh all my options.
Okay, all right. Well, you don't have any evidence. Have a good day, bruv. Denies fucking evolution, but accepts modern science. Like, what an intelligent take. Everyone, tap that screen. Let's get to 250,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hail in Omaha.
Hello?
Hey, man.
Are you voting Trump?
No, I just wanted to tell you good job, brother. You're doing a good job.
I really appreciate you, Daryl. WU, yo, thank you so much. I appreciate you. It means a lot. It means a lot. Let's get this next individual up. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual up here real quick. All right. All right, give it 1 minute, everyone. Keep tapping that screen. Let's run it up, everyone. It was a better move to restart. It just takes a second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what up? 23.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Are you driving?
Yeah.
Yep, they got MAGA Mobile too. So let's get on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Purely because of his economic policies, as well as better foreign policy than what I've seen under Biden and potentially over Kamala Harris.
Okay, so can you name me one economic policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people? Phil, thank you for the money gun.
for one, inflation was overall down significantly. I don't
That's
have
not a
the exact
policy.
names of policies with me, but I just
So
know.
inflation. Wait. So how did inflation get caused to be higher, specifically from the Biden-Harris administration?
Well, under their administration, for example, in 2021, I actually recently looked this up. Inflation went up to 8%, I believe, from a graph that I saw. I don't think that's exactly.
Yes.
but
So again, that doesn't mean it's caused specifically by the Biden-Harris administration. So what did they do that caused that?
well, overall, get into their sitting position. Hold on.
Melissa, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Say that
under-
again.
Sorry, under their administration, right? Their policy, the policy that they enacted, which was a lot of what was it again? A lot of more forgiveness of, but also what was it? I believe they had higher taxes for certain groups of people. Again, I might be wrong on some of this stuff. Correct me if I am wrong, because I am trying to learn as well. But overall, many of those caused inflation to go up.
What specifically did? Say it again.
Multiple of the economic policies, I don't have the exact names of them.
Yeah,
or-
which economic policies? Because
I just said I don't have the
I'll just
exact
ask you this
names.
question: how did they cause inflation?
Cause inflation. They're the economic policies, as I said, I don't have the name of currently. But multiple of them is cause it to go up to around 8% or whatever. While under Trump, it was down to, I believe it was 1 point something percent.
I'm not asking you what the inflation was. I'm asking you how did the economic policies cause inflation?
Is overall worsen the economic strength of the U.S. dollar bill, and it would cause them have to print more money, which increased inflation.
Dude, can you tell me how it increased inflation? Thank you for the hand arts.
Fully, there we go. That I don't fully know, but I do know that
Okay, so you have no clue how it caused inflation.
I
Right,
don't.
So then
know
why
how
do
it
you
exactly caused. But yeah, I don't know exactly how it caused, but it has still happened.
I have a degree in economics. Ms. Sharp, I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. All right, and it wasn't because of the spending policies of Biden's administration, because there were actually greater amounts of spending policies as it relates to debt-related spending under Trump's administration comparative to Biden's administration, even if we were to take into account non-COVID related spending. Fern, thank you for the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Fern. I really appreciate that. Can we get some W's for Fern in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Fern. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Fern. At least 200 W Ferns in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
Yeah, well, I don't have a degree in economics, so that part of me I am not fully informed in. But what I do know is that the overall economy under Trump was better than what it has been under Biden. And Kamala Harris has said I searched it up recently as well, she said that she will continue what Biden was doing, which has overall been worse for the nation.
No. Fastball, you have no clue what you're referencing. You're saying it's worse for inflation, but you have no evidence of that. There was inflation globally. There was inflation in Europe, in South America, in Africa, in Asia, all around the world. So why was there global inflation if it was specifically a spending policy that caused it?
I'm not denying that there was global inflation. That did happen, yes.
So why did the global inflation occur?
A good amount of it in many countries was due to COVID, yes. Which is part of the reason why U.S. inflation went up, but also the fact that it wasn't dealt properly with under the Biden administration.
You're saying it wasn't dealt properly with, so what was the proper way of dealing with it?
I don't have a degree in economics, so I don't know how to do that, but we are still currently
Madeline, thank you so much for the $10 for voting
Trump,
for Kamala Harris. Thank you.
We're still significantly above currently what Trump's was before Biden took office with inflation rate.
Yeah, okay. I don't know what that point is, though. Just because inflation is up doesn't mean it's caused by him. There was 14.8% unemployment under Trump's administration. Does that mean it was caused by Trump? Thank you for the sunglasses. Thank you.
to a degree, there is some part of the government that caused what it was.
So
I'm not
did
saying
Trump
all-
cause the 14.8% unemployment under his administration, the most since the Great Depression? Thank you for the money gun. Thank you so much, Emily.
Yeah, to a degree, that was partly his fault. But I'm also saying, to a degree, Biden was also at fault for the inflation. That's what it was. I'm not saying
Okay,
it's
so
completely the
they're
government's fault.
responsible to a degree. Okay, I'll ask you this question because apparently you didn't see that one. There is an increase in the rate of ice cream consumption during the summer and an increase in the rate of violent crime. Does that mean that eating ice cream causes violent crime?
No.
Okay, so just because two things are associated with each other does not mean one caused the other. So just because Biden is in the administration, just because Kamala Harris is vice president, why does that mean that they caused inflation? Fern, thank you so much for the You're Amazing. Thank you so much. And Devin, thank you so much for the $47 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Devin in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the 47 for 47th president.
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
Oh shit, I think I lost myself.
Oh.
I'm sorry. Do you
It's
remember
okay.
what I was kind of in reference to? I had it. I apologize.
It was something. What was it?
Oh, ice cream. So
Oh yeah.
we were talking about just because one thing is associated with the other doesn't mean one caused the other. So
Yes.
Just because there's an increase in ice cream consumption doesn't mean that it was caused by, or it just doesn't mean violent crime is caused by the increase in ice cream consumption. Say there's an administration, Biden administration, Harris administration, that doesn't mean that it's specifically caused by them just because something bad happens under their administration. Like, for example, do you think Woodrow Wilson was responsible for World War I?
No, I do not.
But it happened under his administration.
What I'm trying to say, I might be saying this not in a very well way, but what I'm trying to say is when something bad like that happens, it's up to the administration to try to help it and to prevent it from going further down the drain, for example, which wasn't fully done under the Biden administration. High inflation happened, went up to, I believe, like I said earlier, 8% or something, and wasn't fully dealt with that well until later
Inflation
on.
is dealt with by specifically the Federal Reserve, and also we have the fastest recovery from inflation in the G7.
Yeah.
I hope you know that.
Oh yeah, I
Literally the lowest
I do
inflation in the
agree with
G7
that.
right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so. All right, look at that. Woo. All right, well, is there anything else you want to talk? Or actually, I'll ask you this question. Would you vote for someone who's more likely than not sexually abused a woman?
Oh, actually, I'm actually glad you brought this up. Can I, without you interrupting me, because you interrupted the last guy a few times, explain my thought?
Go ahead.
So, my thought is, if someone's running for office and that's all they've done, they're not saying they're going to do anything, and that's the only thing they have done, I won't vote for them. But if they have, let's say, for example, stuff that'll better the nation as a whole. If, for example, the nation will be significantly better under them, I will vote for them. I won't vote for under how they are as a, what is it? Wouldn't vote for how they
So you would vote for someone who's more likely than not sexually abused a woman?
I would do that if they're going to benefit the nation better, because it wouldn't be based off of.
Would you vote for
just
someone
what
who's
they
more
do in their
likely than
personal
not
life.
sexually abuse a child?
That I just went straight to vote for. That is just wrong. What I'm trying to
Is
say.
it not wrong to sexually abuse a woman?
No. Hold on. Let me. Hold on. What I'm trying to say is, I focus more on what they would do for the nation than what they do otherwise.
So
Like, if
would you
let's-
vote for someone who's more likely than not sexually abused a child?
No.
Okay. So why would you vote for someone who's more likely than not sexually abused a woman, but not someone who more likely than not sexually abused a child?
I didn't say that they wouldn't. I did not say that I would vote for them. If I said that I would not vote for them if it's like the main thing about them. If that makes sense.
Yeah. So if Trump was more likely than not sexually abused a child, would you vote for him?
I'm having a hard way of responding to this. Hold on. Sorry. Damn, that's a hard question. I wouldn't vote based off of, let me answer your first thing first. I would not. Let me answer that first. I would not do that.
So why would you vote for someone who's more likely than not sexually abused a woman, but you wouldn't vote for someone who's more likely than not sexually abused a child?
Let me rephrase because I think I misinterpreted the first way around. I would not either way.
Okay, so you wouldn't vote for someone who more likely than not sexually abused a woman?
I would not.
Okay, so Donald Trump is more likely than not sexually abused a woman. He was held legally responsible for sexual abuse by unanimous decision by a jury based upon preponderance of evidence, which means more likely than not. So he more likely than not sexually abused E. Jean Carroll. So you're not going to vote for him, right?
I was not actually never saw that before.
Yeah, you should look up Trump liable essay.
Okay.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's get the next person up here. Thank you for the sunglasses. Thank you so much, Bill. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Just looking for some debates. All right, let me get the next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Howdy, I'm 33 years old, brother.
Are you voting Trump?
I was going to vote for Biden, but now I'm voting for Trump, yes.
Why so?
Well, I won't vote for a Shibu nigger, that's why, brother. Absolutely not voting for it.
You're fucking gross as fuck. Like, actually gross as fuck. So gross. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Are you voting Trump?
I am indeed.
Why so?
Based on foreign policy.
What foreign policy?
His foreign policy towards NATO. All right, he's the only person that's got the European countries to pay their fair share in recent history. So I'm behind that. I'm behind pulling out of Syria.
So are you behind him specifically saying that he wouldn't defend NATO countries in which didn't meet the 2% GDP military expenditure from Russia invading them?
Absolutely, I am. That's
So
the only way we can get that. That's the only way we. That's the only way we can. It doesn't give the green light.
It does.
For Putin. Putin does not want to invade Europe.
Yes,
you know nothing about.
He absolutely does. He's invaded Ukraine, is he not?
He has invaded 4 parts of Russian-speaking and ethnically Russian.
Oh, okay. So then would you
parts of
say
Ukraine.
so then you would say if someone speaks the same language as you, it's justified for you to take the land. So because the British colonies, a lot of them spoke English, was it justified for Britain to like take the colonies back?
We're not talking about.
No,
talking
just
about
answer
Britain
the answer.
and colonies right now.
Lars, answer the question, Lars. Was it justified? Was it justified for Britain to take them back?
Yeah, but the grounds for the invasion in 2022
They spoke
was
English.
not. Was
They
that
speak
no?
English.
Shh, just don't interrupt. The grounds for invasion in 2022 were not because of language and just ethnicity.
Wait, you just said it was because of
this
language.
is because there was a Western-backed coup to put Zelensky in, right, when they had a democratically elected president before that.
Oh,
Right?
okay. Wait, so are you saying there wasn't a democratic election for Zelensky?
No, there was
Okay.
there. I mean, you look at Maidan in
can you give me a
2014.
source?
That was Maidan 2014. The coup that was funded by the U.S. That's pretty well known.
You said that there was no vote for Zelensky, right?
All right, but why are we talking about that? We're having a Kamala Harris Trump.
You said, do you want to bet on that?
Chat here.
You brought it up.
No, I said, why are we talking about that?
Sir,
I
you
feel
brought
like
it
we're
up.
going down a rabbit. Why are you? What is your?
Sir, you literally brought it up.
Kamala Harris.
There was a
Why are you
2019
voting for
presidential
Harris?
election, just letting you know.
Okay. What is your reason for voting Harris? I'd like to know.
She has
I'd
not
like to
been
know
held
that.
legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. She doesn't have 34 felonies. She didn't undermine the American democracy for the past few years with no sufficient evidence to indicate that she won.
I'm just
She didn't-
waiting. I'm just okay. Identity policies. Identity
Those
policies.
aren't. None of that had
What
to,
is like
had
a
to do
real
with identity
platform?
politics.
What is
Here,
what is
I'll
like what
reference
is
identity
what,
politics. Trump's a racist. He's a misogynist. He's been restricting women's access to abortion by putting multiple Supreme Court justices in office with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade.
It's how are you gonna have civil rights go to the states and not have women's rights go to the
I don't
states?
think
It
civil rights.
makes absolute sense.
I don't think civil rights or women's rights should be up to the states. I think it should be federally protected. Do you think women's rights should be up to the states? Lorena, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you.
Absolutely. I mean, I think abortion should be up to the states.
So I have a question. Why should it be up to the states?
Because that was the basis of the founding of this country was the power of states over the power of the federal government.
No, that was the Articles of Confederation.
That's the founding of this country is not some supreme
That was
federal
not the
state
Constitution.
over everything else.
That was not the Constitution.
You think the people setting up this country or the people that created the Constitution would want it to be a federal matter?
No,
Would want
they
the federal government
specifically
having
wanted a
say-
strong federal government because with the Articles of Confederation, it quite literally failed.
We're talking about the rebellion, the rebellion that caused the Articles of Confederation to fail.
Yeah, so quite literally, like that's what the Constitution was. So if you're going to reference particularly what the government wanted, well, I think that there's like in the past, I don't think that's going to be a good standard. But even if you did, it would say that there's a strong federal.
I didn't hear what you say there. What did you say?
If you want to reference the founding fathers, there'd be a strong federal government with the Constitution.
I don't know. I think it still should be up to the states on that one.
Okay, why should it be left up to the states?
I mean, I think most matters should be left up to the states. I think that the federal
do you
government
think
should
women's
have
right to
the
vote should
least
be left up to the
say.
states?
That's so you're jumping from.
No, I'm
now you're
asking
jumping
you,
to
do you think women's right to vote
suffrage.
should be left up to the states?
Obviously, universal suffrage should be. That's not a question, and it was up to the states, and slowly but surely every
No,
state
but I'm
adopted
asking
it
you the
until
question.
Every
Do
state.
you think it should be left up to the states? Devin, thank you for the $30. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Devin. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
And if it were up to the states, would there be a state that would say no, women can't have the right to vote? Be realistic.
It could happen. It absolutely could happen, especially with the rise of Christian nationalism.
I think you're funny.
I'm not trying to be
I think you're
funny.
funny
I'm
if you
being serious.
seriously believe one out of the 50 states would vote to take away the right to vote for women. That's
Did you know Alabama
That's
only
ridiculous.
changed their Did you know Alabama only changed their laws on interracial marriage in 2002?
So now we're talking about marriage.
That's when I was born.
Okay.
So like, yeah, they're restricting women's access to abortion right now. They're restricting women's rights. Yeah. It absolutely could happen. They're restricting access to contraceptives. Yeah, it absolutely could happen. They're
If the people-
they're getting
if the
abort.
people
They're
of the
getting they're
state
getting
vote,
they're
if the
getting
people of that
they're
state
making it
vote-
illegal for people who are raped to be able to get access to
For some
abortions.
No, obviously that's something that should be. That's obviously something that should be universal. The access to that after that.
Appreciate the paper crane. Thank you so much. Okay, so why should that be universal, but it shouldn't be universal access as it relates to the
I
context
mean, I think
of
there should be.
abortion?
I think there should be. I think there should be clear. I think there should be. If it's up to the Fed, then it should be clear boundaries on where it is, and not some gray area. And you know,
What gray area are you referencing?
there's the terms where it is, like what term they can have it up to, what the
like
context of the. I mean, if it's
Do you think
obviously
women
the
should be able
context
to
of
have
how the-
access to elective abortions in the first trimester?
I think so.
Okay. All right. All right, so you're pro-choice.
I think so.
you
And
don't
I
want-
think Trump has also come out and said that he is.
access. So Trump is restricting women's rights,
he's not
and you're okay with
restricting.
it? He is. He
What?
put multiple
He's
Supreme
not-
Court justices. He put multiple Supreme Court justices in office with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade. He takes credit for it.
He put right-leaning judges on the Supreme Court, just as Biden put left-leaning judges on the Supreme Court, not just for one reason, but
No,
for a
he literally
multitude of
said
reasons to
because
fulfill
they're
their goals.
pro-life. He said, "I want to do it because they're pro-life," and then after, recently, he just
Where
took
did,
credit
where did he
for
say
it.
that? Where did he say? I would like to. Yeah, I'd like for a quote.
I got you.
Also,
This is widely
Trump has come out
known,
and said.
but I got
Trump
you.
has come out and said he has been pro-choice as well.
He's been pro-choice.
Let me see.
From a legal standpoint, the states will determine by vote or legislation or perhaps both.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I gotta swipe out of that.
And whatever they decide must be the law of the land. In this case, the law of the state. The remark.
Hold up.
Are you supportive of a deportation program?
I don't know what you mean by deportation.
A clear program to attempt to remove some of the millions of people that have come in illegally over the last 4 years.
I'm okay with deporting people who are here committing violent crimes. Okay, here, I'm gonna pull it up.
You think only people who commit violent crimes should be?
From a legal standpoint, the states will determine by vote or legislation or perhaps both. And whatever they decide must be the law of the land. In this case, the law.
Yeah, the states will vote. The people, the people
I'm
of that
sorry,
state,
there's been
the people
plenty
of
times
that state should have.
I'm
the
only
people of
getting
the state
things
should
from
have
CBS
the
News.
say
Give me a
of how
second.
things work in their state. I feel like that's.
Okay, give me 1 second. I needed to get like specifically. I appreciate.
So do you
thank you for the $5?
Do you explicitly support Kamala, or are you just like a default? Are you just defaulting
Can
her?
you like be quiet for a second?
I don't want to hear your TikTok clips.
I'm not playing a TikTok
Nobody
clip.
want
Hey,
Nobody-
shut up and listen to the clip.
Well, who do you think you are?
The person who's gonna mute you?
To overturn Roe v. Wade, which includes, in fact, states a woman's right to abortion.
Well, if that would happen, because I am pro-life and I will be appointing pro-life judges, I would think that that will go back to the individual states.
But I'm asking you specifically, would you
If
like
they
to...
overturned it, it'll go back to the states.
But what I'm asking you, sir, is do you want to see the court overturn? You just said you want to see the court protect the Second Amendment. Do you want to see the court overturn Roe
Well,
v.
if
Wade?
we put another 2 or perhaps 3 justices on, that's really what's going to be, will happen. And that'll happen automatically in my opinion, because I am putting pro-life justices on the court. I will say this, it will go back to the states, and the states will then make a determination.
Okay, if that's not clear to you, you're respectfully there's something wrong.
No, it's clear to me, and I absolutely agree with that. It should be left up to the states.
Why
The people
should
of
it be
that
left
state
up to
should
the
have
states?
Because the people of that state should have the say of how things are operated in that
No,
state.
you just restated that claim. I understand you keep saying they should have the right to determine what happens in that state. Why should it be left up to the states rather than the federal government?
Just the same as in California, you can buy as much weed as you want, and 2 states over in Idaho
can't
or
say that.
Montana, you can go to
Fuck,
prison.
dude. I don't know why he fucking said that. I wanted to address that so bad. So he's going to say it's more representative of the people. Well, if you take it back down to the individual, it's the most representative of the people. You can't say that on the live, though. Let's get the next person up here. Do tap that screen. Let's run it up to 500,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Devin, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Devin. Can we get some more W's for Devin in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
Oh, 30.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Well, why are you voting for Harris?
because she hasn't been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. She doesn't have 34 felonies. She didn't undermine our American democracy for the past few years. She's not restricting women's access to abortion. She's protecting Roe versus Wade.
How is she? So, question with Roe versus Wade: if she's protecting it now, or she's gonna protect it, why can't she do anything about it now? Why haven't her and Joe Biden put it back into effect, Roe versus Wade? Why do we have to wait till 2025 for that?
Yeah, because it's particularly going to be the Congress that deals with it. So it's Congress, not the president.
Okay. So then so if you're running for political office, as she is, you shouldn't be saying I can change it because she can't. Congress people.
No. She advocates for it and gets Congress to be able to do it.
I know, but
she
Congress,
has for 4 years. She's going to be able to do it. Given
so I know how it works. What I'm saying is, we have Congress people in every state, so she shouldn't be saying because not every Congress person in every state agrees with her.
I
right?
know, but like again, given that she can advocate for it, it's likely to change given another 4 years of a Harris administration. So that's what's the case. Also, she can put people on the Supreme Court who are Democrat leaning if something happens, right? Rather than like if it were to be the other way around and there's like a Republican.
Yeah, but they all there's the previous argument that you said that Trump only put Republican candidates. She would only put Democratic Supreme Court people, right?
Yeah, that's to protect Roe versus Wade.
Well,
to bring it back.
No, I'm saying is, so if it doesn't say Hillary Clinton was in office before Trump was, and 3 Supreme Court justices left, who would she put in there? Would she put 3 Republicans or would she put 3 Democrats?
Obviously, she'd try to put 3 Democrats.
Okay, so and what would be so it's like that argument saying that he was the president at the time. He didn't know that those 3 court justices were going to step down, did he?
So again, they said it's likely. I just played a clip where he said it could be 3.
I know.
Like I literally we just played a clip where he acknowledged that. Yes,
I know, but what I'm saying is he didn't know when he took office that 3 court justices would step down. He didn't get prior in detail that said they were going to step down, right? So.
What? Can you say it again? I don't know what you're trying to say there.
He didn't know that 3 Supreme Court justices in his term period were going to leave office, right?
What are you referencing?
What I'm saying is Trump didn't know. You act like he previously planned, like he knew going into his presidency that he could install or put 3 Supreme Court justices because, I mean, he couldn't. He wouldn't have known that. So he just happened to have that situation arise upon him.
I literally just played a clip. Do you want me to play a clip again?
I know, but I know what you're saying, but you're not.
Second Amendment. Do you want to see the court overturn Roe v. Wade?
Well, if we put another 2 or perhaps
you played the
3
clip
justices
already.
on, that's
We
really
already heard it. I've heard it 3 times.
You just said you want to see the court protect the Second Amendment. Do you want to see the court overturn Roe
Well,
v.
if
Wade?
we put another 2 or perhaps 3 justices on, that's really what's going to be had.
This is from 7 years ago. This is like literally from him doing the debates before him getting elected in 2017.
Yeah, but he didn't know that those 3 Supreme Court justices would step down, right?
He said like 2 to 3 would happen.
Yeah. Okay. So then my question with that, with Roe versus Wade, how come Ruth Bader Ginsburg, which isn't a quote, you can look it up, she was against Roe versus Wade. Why was she against Roe versus Wade?
Yeah. So I don't know whether or not she was against Roe versus Wade. I'm pretty sure she wasn't.
You know, she was. You can Google it. She was one of the only Democratic Supreme Court justices that were against Roe versus Wade because she said it was not for the women. It was created to protect doctors. And you can literally go into her docket and look it up. It literally says that verbatim. So you can use your little Googler thing that you're using to look up things or clips.
No. Give me the title so I can find this.
Okay. Come on, let me grab my other phone real quick.
All right. We can bring up another MAGA. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now and I will bring you up. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now and I'll bring you up.
Sorry about that. Give me 1 second.
All right, I don't really see many MAGAs in the comment section. I'm trying to bring people up. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
33.
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
I am pro-life. I am a creationist. I'm a Christian, conservative from the South. And I just think that we need a leader that the rest of the world fears right now.
Okay, so we need a leader the rest of the world fears. You're telling me they fear Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay, so what evidence do you have to indicate that they specifically fear Donald Trump?
No conclusive evidence, but I did serve 2 tours in OEF in the military, so that was under Obama, and I can tell you under his administration, the war in Afghanistan and Iraq were a joke. And that's from direct experience. I don't need your sources to dictate my own experiences there.
Oh, I don't even know what you mean, my sources, right? What did I just ask for?
You asked for empirical evidence over why Donald Trump would be feared by the rest of the world.
Yeah.
That's what you asked for.
Yeah, and what was that evidence? You just said you just feel like it?
No, I think if you go back, I mean, why did Russia invade Ukraine? Let's talk about that. Why did Russia invade Ukraine?
That's not a response to anything I just said.
But no, why? It sets up the response. Why? Explain it to me.
Okay, so I wouldn't know all of the reasons.
Okay.
Right, but like I can specifically indicate that I think
you understand NATO.
I think that they were trying to use a justification of them encroaching, and specifically the denazification of Ukraine to justify them going in. I think it's for expanding Russia and the and like Russian influence.
Russian influence. So, most people in the Ukraine are Russian, right?
Yeah. So most people in Ukraine being Russian wouldn't justify anything.
No, I'm just saying, just to prove a point in terms of it's an internal conflict that's been going on for over 100 years.
Okay, so wait, I don't know what you're saying there. Like, what was that in response to?
It's just in response to the fact that Putin decided after Trump's presidency to invade what he finds to be his own land, his homeland. And also NATO playing into that piece. The whole agreement there with NATO is they wanted to park nuclear weapons on his back porch in Ukraine. Putin didn't like that. He didn't want that. That's part of the reason.
So did you know that, like,
to control the nuclear aspects and logistics on the backside of, basically what he felt was his homeland.
Did you know that specifically Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia on the border of Russia particularly joined NATO in the early 2000s? So why wasn't there a response from Russia at that particular point, if that was what the cause of
I don't think there was a response because of timing. The rest of the world was dealing with Afghanistan, Iraq, 9/11. You were just barely born, so you didn't actually feel that like the rest of the world. But everyone was very focused on that. There was the petroleum focus. There was shortages of oil, hypothetically speaking. Part of the reason we invaded Afghanistan and Iraq was because of crude oil. As a whole, we wanted more access. We didn't want to use our own. So, you can dig all the freaking information you want back on that. But, back to the whole point of why
what was that responding to?
And what do you mean?
What was that responding to?
It's a general statement. You filibust all the time. I've listened to your life like the last 3 days. So you have a very generic presentation you like to give, and your thoughts are never expanded upon.
I do expand upon thoughts all the time. I was asking you, how was that related to the question I asked, and you didn't specifically give me a response to that.
Let's go back to the main point of Trump being feared. How about that? Let's just stay on topic there. Let's go back to that. So I have no empirical evidence that proves my theory that him being in office does anything other than the fact that it pisses liberals off right now. But I will say liberals tend to think he's a madman, right? So if you think there's a madman in office and your own people are scared of him, why wouldn't the rest of the world fear that? Just throwing
No,
that
so
out as a
people
question.
aren't scared of Donald Trump or Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. People are scared of like the capabilities of the military.
So do you know what
They think that
Donald Trump
mustache.
did for the military when he served? Do you actually know any of his policies and what he actually executed, some of the history that he made when he was in office?
Yeah, but like that's not a response to what I just said. Why do you like not respond to anything I say?
I'm responding to what you say, kid.
How was that a response to what I just said?
Okay, repeat. Go ahead.
No, tell me how it was a response to what I just said.
We've been going back and forth responding the entire time. I don't understand what you have to go back to your main point. Emphasize it, please.
No, I want you to tell me how it was responding to what I said.
What did you say? Because here's the thing. You think you're smart. You have an economics degree.
Nancy, thank you for the $20 on Venmo.
Which,
Thank you so much.
according
Thank you
to
so
Big
much, Nancy.
Economics, you have the 25th most difficult degree, right? So you like to tout your intelligence. Like what level of economics?
No, I'm just saying I have knowledge about this particularly, right?
Okay,
that would
so
be
you
able
have-
to
you
that would
have-
be
so
able
in
to
economics, you
show that
learned-
should I know about this.
You learned all about legality. You went to law school, is what you're telling me, with your 4-year undergrad degree. That's what you're telling me.
Yeah, so again, I'm just telling you that I know specifically about economics insofar as that I can determine what's going on here.
You learned a fraction of what the world actually runs on with your 4-year degree. Where did you get your degree
I think
from?
the dollar. So I can't say that because I don't want to dox myself.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to make a point. I think that you have this idea in your head. And number one, I appreciate, the fact that you're willing to sit here and hear all sides of this. However, the problem is the fact that we're both sitting here having a discussion over who is more evil to run our country. Don't you think there's a little bit of irony in that?
No, that's just a reality. It is the case that it's one person or the other. Obviously, I think that Kamala Harris is a better alternative to Donald Trump. Would you like to give me any reason that Kamala Harris is a worse alternative?
My honest opinion of Kamala is I haven't seen her in the public light enough to really formulate an opinion of her. So, and I'll admit, I lived 8 years ago, I lived in the Pacific Northwest. My wife and I lived there. I actually voted for Biden this last time, mainly to piss off certain family members, but just because at the time I was like, oh, another 4 years of madman behavior. I don't know what that's going to look like. And then Sleepy Joe came. I think if Biden had the cognitive ability of what he did against Trump.
Answer a question. Impossible challenge.
Hello? No, ask me a question.
What was I just referencing?
Ask me a question.
Well, didn't I just ask you a question?
No, you didn't. You said you didn't want to boast about your economics degree from your. That's all you said.
No, it's not.
Okay, then ask your question, man. You want to debate? I'm trying to give you what you want.
Chicken Fetty, thank you. Here, I'll ask you a hyper-specific question, and I'm going to hold you to. I'm going to ask you a hyper-specific question, and I want you to answer to the specific question. Okay?
Okay, go ahead.
Can you name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
I'm not middle class, so no, I can't. I make more than $400,000 a year.
Cutting taxes.
Okay, so
there is.
So the
however,
cutting of taxes, the TCGA, it actually
cutting taxes helps small businesses. Small businesses employ a lot of people. Therefore,
you're saying trickle down economics. So trickle down economics does not have really good evidence supporting it. Actually, if you look at the 1980s when we adopted trickle down.
As somebody who my family.
Can I explain?
Yeah.
Thank you for the confetti. Thank you, Jessica. Since we adopted trickle down economics in the 80s, it is the case that we have not seen wages increase with productivity when prior they did.
It's all right.
Thank you for the confetti. Thank you so much. And for the people spamming that in the comment section, I never said that. I did not know any of that at that time. That's just her being crazy.
So if you want to get into the statistics of it, the 25% lowest paid Americans actually saw a near 5% income boost in 2019 under Trump, just FYI. So, and then that was before the pandemic, obviously, and then low wage workers did still see wage increases.
We've seen real wage increases since 2019. Did you know that?
Yeah, we see it every year, dipshit.
We don't. We didn't. We didn't see that. We didn't see that because of global inflation. Global inflation affecting us here.
What are you talking about? Like
I thought inflation was going down, right? Isn't that the talking point that Democrats always say?
Say that again?
Democrats always say inflation is going down.
Yeah. Inflation has been going down.
Okay, but then you just contradicted yourself because you said prices are up because you're about the taxes.
No,
are
I
up.
said real median wages have gone up, right? Which accounts for inflation.
Okay. Also, I want to get back to when we were talking about abortion with Ruth Bader Ginsburg. She didn't quote it, said this. She believed that it was for doctors' freedom. She goes, it's about doctors' freedom to practice. It wasn't for women's protection. It's about physicians. Ruth Bader Ginsburg addressed the United States criticism in as early as 1984. That was her. She always skeptic because I know they say it's a woman, but it really is to protect doctors. If you go in the law, it's to protect doctors. So, I mean,
what was that in relation to?
When we were talking about abortion.
Yeah, what did I say about abortion that means
you
that
said I asked you if you knew Ruth Bader Ginsburg's. Sorry.
Why is that relevant?
What do you mean?
Why is that relevant?
We were talking about it previously.
Okay, no, I'm asking. No, I'm asking you. Like, we were talking about that when, like literally, like
20 minutes ago.
10 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, but I was waiting.
Okay,
for you.
I don't know why we just went back to that.
Because I was waiting to answer you. You told me to look it up, so that's what I was doing.
Okay, all right.
Okay. All right, Parker, here's the other thing. Like, here's another reason that I'm voting Trump. As a veteran, he did create and execute the Mission Act. That was a huge thing for us veterans. I felt that at the community care level like nobody else. I've lost brothers in arms.
Like the PACT Act?
Yeah, sure. But at the same time, I am on the subject of Donald Trump right now and his administration. He created a White House VA hotline to help veterans, right?
Yeah, I don't dispute that. I like that. I think that's a good thing.
Yeah.
But like, again, there are plenty of other things I think he did as bad. There's a PACT Act with Biden-Harris administration, which is a good thing. If we were talking about veterans, called veterans suckers and losers. That's according to General Milley and General Kelly. That's also the case that he literally said that John McCain isn't a war hero because he got captured.
Yeah, that was also a political, opponent, and just a complete.
John McCain, a political opponent? When was John McCain a political opponent?
Not a direct indirect opponent. He didn't support Donald Trump, so of course he's going to say things like that.
Okay. Donna, thank you for the $13.59. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I don't take that type of stuff personally. I'm not a snowflake in that regard. I don't care. You cannot hurt my feelings. Okay. I've been through enough life. You're 21 years old. You're going to figure it out. Eventually, maybe you're going to get married. You're going to have kids, right? And then things are going to look a little bit different. I think in your early 20s, yeah, be liberal as fuck. But most people start to become conservative the older you get because you actually see the value and importance in family and in keeping the things that you worked and busted your ass for.
Okay, so if you're talking about reduction in taxes, okay, so you're talking about for people who make over $400,000 a year, because it is the case that quite literally the Harris administration is advocating to keep the tax cuts for people who make under $400,000 a year, but increase on taxes for people who make over $400,000 a year to bring back the 2021 child tax credit, right? That reduced child poverty by 50%.
Yep.
So that's a good thing. That's a really good thing.
Yeah, I've heard this spiel already from you tonight.
You can say you've heard the spiel, but that doesn't mean that it's not true.
I'm not disregarding that.
That's her. You're saying that's her plan?
Yeah, that's her. That was the Biden-Harris plan.
I know, but
which
what's
is being
her
extended
plan?
by her? That's it's the same thing.
Okay. Okay, because nobody's seen what her plan was. She hasn't released it.
No, her plan is specifically the extension of the Biden-Harris administration as it relates to like the economy.
Okay.
Well, Parker, what about, the crude oil, right? Like when Donald Trump was in office, we actually surpassed Russia and Saudi Arabia to become the largest producer.
We actually have more producer of oil now than any point in American history or of any country ever.
Yeah, as of now, but we also did it under Trump's leadership. So it doesn't matter if the Biden.
Okay, but the same thing is true right now, and not only is it true right now, but we also have the largest investment in renewable energy ever.
Okay. Yeah, but I can tell you here in Michigan for renewable energy, it has killed jobs. all the big three are laying off jobs, and that's mainly because they went green. They promised jobs. Our governor here promised jobs, tons of factories, and now they're literally getting laid off. So, and that's facts. You can look that up.
Yeah, you can say people are getting laid off, but overall jobs are increasing related to specifically the renewable energy industry. Okay, so you might say in specific areas they're not running jobs, but in other areas around the United States, there's a greater amount of jobs in the renewable energy industry.
So is creating batteries renewable energy?
It's related to renewable energy.
Okay,
depending
well,
on the battery that we're referencing.
Okay, for Ford, the motor company here, obviously, they promised 10,000 jobs, and now they're only giving 1,000 jobs. So they promised 10,000 workers jobs. Now they cut them to 1,000.
Thank you.
You know what I'm saying? So you see that that's not really job growth, because now you just
you're referencing one thing, right?
No,
also, can you give me
that's the GM?
That's literally the private company. So like again, that's obviously going to be related to them. Thank you, Confetti. Thank you so much. That doesn't mean that we're not holding up to our obligations as it relates to renewable energy in general. The plans are by like 2030, aren't they? For the Inflation Reduction Act.
So, Parker, I think it's a good segue. How much do you know about the natural gas ban in California and kind of what's been going on back and forth?
I don't know anything about it right now.
Okay. So in my industry, I'm in real estate development, right? So I'm considered evil in a way. Like, a lot of people look like, oh, you cut down trees, whatever. I don't give a fuck. So they're basically trying to force homeowners and developers alike to eliminate any natural gas hookups in all new construction builds, which takes the option away from home buyers and builders alike. Obviously the goal,
thank you so much for the Galaxy.
The goal is by the year 2035 to have this in place, and it has gotten held up. There's a lot of people, lobbyists, a lot of lobbying right now that's going on to try to dismiss this, just because it does cost a lot more money to outfit homes.
Thank you for the Galaxy. Thank you so much.
And go to the full electric outfitting. But yeah,
it's just California like leading the rest of the nation. Obviously, I think that it's a good thing to like lead us in renewables and electricity and stuff like that. And I think the rest of the nation should do it as well. I don't think it should just be a California thing.
Why do you
Melanie, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Melanie. I really appreciate it. Give me some W's from Melanie in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Melanie. I really appreciate it.
So Parker, you're saying you think that, that the entire nation should follow suit, right? Do you understand the amount of costs that are going to get passed directly to the homeowner as a result of this? It's going to be about a 65% increase from what they're paying currently. It's going to cripple the real estate market. If the entire country were to do this, this is going back to
for natural gas. I don't think that getting rid of natural gas would do that if we replace it with other forms of energy.
If the costs are passed to the homeowner, it is going to create a lot of strain on the homeowner.
Not when prices are becoming lower. Did you know solar is on a trend to become cheaper than natural gas within the next decade?
But what are solar panels made out of?
I'm just telling you the cost of it. I'm not telling you what it's made out of. I don't know.
Oh, so
Rhonda, thank you for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Rhonda. Thank you so much. Wait, why is that relevant? I was referencing the cost.
Because you have to make something, there's a cost of goods.
And you'd have to make natural gas as well. So all of the materials necessary to be able to extract natural gas, you also have to be able to mine all of those. Now, I don't think that's relevant at all. Donna, thank you for the $39.19. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Well, I would encourage you, Parker, to educate yourself on this, because it's going to cost the average homeowner about $30,000, and that's just on the low end. So we're not talking pennies. I mean, yeah, is the globe going to go towards this? But earlier you were arguing with one of the people on here about global warming, climate change, and how humanity kind of participates, right? I do think we do directly have involvement for sure. I mean, I think what COVID proved is when our carbon footprint is kind of reduced, the rest of our ecological system thrives. Like waters were clearing up. Forestry was greener than ever. Animals weren't dying left and right. I mean, COVID taught us a very valuable lesson in regards to consumption at the human level. So I will never dismiss that that account. But the world is how many billions of years old? You know, what's our carbon footprint? 6 billion, 7 billion, whatever it is. So all that to say, you know, at the end of the day, while we do contribute, I mean, we're not the sole contributor. I don't think we can give ourselves that much credit. We haven't been here long enough to do that. The Industrial Revolution is barely, what, 120 years old?
That's since the 1880s, so it's like, yeah, it's going to be 200, about 140.
140, 150 years, yeah. So
yeah, so but again, we've seen massive change in climate since then. Do you agree with climate change?
I do. Yeah, I definitely do believe.
How do you feel about Trump denying it, saying that there's going to be global cooling?
Well, see, my opinions of that is just, I think it's Trump's strengths are that he likes to babble, right? And people just typically in his sector used to just nod, and he is very bad when it comes to being specific and detailed. But I could argue the same about any Democratic candidate that stood on a stage. They're asked to repeat statistics that sometimes cross them up. Trump's problem is he's convicted. He's
Schuler, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Schuler. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
You know, he has a conviction with this that what he speaks is truth.
Here. I want to be very specific here. Like, I feel like I keep getting off track because we keep changing the topic whenever I ask a question. I asked about climate change, and now you're talking about the conviction. So I just want to be clear.
No, I'm talking about his personal convictions as in his ideals.
Sorry.
Yes.
I'm just completely misinterpreting you then.
You're
So
fine.
I'm sorry. So again, his personal convictions are denying climate science.
I'm very aware of that.
Okay, so why are you okay with voting for someone who quite literally is going to do nothing for that?
Because I'm not really voting for the person, more so the party and the values of
That's the value of the party. Because he's instituted.
No, that's not a
taken
baseline.
a huge portion.
That's not a baseline of the Republican Party. No,
He's taken a huge portion.
Well, that's his own conviction. You know, the Republican Party is not built on fallacies related to climate control. That's not what it is. The Republican Party was formed. The Whig Party, when it turned to Republican Party, was what, 1852. The Democratic Party, that is today, was the Republican Party. It was all just reformed, shifted, right? So you can't say that since 1852, the Republican Party has had this ideology that climate control is fake. Like that's not what the Republican people are saying at all. You know, Trump can say that all day, but you can't speak for the masses of.
No, the reason why he's
Republicans
getting, so the reason why he's getting more of the Republican Party to support this is because a vast portion of the Republican Party literally just follows what Trump says. Literally, what follows what Trump does. Like for example, M. Sharp. Thank you so much for the boxing glove. Thank you so much. What's up?
Great generalization there.
Well, I'm giving you an example, right? I don't know why you just want to be like not listening and you don't want to engage with what I'm saying.
I'm listening.
How much of the Republican Party thought that if you had a felony, you shouldn't be able to run for president prior to Donald Trump getting a felony?
Are you asking what percent?
Yeah.
I don't know.
So it was here. I'll pull it up for you right now.
Is this Reuters? Like, what is this? Like, where's this poll coming from? What's it based on? 1,000, 2,000? Like, what's our sample size? What are we working with?
Yeah. So I'll give you the particular source that I wanted to pull it up first. So yeah. Give me 1 second. I want to do it before and after. Sorry, I'd have to pull up the overtime.
You're fine.
I know it was over 50% of the Republican Party specifically said that they wouldn't want someone who has a felony to be able to run for presidency before, and then it's like 7% now that says that if you have a felony, you can still run.
So let me ask you this: in what?
Or says you can't run. I mean,
in what era has any person ever been convicted of more than 20 counts?
I'm not familiar with the legal statutes.
So 34 for 34. Do you believe that all 34 were actually valid? I mean, when did Trump come into the legal light? It's when he decided to become a political champion of the Republican Party.
Kendall, think of the dollar.
Before that, he would have never been in he would have never made the headlines. No one gave a shit, right? So
here, I can't get the comparison right now, and I don't want to have to look this up right now, so I'll just retract that right now.
You said that we Republicans follow Trump. Democrats also follow who they are. So it's
Yeah, so like
in 2020,
do you think as
majority
many Republicans would have believed that the election was stolen if Trump didn't promote the view?
What do you mean?
Do you think as many people would have believed that the election was stolen if Trump didn't promote the view?
Yeah, but in 2016, Hillary Clinton also said those same things, and people kept going on about it. So it's
So she didn't try to get her vice president to not certify the election results. She conceded like a few days after.
Yeah.
Do I agree with her? No. Obviously, am I okay with investigations? Yeah. But given the investigations, you should absolutely change the perspective if you're wrong.
Yeah. Also, when you were talking about that, majority of Republicans now support a convicted felon should run for office. In 2020, majority of public figures in the Democratic Party were against or were supporting defund police. Now you're having a prosecute. Now you're putting all your support against a prosecutor, right? So isn't she a part of the law? So which one is that?
Wait, say that one more time. Sorry, I don't know what you were trying to ask.
In 2020, majority of Democratic leadership kept on saying defund the police. Kamala Harris being one of them would say that she was for defund.
I don't remember when Kamala Harris said that. I remember the Biden-Harris administration specifically funded the police more. That's what they advocated for.
But publicly, that's not what they said.
Defund.
Parker, do you believe in limiting government, the rule of law, free market?
Okay, hold up. So we can talk about this in a second. Praise defund the police. This is where she said. Okay. So in June 2020, she supported defund the police in the sense of her saying specifically they would reallocate funds specifically within the context of the police and to move it into social services. So she, it was just her lauding like the Eric Garcetti for slashing $150 million to cut the police budget and give it to social services. That's all it is specifically.
Okay, but
also her administration specifically under the Biden campaign added that she supported funding the police. So the Biden campaign's already addressed this.
I know, but what I'm saying is when they were running for office, they said that was their main platform, defund the police.
No, that was not. No. She only addressed it one time. It was like an interview or something like that, and it was addressing like what Eric Garcetti did specifically in Los Angeles, and like her comments associated with the murder of George Floyd. But if you're you're just referencing like the 2020 campaign for Biden-Harris. She specifically, it was set there that she supported funding the police. Tiffany, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. So although she ran, or you would say that maybe she ran on that in the primaries, even though it was only addressed on a radio interview, it is the case that she clearly, when she was in office, supported funding the police. Even though, again, defunding the police, taking funding specifically from the police and giving it to social services is not a bad thing. That also reduces crime. So like funding police is not the only method to decrease crime. It's kind of like dealing with the symptoms rather than dealing with like the cause. All right, you're asking like what causes people to engage in crime? Well, lack of social services. So if you fund social services, that can help mitigate crime, because that's affecting like the cause of the crime, not just the specific not just responding to the symptoms or the outcome.
But when you alienate an entity by taking and limiting their resources to defend the public, don't you think there's a little bit of an issue with that too? Whenever the police can't actually be armed and prepared to, defend and serve the public people because they're being told by their mayor, governor, that they are to stand down and not use deadly force, and in a circumstance that may require it.
Yeah, so again, they'll use deadly force when necessary. The thing is, and the issue is they're not using deadly force when necessary. You can look at countries around the world and look at the deaths of people in relation to encounters with police, and they're significantly lower than that of the United States. So there is a unique issue in the United States that does not exist in other countries in the developed nations around the world. Right?
Yeah, but
that is not specifically just related to whether or not they can determine this, because it's determined in those other places by police officers that exist there. And if it's training, well, then I'm okay with advancing training.
But you can't compare the United States to other countries because
You absolutely can.
America's not like every other country.
If every other country around the world, right, has lower rates of deaths related to police encounters, obviously I'm going to question why we have such a high rate of death related to police encounters here. Police shouldn't be the first line of support. It should be social workers. It should be people who are experts, right, in social work. That would be more beneficial. There should be social services set up to reduce crime, like actual alternatives for people and communities in need.
So Parker, on that, I'm glad you brought that up. So a domestic violence dispute, you believe who should respond there?
If there's active violence, I do think that you can have a police officer and a social worker.
There's typically not active violence at the time that officers respond. Statistically
Well, then
speaking.
is it possible to have both? Appreciate the ICU. Thank you so much at all times.
I would argue
Jared,
yes.
thank you for
I think
$2.69. So then,
I would think
so then
both would
obviously
make
you let them go together, right? And the one that is taught to deal with the situation, who has a better way of dealing with the situation, is going to be the social worker.
I would get behind the idea of having both, but you cannot put a social worker in his or her pencil to as a last line of defense in the event someone decides to go postal. That's just because most domestic disputes they surround what? Drugs and alcohol, right? So people are typically impaired. If we're talking statistic.
Yeah, so we need people who specifically know how to de-escalate the best, who are trained in these particular types of mannerisms.
But do you understand some people can't be de-escalating?
Wait. So obviously there could be both, right? I don't understand why we would be against that.
No, I'm not saying
mental
you're
health
against
treatment.
it.
We need to expand access to that.
No, I'm making the point that your initial thought was social workers should be the first line of defense. You, in no shape or form, did you indicate police would be.
I said there's no issue with both. Yeah, and absolutely, social workers should be first line because most are not domestic disputes, like as it relates to violence.
Well, I'm specifically targeting a domestic dispute call.
Okay, well then, in that circumstance, given more thought about it, I could absolutely say you could have both of them.
Okay, I agree with that.
Okay, all right, well then. All right, well.
That's what debate is, Parker. Like, I love the concept of what you're doing, but debate sparks, compare, contrast, and common ground. I mean, there's nothing wrong with.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't dispute that. That's definitely something I can agree on.
Yeah. So, the question I was trying to ask you earlier was just in terms of just your own personal convictions and why you identify with the left, because I believe at one point you did say you were Republican and then you went through some transformative experience, and whether it was the lies and the rhetoric that you were accustomed to hearing. But are you in favor of free markets and just limited government as a whole?
So actually, I'm for free markets whenever it's more beneficial, which isn't always. If you actually want to reference like how free our economy is, I would prefer a more free economy to ours, in the sense that like the Nordic countries, they have more economic freedom than we do, yet they have broader access to social services. So yeah, you can have a free market in points in which it's like it leads to a more socially efficient outcome in typical senses. Over diversification because of over diversification. So like a private firm has an incentive to over diversify because it makes them more money, whereas in the end it doesn't necessarily create the like perfect amount of quote unquote flavors or types of good for the economy.
Do you have any specific examples of that? I'd be interested to get some education there.
Yeah, so as it relates to over diversification, it could be related to like a particular business, right, having too many flavors, right, and because they have too many flavors, someone gets particularly overwhelmed. Whereas if they had less, they would have had a more profit maximizing deal. This is all dealt out in terms of equations. This is all theoretical here. I don't have like a real world example of that.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I was just wondering if you had a real world.
This is something I learned within school, studying economics.
So on the economics piece, was it majority macro or micro, or was it a combination of both?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So obviously the main question you were asking there, all the viewers and speakers here in these debates, is why Trump? I've kind of talked to you a little bit about the veteran piece. You are aware that, Trump also, through the 8 years that he was, not 8 years, 4 years of presidency, he helped mandate that hospitals require that they post their standard charges for services so that it would not lead, people seeking care to be misinformed about the price of their care.
I don't have an issue with transparency of markets. I just don't think it fixes the issue. I think transparency of markets is really good. I think it's very important, but it definitely does not fix the issue related to the price mechanisms associated with health services because of inelastic demand.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. So what is the main point of Kamala Harris's presidential campaign that you're behind? Like what policies has she introduced or that she want to expound upon that the Biden administration has kind of championed and been successful in? Like, what do you...
Yeah, the infrastructure deal specifically that happened, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever, the $35 cap on insulin for seniors. They want to expand that particularly to everyone. They want to bring back the 2021 child tax credit, which reduced child poverty by 50%. So it's huge investments in renewable energies. They want to expand access to the ACA, like the Affordable Care Act. They want to help specifically students as it relates to their debt. Like those are just a few examples.
Okay, can you expound on the renewable energy piece a little bit?
Yeah, like what about it do you want to hear?
Just in general, like how is that actually going to help the American people? How's that going to...
Yeah, it provides a substitute for oil, which helps decrease energy costs. Mm-hmm. Along with it helps us adapt to the future in our fight against climate change.
But you understand that in terms of any initiative, it costs more on the front end and the back end. So our generation is not really going to feel it. It's going to be 2, 3, 4 generations down the line.
Yeah, so we're benefiting our children. Isn't that the American dream? Like our kids would do better than us. Our grandchildren would do better than us. Isn't that what you want?
I can kind of align with that a little bit. I have 2 kids, so I do want my kids to be, live in a world that they feel safe and protected and free to experience things that unfortunately I didn't get to experience as a kid.
Exactly. So if we want our kids and our grandchildren to experience more than we did, well, then how can we put ourselves above them when we don't acknowledge climate change at all? When we have Donald Trump, the person who's running for president, literally denying climate change, saying it's going to get cooler with no evidence, saying that science just doesn't know it yet. That's insane. That's literally delusional shit. And it's putting our grandchildren's lives at risk.
Well, not all Republicans believe that climate change,
Oh, I'm not saying all Republicans believe that. I'm saying he believes that, and he's ultimately dismantling, right, the Republican Party when he quite literally doesn't acknowledge these things, when he denies fact, when he emboldens conspiracy theory with the rigged election, with the climate denial, right, with the defamation and sexual abuse, right, that all of these things, he uses conspiracy to control people, and you don't want the Republican Party to be plagued by that. Right? Do you know what the Lincoln Project is? It's people on the right that particularly are advocating against Donald Trump because they think he's destroyed the party.
But the Lincoln Project people are also, I would consider them, a lot of them, elitists in the party, and they're always warmongers. They love war. They do.
Well, I mean, you can say what you want. I'm against war. Right, but I'm just telling you that they think that they've destroyed the Republican Party, and this is just other people who agree with y'all. So if you're saying that people on the right are very pro-war, well then that's a better thing.
So Parker,
also, aren't they like more like constitutionalists and like libertarian? I honestly I don't think that would be more pro-war, but.
So you're for war. I'm not for war. I don't know any Republican person, not politician, but just people that are Republican are wanting to incite global domination on the front lines. Like that's just.
I will agree. That's definitely decreased. Like there was a huge neocon sort of time period where like neocons were like very prevalent.
So here's my thoughts on the military, because obviously I told you earlier I served, right? I didn't say that for kudos, anything. I was a kid who had no idea what he wanted to be when he grew up, so I just decided, hey, Uncle Sam, tell me what to do. So through my 2 tours in Afghanistan and Iraq, OIF, OEF, I learned that I was fighting old men's wars. That's my biggest takeaway that I had. And it didn't matter if it was left-leaning or right.
You're helping the military-industrial complex. You're not helping the people. And, I mean, like, the whole point that they sell to you is that you're helping people, right? But, like, I've heard this from a lot of veterans. Like, there's a huge toll on veterans. It's for the profits of the military-industrial complex. It's destabilized these regions. It hasn't made them better. Why are we going and acting as the world police within many respects? Like, there are certain things I think we should do on a geopolitical lens, but I think we've taken it way too far, right? It's obviously ridiculous, and it hasn't helped people. And that's ultimately speaking, right, a travesty to this nation, as a travesty to the people worldwide.
Yeah.
And we could do so much better.
I agree with that in theory in a lot of ways, but in in real time in practice, I've looked in the face of evil, like right there in front of me, someone wanting to kill me and vice versa. And obviously I can understand, hey, I'm a foreigner, I'm in your land, so yeah, of course you're going to want to kill me. Like, that just 2 + 2 = 4. But there's a lot of ideologies in the Middle East that are very barbaric. And male leading and favored. I've seen people in villages beheaded, women cast with stone.
I don't think you can describe all these things, by the way. They give the massage.
What's that?
I don't think you can describe all these things. I'm just trying to.
Oh, sorry. So I'm saying all that because there are people around the world that want what we have, right? And so freedom comes with a cost. And I don't care if you can, I would love for the world to be peaceful, but it will never be peaceful. There will always be someone that wants what we have. They want what America offers. We have the most diverse nation in the world. You can't argue that, right? I do take pride in that. You're allowed to be a Democrat. I'm allowed to be a Republican, and we can go get coffee and bullshit and talk about sports. Like, your political affiliation is not all your identity. And I think that's the main point that a lot of people right now they're losing. They think
it's because the Republican Party isn't anymore just about like, oh, I disagree with you on taxes. It's about restricting people's access to abortion, women's rights. It's about not upholding particular freedoms as it relates to the context of being able to argue against like your own government, like being able to burn the American flag. He says he wants to put people in prison for that. He says he wants a complete shutdown of Muslims entering the country, right? The xenophobia, he's specific, and religious bigotry. I think it's obviously we'd relate to definitely a lot of the other bigotry that they mentioned, whether it be against trans people, JY people on the right, and et cetera. That's what people are getting angry about and not wanting to engage with people because of. I think I appreciate the money gun. So
let me ask you this.
I don't think it's because we disagree on tax policy. Because if it was a John McCain, right, we're not going to be saying these things, right?
Right. So on the subject of, you're pro-choice, I'm pro-life. So I'm a man. I can't tell a woman what to do with her body. All I can tell you is obviously as a Christian, as someone that believes in divinity, as a father of 2 kids, I think if you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes, right? So if you decide
Sean, think of the $10.
If you decide to have unprotected sex and say you get your girlfriend pregnant, whatever happens, yeah, like that, in my opinion, you got to deal with those consequences. Now, your rebuttal can be, well, what about rape? What about that point? That is a really unfortunate and evil position to put anyone in. I don't know how to answer that question, because while the pro-life in me really wants to say, hey, you have to, stick to your guns here, that is a trauma that woman will experience for the rest of her life. And I'm sensitive to that. I am. But it's also a really hard position to put anyone in. That's like the ultimate extreme example. And you can't that's anecdotal in terms of like my entire philosophy pro-life. I'm not saying, oh yeah, this happens to you, good. That's not it at all. I think, my response to that is a generalization of 99% of oopsies versus that 1% that unfortunately has to bear through traumatic, lifelong, bullshit because someone decided to do evil upon her, so I'm interested to understand from your side why pro-choice. What do you feel that brings value in?
For the Democratic Party, or like?
No, just just in general for the American people, for women. Your own personal view on it.
What do I think abortion does?
Why pro-choice?
Or why pro-choice? Well, because I think that women should be able to get access to abortion prior to sentience, right? Because specifically, it allows for them to have self-determination over their body, things that could possibly harm them. Obviously, I think that's very important. I don't know why we would ignore something like that. But obviously, as it relates to the fetus and the embryo, I don't value it prior to sentience. I don't see any reason to value it. So could you give me a reason to say that, say, a zygote is a person?
A zygote? That's
a single cell organism of conception.
Yeah, no, I know what a zygote is. I just haven't heard that term in a while. I can't give you anything other than the fact that, for me,
Brian, get it to $5.
For me, once there's that little flutter, there is a active heartbeat. In my opinion, that's life, and so I respect that life, wholeheartedly. I'm a father of a 6-year-old and a 1-year-old, and my kids changed my life forever. And so I always live in that American dream scenario that sometimes kids save you. They do. You don't know it until you're in it, but kids have a tendency of opening your eyes. They make you a better man, a better husband, a better person, so
I don't know why people should be forced to go through pregnancy because you think there are benefits of having kids. I agree there could be benefits of having kids, right, for many people, but that doesn't mean people should be forced into those conditions.
Well, how are they forcing themselves if they have unprotected sex? They're opening.
So most abortions actually result from failed
gas and playing with a lighter.
Doc, most abortions are from failed contraceptives.
Okay, well that's if you went to PlannedParenthood.com, it will tell you if a woman is wearing has birth control and a man's wearing a condom, there's a 200% chance that they're not getting pregnant. So both
that doesn't make any sense. A 200% chance that they're not getting pregnant. What does that even mean?
It's if you on their website it says it's 200. It's 99 or 199 something like that. You can go on their website.
I don't even know what that means.
No one knows what it means, but it's provocative. Gets the people going.
What, dude?
That's a quote, dude. That's a movie quote.
God damn, dude.
You gotta have fun with it, dude. You've been on here a long time.
Yeah, my brain hurts right now.
Yeah.
I haven't been on here for that long. I've only been on for 5 hours or so.
All right, so we covered the pro-life, pro-choice. What are some of the other big ticket contention points that you don't? I don't want to say respect, but you're kind of your pet peeves with the Republicans. Obviously, we talked climate change. We talked pro-life, pro-choice.
Did we talk about the sexual abuse?
Yeah, let's go ahead and get there. I know you like talking about that.
Would you vote for someone who's more likely than not a sexual abuser of a woman?
Hold on, sorry. Repeat the question.
Would you vote for someone who's more likely than not sexually abused a woman?
In what capacity are we talking?
Forcefully penetrated her against her will.
No, I mean in voting. You kind of made a general vote.
Oh, like for president.
For president of the United States? It's a tough one. I'm not one of those people that just says I'm going to vote for Trump just to do it. I think that what he did, statute of limitations they were moot, correct? The statute of limitations period had not actually surpassed. Is that valid?
Yeah, for criminal courts. So again, if someone is more likely than not sexually abused a woman, right, would you vote for them?
What am I going to vote on the Republican Party this year? Yes.
Would you vote for them?
Knowing the information I know today, I mean, obviously, I told you I'm voting for Trump, so the answer is yes.
Thank you.
Do I agree with the fact that he?
Would you vote for someone who's more likely than not sexually abused a child?
I know what you're doing. You can't compare a child to an adult. Adult makes choices.
I can. Why would you vote for someone who is more likely than not sexually abused a woman, but you wouldn't vote for someone who's more likely than not sexually abused a child? What's the relevant difference?
There's levels of consent. I mean, I can point to many cases.
Consent? Wait, but they're both grape, Doc. What do you mean?
I understand. Let me make my point. So I'm going to point to an example of an athlete and I'm using this just as a parallel, right? Trevor Bauer, he was a prolific pitcher in the MLB, played for the Dodgers, millions and millions of dollars, great contract. He exchanged in consensual sex with someone he met on the internet, one of the apps or whatever that kids use. And so he choked her, spit on her, did all these things that she requested. She woke up the next day. She felt terrible about it. She decided that she was going to take him to court. He was taken out of the league, can't go back to the MLB, his reputation tarnished, has fought it, and eventually, after 3 years, was able to get it dismissed. 3 years it took to get this thing dismissed, right? And I think there's areas of opportunity depending on certain people. I don't think Donald Trump's a bad human being.
I'm talking about it, again, being more likely than not. So, again, you're not giving me a relevant difference between the two.
Okay, more likely than not, I would say less likely.
You'd be less likely to vote for him. So you're not answering my question. What's the relevant difference between the scenario with the child and the scenario with the woman that means you'd vote for one but not the other?
Because an adult puts themselves in their own positions of life. A child is what kind of child?
So tell me how the woman put herself in a position to be raped. What'd she do?
I wasn't there. I can't.
Tell me how Eugene Carroll put. Tell me how Eugene Carroll put herself in a position to be raped. Please tell me.
I can't tell you that. That's a very
because that's
intimate,
fucking gross and disgusting. Yeah.
No, I'm not.
You just
I'm
say
not
that they put themselves in that
disregarding part of
position.
it.
All right. In neither scenario did they put themselves in that position. It's grape.
Eugene Carroll. Yeah,
Adriana, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much.
I think I agree with the point that you're making. In turn, it is gross, and it is a gross look overall. But I mean, I've been in the professional industry for a long time, and they always say never meet your heroes. And there's a lot of reasons, and I'm not trying to say that what Donald Trump did was justified, but at the same time, is it truly what happened? Yeah, a jury of his peers convicted him. There's evidence that he was convicted on the basis of what you just said, right? Sexual SA, let's say. But there's also thousands and thousands of examples of that with people of power. Do I agree with it? No, but that is the world that we live in.
So it is unlikely for there to be a false accusal. Are you okay with the death penalty?
Am I okay with the death penalty? I don't know that the death penalty really does what we hoped it did.
It doesn't, but are you okay with it? Thank you for the confetti.
Yeah, I think I'm okay with it.
Okay, so but there could be innocent people who are going to die.
Say that again.
But there are going to be innocent people who are going to die.
That's if they're false. If it was a false accusation, that obviously there was no.
Exactly, but are you saying because it's so unlikely to occur that you just kind of don't think about it?
Well, why are you trying to compare the death?
Well, I'm saying that now you're arguing that a false accusal is unlikely to occur. So if the false accusal is unlikely to occur, well, then why are you assuming that it's the case with Donald Trump?
Well, what are the statistical probabilities of
4%.
someone going to death row?
4%.
Okay, and what is the comparison to SA?
No, what I'm saying is that, again, you will think about the innocent, the likelihood of innocence as it relates to the context of Donald Trump, but you will not think of the likelihood of innocence as it relates to the context of the death penalty.
I'm not really sure where you're going with. I don't understand the parallels.
I don't understand why that's not clear. You don't think about the likelihood of innocence as it relates to Donald Trump, but you do think about the likelihood of innocence as it relates to as it relates to the death penalty.
You can't
think about death penalty.
That is a complete. That's apples and oranges.
No, it's not. How is it apples and oranges?
Yes, it is. You're talking about someone that's living and breathing and that gets to walk out of a courtroom and still lead their life. But then you're talking about someone that's literally been on death. How long are most people on death row, by the way? Do you know that statistic? What's the average?
It's for decades. I know.
It's a long time. A very long time.
I understand. No, I don't understand how that's a response to what I just said, though. What I'm acknowledging is that it is the case that you didn't think about the innocent people involved in the death penalty scenario, but you did think about the innocent people involved in the Trump scenario. Why?
How many innocent people have been executed, like in totality?
Okay, I'm just gonna, I can't, bro.
I'm asking the question.
4% of people that have been on death row.
I'm asking the question. I'm trying to get there.
4% of people who have been on death row. That's all.
Sorry,
that's
I was talking over you. Say it again.
It's about 4% of people who are on death row.
Okay, but what? Okay, percent-wise, but give me a number.
I have to look at the overall numbers. I know it's 4%, but I have to look at the overall numbers.
And when after action report wise, so they're finding it, what, 12, 24 months after that this person was actually innocent for the 25 years they spent on death row?
Yes.
Okay. But again, I don't find the relevancy between rape, which is a ridiculous thing to even say, like to be restricted, and you can't say that, and the death penalty. Those are polar opposites, Parker. You cannot justify the two in any correlation. You can't.
No, I'm saying you look at the rate of innocence in one scenario, but you don't look at it in the other one. Why?
I'm not discounting SA and grape in any other format that I would the death penalty. Like, I don't think you understand it. Like, I'm not saying that's not a bad, like, I am not God. I am not the freaking most righteous human being on the planet, but I understand there's always a margin of error in anything we do. There's always, it's calculated risk. Everything you do is calculated risk in the world. So there's always going to be some percent basis of false accusations. That's always going to be the case. People are always looking for a payday. In the SA and the grape, there are a lot of very recent, relevant...
Looking for a payday? So if E. Jean Carroll was looking for a payday, then why did she wait for decades until
I wasn't saying she was, Parker. I'm using it in a generalization.
Okay, so I don't know why that was... Why are you bringing this up?
Because you are literally trying to put words in my mouth. You're trying to make me feel like I'm discounting SA and grape.
You are of women, but you...
No, I'm not. I'm married. I have a daughter.
So if Trump was held legally responsible for sexually abusing your wife, would you vote for him?
That's a really funny one.
That's not a funny thing.
No, it's a funny one because you're asking about my wife. Which, if you were standing,
I don't know why that's
some
funny
shit like that,
for someone that you care about.
Don't ever talk about my wife. I'll tell you that right now.
Okay, well, I just did. So what are you gonna do?
I can come find you. Very easy, Parker.
You're gonna find me, Doc?
Yeah, you do public events all the time. I will confront you and ask for an apology all day.
Okay, you'll confront me and ask for. Are you gonna use violence?
No, dude. I'm a dad of 2.
Okay. Okay. Well, then you're gonna confront me. You're gonna come up to me and be like, "Please, bro."
No, I won't say
don't
please.
Do that.
I won't say please. I'm not gonna use violence, but I can be very persuasive. I can promise you that.
Persuasive. Okay. Well, tell me what you're gonna tell me. How are you gonna persuade me?
I will just save that for your next little short you do on TikTok.
What, dude? Okay, yeah. So I can record it.
That's fine. Yeah. I don't care.
I'll record it. I'll post it to TikTok. It will be my next rally clip.
No, it's not going to be violence. All it's going to be is you feeling what a grown man in your face is actually like. Because I don't think you've ever had that.
A grown man in your face actually feels like. Okay, man.
I'm just saying, Parker. Like, I've actually enjoyed the debate, but you know, talking about another man's wife. You don't know me.
Dude, I asked you a hypothetical question.
I understand, but don't go there with it. Don't talk. My wife has actually been SA'd, okay? That's a very, very intimate thing. So please don't go there. I'm just.
Yeah, I'm very sorry to hear that. I'm very sorry to hear that.
Trust me, I am too. So it's a really hard conversation in my house.
Yeah. So again, my point is then why do you want to vote for someone who's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse? Holy shit! That's like.
It's a very
I don't know how you don't get that, man.
It's a very difficult conversation in my house. My wife plans to vote Trump too. We voted for Biden in 2020. We felt like we let ourselves and our kids down by casting that ballot.
Why? Wait,
because we haven't seen a leader in 4 years. We haven't seen.
Why is Kamala worse than Donald Trump?
I'm not saying that Kamala is worse. She has not been in the public eye that much, and that's probably by design. But she has a very.
Well, then why is Trump denying the debate request?
Was that like recent, like 48 hours ago?
No, it's not 3 hours ago, but like
no, it
was like the past. Yeah, it was within the past 48 hours. Yeah.
But how did he deny it when she was she's not the president? He agreed to debate the president, not the president.
Thank you so much. You mean the presidential nominee?
No, he agreed to debate Joe Biden in September.
Because he wants to debate an old man. He doesn't want to debate someone who can.
So Parker, he said he wouldn't debate Harris until she identified her VP candidate. That was the whole thing.
Okay,
That's
well,
the-
if
that's-
it's
that's the
VP, if
basis
it's VP,
of why.
I think she should pick Buttigieg or Kelly and get it going.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Let's get shit going. I mean, what's your opinion of Vance? Like, what do you think
He's
of him?
insane.
Why is he insane?
He thinks that there should be no exceptions for exceptions for abortion, including grape. He said he would not certify the election results.
Wasn't he Trump's biggest critic in
He
2016?
said that a bunch of women who are like Democrats are just childless cat ladies.
I've heard that one. Yeah, that one's interesting.
Thank you for the $2. Thank you so much, Nicole. Are you racist? Do
Am
you
I?
hate Mexicans?
No, my wife's Filipina Hispanic.
No, you didn't get the meme I was referencing. That was a literal commercial ad from JD Vance.
I think I saw.
He literally
a clip
said,
of that
"Are
on
you
TikTok.
racist? Do you hate
Yeah.
Mexicans?
Yeah, I saw.
Well,
it.
no matter what they call us, we're gonna protect you because the poison coming across the open border, it's destroying this country." What is he referencing? What is the poison?
So I think the poison he references is more personal in terms of the addiction that his mother, had to fight. And look, good, bad, ugly, and different. I mean, I think due process, is the most important component to our democracy, and that what makes us humane. And if you're going to come over into the United States, I don't think that you should be a protected alien just because you decide, hey, I want to go to America, pursue this dream.
Alien? Wait, why are we referring to people as aliens?
Oh my God. Undocumented aliens, everyone fucking uses it.
Why are we referring to people as aliens?
Well, because it's what everyone refers to them as.
I don't refer to them as aliens.
What do you refer to them as?
Undocumented immigrants.
Okay, what's the difference in an alien and an immigrant?
Alien's a dehumanizing term.
Oh God! Oh my God!
Wait. Let me ask you a question. Right? Is alien human or non-human?
Huh? It's.
What do you think of the $5?
It's dependent on the context that you use it in. What are you talking about?
Alien is non-human, right? In typical sense.
No,
right. So obviously that's a dehumanizing term.
You understand the origins of the word alien actually predate UFO BS. You understand that, right?
Yeah, I think you calling an undocumented immigrant an alien is pretty crazy.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I think it's pretty degrading.
CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, whoever, they all use that exact description.
I don't think they use alien, and I would disagree with them using alien.
Look it up, dude.
I would disagree with them using alien. Just because other people use that doesn't mean it's okay to use it.
Oh my God, dude, you are a snowflake.
I'm a snowflake. Your guy quite literally can't accept the fact that he lost the election.
You ever shot a gun
I'm the
before?
snowflake.
You ever shot a gun before, Parker?
Yeah.
Okay, how was that experience for you? You piss your pants?
No, it was completely fine.
So, what's your whole take on gun reform? What do you think about that?
If a particular reform saves lives, I'm for the reform.
Okay. Do you have any specific examples of what Biden?
I'm not very familiar with like the rates of gun violence being lowered or not due to a particular restriction. But like I would, as long as it is the case that it reduces the likelihood of people dying, I am for it. Getting rid of like that particular gun or whatnot.
So that particular gun, I'm gonna make a assumption here. You're talking more so in like high caliber. Like AR,
even if it were true for handguns. If it were the case that for handguns, getting rid of them reduced the likelihood that people would die and saved lives, I would be okay with getting rid of handgun access.
Do you think that this is always a contingent point on, especially on the red side, right?
You're pro-life, right?
Say that again.
You're pro-life, right?
Yes, pro-life. Yes.
So I have a question. If it were true that restricting something as it relates to guns saved children's lives, would you be okay with the restriction?
Depends on what it is. That's a very vague,
Okay, so let's say getting rid of AR-15s saved children's lives. Would you be okay with getting rid of AR-15s?
I mean, what's the sample size? How many?
No, there's very strong evidence indicating this.
How many children?
We're just saying there's very strong. It's going to save 2% of children from dying. 2% reduction in deaths.
That conflicts with my thoughts on right to bear arms. I think that that's part of why we haven't seen people come and disrupt our own country. People know that, there's more guns in our country than in any other country in the world.
So you wouldn't be okay with it?
No, because it conflicts with.
Okay. So why are you pro-life then? Do you want to restrict women's right to be able to control their body, right? Because it saves human life.
I can use the same example in a car. There's more people die in car accidents more frequently than they do in gun violence, dude. So why do you drive a car? Are you not,
I'm actually pro public transportation.
Of course you are.
Yeah, I would love for us to be able to transfer away from cars.
Oh my God.
But there's some necessities associated with that. It's not necessary to have access to a gun.
I'm just saying.
But transportation for our economy. Listen, Doc. Transportation is necessary for our economy. So I would love to transfer it away from cars to more public forms of transportation, right? In Europe they have significantly better infrastructure for that. I think we could easily build that up here in America. Think of the community. Thank you.
Where do we rank in consumerism? Aren't we number one? So, there's a lot that would happen in that regard. You're putting a lot of people out of business. You're putting a lot of industries out of business.
And you're going to be growing a lot of businesses building that. Fern, thank you so much for the Galaxy. Thank you so much.
Such as what?
Fizzle, thank you for the boxing though. Thank you so much. Well, construction, to be able to deal with all the high-speed rail, maintaining the rail systems.
Okay, so
obviously having public transportation, so like extra buses and extra what's it called? Extra electric sort of transportation.
Okay, so this
closer in
this is my area of expertise.
Inside of the cities.
I'm in real estate development. I've done heavy highway and massive multifamily developments. Most places, large metro areas in our company, they're not capable of retrofitting without severely interfering in people's lives and inconveniencing them. Because when most of these cities, these towns were formulated 100 plus years ago, right? They were kind of settled and they started building that initial infrastructure. They have choked themselves in. And if you want to get really ingrained in it, we can. But like Houston, Texas as an example for you, Parker, it is the flattest, one of the flattest cities in the state of Texas. It has the worst drainage in the city, in the entire state and the country. It floods in a mid-level rain event, right? So there's nothing left to expand in Houston. It is at capacity. There's nothing left you could do without completely overhauling the heavy highway infrastructure that is already there, which would be the removal of said systems.
If there was a legitimate method to be able to do that in terms of our infrastructure, I'm definitely down with that. But if it's not, well, then that would just reinvoke the idea that it's necessary.
But that's just people playing policy BS at that point. Like when you're talking about putting something into practice and execution, like I'm telling you, that's an initiative that will be beyond our lifetime. Like it's just not something that's going to happen. I live in Austin, Texas, and there's a huge infrastructure project that's going on right now here, and it's a 15-year build out, and there's no way it's going to make that. Because they run out of public funding every year. They absorb that cost because the cost of goods continue to increase. Distribution sucks right now. Everything's on allocation. There's price increases, price gouging, 20, 30, 40%. You can't blame the Democrats or the Republicans. Most enterprises, they all lean on COVID. They're still playing the COVID bullshit. So the reason that your roads aren't getting built, I don't care what infrastructure bill Biden has passed or anyone else.
The bipartisan infrastructure bill that Trump wanted that he didn't get passed.
Say it again.
The bipartisan infrastructure bill that Trump wanted that he didn't get passed.
I don't think I'm understanding. Sorry.
The bipartisan infrastructure bill that Trump wanted that he didn't get passed.
What about it?
Thank you, Jake. Okay. All right. All right. Is there anything else you want to talk about, Rod?
I feel like we've covered most of it, Parker. Yeah, for sure. I appreciate the debate, man.
Appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, thanks, man.
All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Do tap that screen. Let's get up to 1 million likes, everyone. All right, let's get to the next individual, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual up here. I do apologize, everyone. Sometimes it takes a second to get people up here. Someone said they have a migraine now. That's very unfortunate. I do apologize for that. But Cody, thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. Thank you, Cody. Nicole, thank you for the $2. Brian, thank you for the $5. Sean, do thank you for the 10. I really appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all. All right, do tap the screen, do share the live. Comment in the comment section helps boost it out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? How old are you?
Hey, bud.
How old are you?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm 33.
You voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Well, I served under him, and life was pretty much just better under him.
Can you name one policy that he influenced to get passed that made the economy better off?
One policy that he passed that made the economy better off would probably be I'd go straight to oil and being a self-sufficient, fuel-efficient country.
So did you actually know that like there was a less oil production in the United States then than there is now?
Well, production or
In the
oil?
US. There was less oil production in the U.S. then than there is now. Thank you for the Panther pause. Thank you.
Well, I'll take it into consideration. That's something I have to look up, but I know that everything was a lot better.
How so?
Well, what do you mean how so? Even right now, the polls are screaming that people are struggling to live right now.
Yeah, I understand. But like, what you're not acknowledging is that what was it caused by?
What was it caused by?
Yeah.
Well, I'm asking you, what was it caused? You tell me.
Yeah, so
Educate me.
inflation happened globally. So it was likely due to global gas prices going up. All right, that's not related to the United States. Appreciate the Henry. Thank you so much. It's related to OPEC cutting their production of oil worldwide, along with the distribution of oil as it relates to Europe and the United States and whatnot, reducing due to the Russia-Ukraine situation.
Well, the Russia-Ukraine situation was kind of paid for when President Biden took over office and decided that we weren't going to drill anymore. And then we started purchasing oil from Russia while funding the Ukraine. We're kind of funding that entire war.
Do you know what the
right
Budapest
now.
Memorandum is?
I'm sorry?
Do you know what the Budapest Memorandum is?
No, you'll have to educate me
So
on
we
that.
signed an agreement with Ukraine in 1994 that if they gave up their nuclear weapons, we would defend them. They gave up their nuclear weapons. Now it's our turn to defend them.
Can you say that one more time, a little bit slower for me?
Yeah. So the Budapest Memorandum is an agreement that we signed with Ukraine that if they gave up their nuclear weapons, we would defend them. So they gave up their nuclear weapons. Now it's our turn to defend them.
Okay, that's wonderful, but they're not part of NATO, and you didn't disclose the fact that, or you didn't disprove the fact that we're buying oil from Russia and funding the Ukrainian war. So we're paying for this entire war.
Yeah. So actually, we completely reduced how much that is happening. That's why a lot of the prices have increased. We've reduced a lot of us buying that. And also, again, what you're not understanding is that it is the case that we have dismantled Russia's military and their ability to invade into future European countries.
You're still kind of dancing a little bit here, I think.
What did I dance on?
We're funding the war. We're picking a side and funding both of them.
Okay. Can you show me money going to the Russian government?
We're purchasing oil from Russia because we're no longer
Is that from the
drilling.
Russian government?
Is that where we're going to go? Like it has to go down to the T? That's where your argument's going to be at?
Well, yeah, I would just love to see. Because, I mean, we can take a look at the imports specifically, right? We have seen imports drastically reduce, right? And that's even from 2022. It said we were at 0 barrels from 2022.
And where are we at today?
We are still at 0?
I'm not in front of a computer. I'm just a guy scrolling through
Yeah,
TikTok
0.
at 1 o'clock in the morning.
EIA, it says 0.
Okay.
So where'd you get that?
Well, I mean, those are numbers that have been broadcasted for the last few years now that we've been purchasing. And then when we're not purchasing, we're diving into our strategic hold reserve.
So we're not getting Russian imports because Biden sanctioned them.
No, Trump sanctioned them.
No, it was Biden. M Sharp, thank you so much for the baby dragon. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, M Sharp. Thank you.
Trump definitely sanctioned old reserves. He was drilling. It was
Biden, because it is the case that that was due to the Russia-Ukraine situation.
Oh, so the situation that Biden created is what?
No, Biden did not create this. What did he do to create this?
Well, what did
Biden do to create this?
He stopped. Like, that's what it was.
What did Biden do to create this?
Nothing ever happened under Trump. What
did Biden do to create this?
He was soft.
What did he do specifically that was soft?
Nothing. Exactly. He did absolutely
So he
nothing.
actually got the entirety of Europe to defend Ukraine. So Trump wouldn't have done that. Trump quite literally, and
Trump didn't have to.
Vance said specifically he doesn't care what happens in Ukraine.
I agree.
Okay, so if you don't care what happens to Ukraine, that Putin's salivating over that, right? The only person that would actually be defending against Putin, appreciate the KT Pen, thank you for the fireworks, thank you so much, would be Biden here, right? Biden Harris. It sounds like. So what do you mean he was soft when he's the one who wants to fight against them? That's just such a fucking virtue signal.
How is that a virtue signal?
Because you're saying like, oh, he's soft, but the only one that was actually defending against Putin was fucking Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
Because the situation happened. You notice how he didn't do anything while Trump was in office is because he didn't want to. He didn't want to deal with the smoke, dude. At the moment that Trump leaves office, he's like, oh, here we go. I'm going to try to take back the USSR. And he can't make it happen.
Wait, so what were you responding to there?
I'm trying to figure out what your reasoning is. Say that you asked me the question, what did Biden do? Biden didn't do a goddamn thing. That's what he
literally did. I just explained what they did. They got the entirety of the European community to fund Ukraine and defend Europe from Russia.
You're right. The most corrupt president that we've ever had got everybody else.
You think Joe Biden is the most
corrupt fucking country?
Wait, you think Joe Biden is the most corrupt president we've ever had?
Yes.
That's so laughable. So, can you give me any evidence that he's more corrupt than Richard Nixon?
Oh, you know what? No, I cannot. You're 100%
okay, so he's not the most corrupt. Can you give me any evidence that he's more corrupt than Donald Trump?
He's corrupt. Can
you give me any evidence? Can you give me any evidence that he's more corrupt than Donald Trump?
Well, the fact that Donald Trump didn't have, his son dealing in.
Jared Kushner had a deal with the Saudis.
The Saudis are still our friends.
Multi-billion-dollar.
They're also real estate moguls. So that has nothing to do with Biden or his family.
Wait, so how did Kushner get that deal with the Saudis?
Absolutely nothing to do
how did
with
Kushner? So it absolutely had something to do with Donald Trump being his father. Or not being his father-in-law. Martin, thank you so much for the $250 on Venmo. Thank you for the little card as well. Thank you so much. W. Martin in the chat. Holy fuck, I just saw that. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Martin. Can we get some W's right now? At least fucking 500 W's for Martin right now. Friendly debate, absolutely. Appreciate the time. And united we stand or divided we fall, my guy. Let's go. We all are in bad. I appreciate you. Appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. That is such a W. Such a W quote. All right, you go for it, John. Shaking the sunglasses.
I can't even remember where I left off with, but I would like to say that I appreciate the friendly conversation and the lack of the bullshit back and forth. I do appreciate that about your content. I want to start off there.
Well, I appreciate you engaging in that too. I have a question. Do you think a violent offender should be able to get access to a gun?
A violent offender access to a gun. Convicted violent offender, no. Situational violent offender, I would like to raise questions about.
Okay,
if that
so,
makes
so like,
sense.
if it's
If that's a
more
reasonable
likely,
response.
yeah, if it's more likely than not that someone sexually abused another person, would you say that they should be able to get access to a gun? Thank you for the IC. Thank you so much.
If it's more likely than not that someone essayed someone, should they have access to a weapon?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, so Donald Trump he was held legally responsible for sexual abuse. So based upon preponderance of evidence in the civil case, he's more likely than not a sexual abuser of a woman named E. Jean Carroll. That would mean that based upon your standard, he shouldn't be able to get access to a gun, but he should be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes.
I think that's a bit of a stretch, bud.
Well, I'm just saying, right? You think you shouldn't be able to get access to a gun, but you should be able to gain access to the nuclear codes.
I don't personally agree with the fact that he was convicted at all.
Well, held legally responsible based upon preponderance of evidence. That's what 9 jurors indicated.
They also said the same thing about Weinstein, but we have come to the conclusion that that's not real
we have best
either.
reason to believe it's true with Donald Trump. So regardless of whether or not you think it's not true in a specific case, regardless of the evidence of that case, I'm not really familiar with that one. I don't understand why that would mean that this isn't true and typical. Because it's absolutely still true and typical. Like that, the jury determination is, again, accurate. So again, more likely than not, he sexually abused E. Jean Carroll. If that's the case, then obviously you think he shouldn't be able to run.
No, I'd rather have a businessman than a politician all day.
Okay, so can you name me one good businessman that has 6 bankruptcies?
I can name quite a few good businessmen that have tried and failed, and that's the entire idea of the American dream.
Oh my God! Martin with the $250 again! Holy fucking shit! Yo, Martin, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. That's actually fucking insane. Thank you so much. Don't worry, I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Holy shit, that's actually fucking crazy. I really appreciate that. That's literally insane. I don't even know how to respond to that. Thank you so much for the $250 again, Martin. That's so insane. Thank you so much. Let's get another fucking 250 W's for Martin in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. W uniting. But yeah, what were you saying, John?
I was saying I'd go for a businessman over a politician, and that you have to leap to fail. So, I mean, the guy tried, he dabbled outside of his range, and he failed, and he filed for bankruptcies. They're totally legal to do.
I'm not saying they're not legal, but what I'm saying is that, like, I don't think we're going to be able to name someone who has 6 bankruptcies, right, who is a good businessman. So obviously I think that reduces the probability of them being a good businessman. And I probably wouldn't hinge like voting on this particular person who's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, has 34 felonies, tried to undermine our democracy just because of the fact that he's a quote unquote good businessman when he has 6 bankruptcies.
I'm stuck on the hindering democracy. Isn't that what the left is doing right now, brother?
Oh, I would argue against that, but no, I don't think that that's what the left's doing right now. Caitlin, thank you so much for the enchanted. So, like, when we voted for Biden-Harris in the primaries, that means that if Biden steps down, Harris steps up. That's what it means. So we did vote for Kamala Harris in the primaries.
No, if Biden steps down, that does not equal Harris becoming.
It does. Absolutely. That's literally what it means.
Even the what is the party called?
So if Donald Trump were to have been assassinated right now, you're saying JD Vance wouldn't step up.
Stepping up is not the answer. There would have to be another vote. That's the way a democracy works.
No, I think in this scenario, JD Vance would be the one that would step up. That would be how it works.
He would step up.
That's how vice
not be
presidency
elected.
works.
Yeah, that's how vice presidency works. But that is not how elections work.
Yeah, so there have been vice presidents that have ran for re-election in the past.
You're absolutely right. Vice presidents run for re-election because it's a great.
They're not in the party. They ran for re-election as it relates to like the presidency.
The fact is that even most of the left doesn't like her. They're just accepting the fact that this is what it is.
Yeah, I prefer Kamala Harris over Donald Trump and Joe Biden.
Well, I appreciate that, but why do you prefer Kamala over Joe?
She's more coherent. She's younger.
Absolutely.
I think she's obviously going to be better as it relates to the Israel-Palestine scenario. Things like that. She's going to be more expansive in terms of healthcare. Like in the past, she's advocated for Medicare for all.
She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu. Why do you think she'd be better in that situation?
She did meet with Netanyahu. They literally met today.
Oh, so he had to be here for a week before she met. I was not keeping track.
She didn't show up to his speech because she thinks that he's committed war crimes, which is true. It's literally been proven.
Vice who?
Oh, the ICJ?
He committed war crimes against the ICJ.
No, the ICJ indicated that Netanyahu and Israel have committed war crimes in Gaza. All right, using like cutting off food, right? Using that as a weapon of war. They've agreed that they've committed genocidal violence.
War is a painful thing, my friend.
Okay, so that doesn't mean that the ICJ doesn't have an accurate determination here.
So you're just dancing around that subject. That war sucks, and you're gonna.
No, what I'm saying is that they're killing innocent. They're killing innocent civilians. They're using starvation as a weapon of war.
Is that a war crime?
Yes.
I don't think so.
It is literally defined as a war crime internationally.
Access has to be available, but cutting off a main supply route is not a war crime.
Cutting off, using starvation as a weapon of war is quite literally against international law. Okay? That's not my determination. That's the determination of the ICJ. Not only did the ICJ indicate that, but they indicated them as an apartheid state.
Cutting off a main supply route is not a war crime.
Cutting off food and using that as a weapon of war is absolutely internationally defined as a war crime. This is objectively true.
Not a main supply route. That is.
You're not listening. They cut off trade routes as it relates to food, right? Not just main routes from all places.
Yeah, those are main supply routes, my friend. They're
okay, so you think that it's completely okay under international law, right? You think it's okay under international law to do that? You think that's not a war crime?
If you are in war,
answer the question. Do you think that's not a war crime to cut off food into a particular region, to use it as a weapon of war?
Cutting off a main supply route is not an act of war. It is not a war crime.
It's not only an act of war, but it is absolutely a war crime.
The main supply routes are not a war crime.
Okay. So it is literally internationally defined as that. So
I literally fought the war, so I understand what main supply routes are. I understand how it works. That is not.
It is internationally defined as a war crime. Literally the ICJ said this, not me.
But you're taking context into very strange places.
And the UN also said this, by the way.
Yes, the United Nations did say that, but cutting off main supply routes is not a war crime.
You're just going to keep saying the same thing. Again, I just told you the UN and the ICJ both indicated this. So you can sit there and you can say that it's not a war crime under international law, but the top experts in the field internationally have indicated that.
I understand what you're trying to say. You're just trying to manipulate the verbiage.
I'm not manipulating any verbiage, man. I promise you.
You can absolutely cut off food and everything like that, and that would be a war crime. Cutting off main supply routes, which would entail weaponry.
That's what the ICJ indicated.
We have to cut off weaponry. You have to cut off those utilizations.
Dude, are you not listening to me, man? They did cut off food.
You're cutting me off, bud. The idea that you can just cut off. What do you want us to do when we get invaded? And Russia's here. We're just going to let them troll in with trucks full of chow and not wonder about weaponry?
So again, they were not just cutting off weapons, they were cutting off food.
They were feeding them as well.
Again,
not remember that
not
part?
to the degree in order to be able to get rid of starvation and malnutrition.
They were literally taking in Russians who raised the white flag and they were like, we'll give you food and water if you just stop.
Russians?
The Ukraine was doing that to Russians. They were telling Russians, if you just stop, we'll feed and water you.
Wait, I'm not talking about Ukraine. I'm saying Netanyahu. Netanyahu in Israel?
Oh, you're right. I got confused. I'm sorry.
I was like, what? I don't think Ukraine's committed war crimes there.
You're 100% right.
I think Ukrainians are being genocided.
Oh, good.
By Russia.
So we're on that page. Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
like I don't dispute that. I absolutely agree with that.
Yeah, I got
International Courts of
myself
Justice agrees with that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for the meteor shower. Thank you so much.
Yeah, honestly, the whole thing with Israel is, and the whole thing is absolutely batshit crazy. But do we have to be the world police? What do you think?
I don't think we need to be the world police.
Okay. So it's reasonable to think that we can just simmer down and back out of all of this then.
No, I don't think back out of everything, but again, what I'm saying is that we can back out of a lot of things.
I agree with that 100%. So
there's the Budapest Memorandum. We have to uphold the Budapest Memorandum. Ukraine hasn't committed war crimes. So even if we had an agreement with Israel, like I don't think that we should uphold that. But we don't have some agreement with Israel that would specifically restrict us from being able to stop supporting a state that's committing war crimes.
I mean, you're not wrong. I really don't have much of an argument with it, but I really just think that we should probably back the fuck out of the entire thing, right? I mean, like,
no, I don't think everything, but we can back out of a lot.
It's none of our business. We have so much here that we should be dealing with, and we're not, because we're playing the game across seas, and we just don't have to.
Both. We're doing too much overseas that we don't need to, but we can bring it back here home. Yeah, let's take the $890 billion you spend a year on the military budget. We can cut that in half of the biggest military in the world by $100 billion a year, and we can have universal child care, universal paternity and maternity leave, paid vacation leave. We can have universal free access to free public universities. We can expand access to healthcare in this country, all with that money, because that is literally $4.5 trillion over 10 years. Fern, thank you so much for the champion. Thank you so much. We can end homelessness too with that money as well.
Well, we could have done that with all the money we've sent to Ukraine as well. That's already been debunked.
Again, $70 billion of that money was weapons and equipment we've already spent. So only $30 billion of the stuff that you're referencing, 37 I'm pretty sure, are not related to weapons and equipment.
I think it's really heavy for you to say only 37 billion.
Wait, when we talk about our federal budget being like $3.5 trillion a year, $35 billion is not a lot as it relates to the overall budget.
We're paying for a lot. You're absolutely right. But I mean, are you justifying the money that we're sending over there vice what we could have been doing here? You're just
yes, because we have to uphold our denuclearization agreements. If we want countries like Iran, countries like North Korea to sign denuclearization agreements.
That's not happening, though. We tried to do the whole thing with Iran. No, it's not.
The Iran nuclear deal was happening until Donald Trump tried to undermine that. And again, we are continuing to do that now. So we are close to getting a deal.
Close. So there is no deal. I'm glad we agree on that.
Obviously, I agree that there's not a full deal right now. What I'm saying is listen, if we want deals like this.
No, that you're talking in the future that doesn't exist. These are just talks that's coming over the news.
Things that could happen in the future, things that would be relevant. Yeah, I don't see how that's bad.
We had plenty of things. We had plenty of things that were possible in the future that were perfectly relevant. I mean, for fuck's sake, he walked across into North Korea. You know, and everyone's like, "Oh, he's best friends with Putin."
That didn't get us anything. So
no,
again, what would get us something is a denuclearization agreement. which again, in order for them to believe that we're actually going to fulfill them, it needs to be the case that we uphold our denuclearization agreements as it relates to Ukraine.
And where's that going?
Where's what?
The denuclearization agreement.
So with
It's
North
not
Korea?
going anywhere. No, with Russia.
Well, you mean with Ukraine?
Okay, well, with the Ukraine's not our big problem right now. Russia
Yeah,
is.
it's the Budapest Memorandum. That's how it's going. We're defending them right now, so it's working pretty decent.
The war's been going on for like 2.5 years now.
No, what you're not understanding is I meant like we are upholding our side of the bargain.
What you're not understanding is that there's still nothing happening. There's still war. People are still dying for no reason at all.
I don't. Obviously, I don't think that should happen. I think that's bad. And I don't think it's just war. I think it's genocide and war crimes.
I believe that.
You
in
think
you.
Russia's committing war crimes?
Do I think Russia's committing war crimes? Well, that's a tough, because an invasion.
Tough. I think it's been internationally determined.
Well, I mean, what they're doing wrong? Yes. It's a war crime is a little different. Invading a country and a war crime. It's all. We've been doing it for like ever. So.
I don't think that means it's not a war crime. I think the U.S. can commit war crimes. Like, do you think that it's just not applicable to the United States or something?
No, I mean,
if the United States did it, it couldn't possibly be a war crime. Like, that would be a crazy view.
No, that's not what I'm saying, Parker. Not at all. What I'm saying is it's none of our goddamn business.
Okay, so you can say that now. Again, I just don't think that's like a justified response to then vote for Donald Trump when he's got literally no childcare policy, no healthcare policy. He denies climate change caused by humans.
Well, do you want to go into healthcare? I can do healthcare with you. You want to do that one?
Yeah, we can do that if you want.
All right. So we have
Medicare for all based.
That's what you're interested in?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Kamala Harris has said it in the past.
Oh well, and I'm with it. Listen, I am all for Trump. And I'm all for this utopian mind state that
This
everybody
isn't utopian. There are universal healthcare systems around the world.
There are, and they're all broken.
No, they're not.
They are. And
the universal healthcare systems around the world have half as much in terms of per capita expenditure in terms of healthcare than we do, and they have better health outcomes.
Let me give you some math here. How many Americans do we have legally in the United States right now?
Like 340 million.
Something about there, like 337, I think is the last time I looked. So yeah, we have how many practicing MDs in the country right now?
I don't know.
The answer is 1.1.
We have a lower per capita physician per capita rate than Canada and other universal healthcare based systems.
Well, most of Canada is located in only 2 spots. So, I mean, that's rough. And Canada also struggles. It's a huge fucking joke. So we are at
Wait, I'm not saying Canada doesn't struggle. What I'm saying is it's better than our system.
Better than our system as far as like fiscally in a household, for sure. Why not? But
as it relates to healthcare, yeah, I'm talking healthcare policy.
Okay, so
I'm not saying healthcare policy is perfect. What I'm saying is healthcare policy is better than what we have here in the United States. And all the models around the world tend to say that like it's better off when there is universal healthcare access comparative to not. Name one country around the world that has effective policy for free market healthcare.
We do. It's just people.
We don't. We do not have effective health. People are broke, so that means that the healthcare system doesn't work because people can't afford it. Saying our system is like a bastion of like how good a healthcare system can work is crazy as fuck.
But that's what I'm trying to say, bro. Is it's big pharma is the problem.
We spend twice as much per capita. If big pharma is the problem, why wouldn't you be okay with universal healthcare that would reduce the power of big pharma?
That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Are you ready? 340 million people in the country, 1.1 million doctors. That's the equivalent to like 300,000 patients.
The American Medical Association quite literally limits the amount of people that can go through and become doctors. Not only that, but if there's free public universities, we'd incentivize more people to become doctors. Nextly, as it relates to this, again, what you're not acknowledging is that that's what it is under our current system already. okay, due to our current incentives. So quite literally, you're just telling me we don't have the ability to take care of everyone under our current system. Just the only reason people don't get access to care is because they can't pay for it. So that's what makes sure that the system has less wait times, is because people can't afford it. So people just don't get access to it. So they have infinite wait times because of 137 million Americans being in medical debt.
We're all in medical debt, brother. Parker,
That's not a good thing.
No, it's not a good thing at all. What I'm trying to I've only got 8% left on my phone. I'm not trying to dodge you. I'm just making sure that I'm keeping track. So the fact of the matter is if we only have 1.1 million doctors, and I agree with you. I agree with everything that you just said, but there has to be an infrastructure built first, right? You had just met
in order to build up infrastructure, you have to make the investments.
But you had just mentioned how many doctors were allowed to be, right? You had just made that statement. What was that? Can you say it again?
The American Medical Association limits how many doctors can go through medical school, along with the fact that if we had free public universities, there would be more incentives for people to become doctors in the first place.
Is anybody going after that problem?
Obviously people advocate against that.
Well, is there a politician currently running for the office that is attacking that problem right now? I don't think that Trump is.
Obviously, Medicare for All attacks that problem, so Bernie Sanders.
Medicare
Bernie
for
All.
Sanders. Are you a Bernie fan by any chance?
I definitely prefer Bernie to most people who are politicians.
Bernie over Kamala?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So, as a service member, we lived in the whole world of everything is equal.
No, I'm not advocating everything is equal. Dude, I'm not advocating for socialism. The Nordic countries that we're referencing have freer economies than we do here in the United States. So they rank better on the Economic Freedom Index. Not only that, but they rank better on the Human Freedom Index. But they have broader social safety nets to take care of their population. So the broader social safety nets that allow for them to take care of their population allow for them to actually have a freer economy.
Are any of them 330 million strong?
So obviously these countries have smaller populations, but if you acknowledge that there are economies of scale and it'll be more efficient on a larger scale, along with the fact that we can adopt these economic policies on a statewide level, that easily gets rid of the problem in your head of that.
On a statewide level?
Yeah,
okay,
so if we have the policy on, like, just for Iowa, would it work? Because Iowa has 3 million people?
I don't know the answer.
Well, it seems like it would, because obviously the only dispute you had was population.
Well, population is our big problem because we're the United States. We're not a state. We're not a country.
I understand, but you can apply funding
right now.
You can apply funding through states. Did you know that?
Yes, of course. They're doing a great job of it, but at the end of the day, it still doesn't fix the population as a whole, because what happens, we have a pandemic and now we have the traveling nurses that are running around the entire country trying to do anything that they can everywhere that they can because we don't have the bodies. So it really, like, this whole Nordic thing that you're bringing up, like, yes, Sweden is fucking killing it. They really are. I agree with you. It doesn't work here. We're too big. It's not going to work.
Okay, so I don't think we're too big. Clearly, you just didn't acknowledge any of my critiques of what you just said. But economies of scale, right, would make it more efficient in terms of insurance. Thank you for the little crown. Thank you so much. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here, bud. I didn't know if you were talking to your viewers, so I took a step back.
All right. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about, Arad?
No, man. I'm good. I appreciate your conversation. Everyone who's listening, Parker is a stand-up guy. We see differently, but he's an absolute gem. So click that like button, send him all your galaxies and everything.
Appreciate you coming up, John.
Absolutely, buddy. I'll talk to you soon, okay?
See ya. All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Let's get the next person up here. Do tap that screen. Let's run up to 1 million likes, everyone. Share the live as well if you want to. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Transform. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here, y'all. All right, yo, what's up, how old are you? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, we're gonna go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Mick, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 47.
Are you voting Trump?
Well, technically, I'm not, but from what everybody tells me, I am. If I'm voting for RFK, so does that qualify?
Well, you are driving, so I can't talk to you. But no, RFK has had some weird responses. He was asked about essay allegations on Sagar's show, who's a conservative, by the way, and he had a terrible response. I've reposted a video on my main account. Click on this and watch the video of RFK. I would recommend doing that. It's pretty crazy. Also, he has no chance of winning, so good luck, but he's not going to win. He also has been in contact with Trump, so. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, my name's Natalie. I'm 38.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
I think that if I truly look back, over the past 4 years and the current state of how things have shaped around me, society, people, I think that, it is kind of this outlaw logic where what I have in front of me is what I have to choose from. I know for a fact that I'm a humanitarian. I think there's a lot of things we could do. And I wanted to address what you were speaking with John about. I believe that was his name. And you guys were discussing, the healthcare systems. And I have lived actually in Denmark for about 5.5 years, and I'm a dual citizen also to Germany as well.
So you still vote in the United States?
Yeah, of course. I've lived here most of my life. But the main thing, and I'm from LA, so LA. But that being said, the problem I think that a lot of people really want to see in the resolve of this is that you can get down to nitty-gritty finite details over so many things. And at the end of the day, I think that we want to be humane. We want to see people and all people around us really flourish and really succeed and do well. And we can't do that when so many lines are broken. If you kind of give this as sort of like an adversary lineup, we'll take, sports, for example. You have to have every line go forward and be successful, or at least attempt to be. And so I just want to say, for example, it nearly cost me my leg. I ruptured my Achilles training for slalom in 22. And the craziest part about it was it took me nearly a year to get surgery. I developed tendinosynovitis. It was a huge setback for me. And everywhere I went, they put me in circles. Everywhere I went, I had to file IMRs, grievances. And so we have all these people, and especially for LA, it does quite well in a lot of aspects. And into that retrospect, you look at healthcare, like for example, in Denmark, right? And I talked to, my family and friends over there, and even they are also experiencing, long wait times and things like that because of lack of staffing.
So how many people have wait times in the United States because they can't afford it? And also the top performing healthcare systems overall are like in places like Norway, the Netherlands, Australia, places that have broader access to social services as it relates to healthcare. So not countries that have free market-based systems like the United States. It would be systems like that. And yeah, there are wait times in these countries, but that's because people are actually getting access to these services, whereas in the United States, they can't afford them. So they're just not taken into account in terms of the system, right? Like if someone has to wait because they can't afford it, that's not taken into account in the wait times that you're referencing.
I think, again, it goes back to just being humane. And if we have 370 million people, there shouldn't be a reason why people cannot get, solid care. And
Yeah, they
like
should be
you
able to get
said,
solid care. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. And so the reason why that I want to vote for Trump, and personalities aside, I think that one thing is tolerance. And a lot of people, have gotten sort of, I want to say off kilter. They're not aligned in that. And we tend to focus on the personalities and the comments and this and that. And my God, I mean, how long can this go on for? I think if we're solution based, and what I saw versus what I've been through the past 4 years have been very messy, very hard. Especially I'm single, I'm 38, I don't have children. But I'm very
So
adventurous.
did you know JD Vance thinks you're just a childless cat lover?
That's okay.
Like childless cat lady.
People can think whatever it is that they want. Ultimately, I can
And he
only
thinks you
create
should
what's
pay more
around.
taxes because you don't have children?
And
And you
you
should
know
have less
what?
of a say? Jarvis, thank you for the galaxy.
That's
Thank you so much.
interesting.
Like, I'm not trolling. That's literally his view. I'm not making
Yeah,
that up.
That's interesting to learn. There's things that's a good part. There's a cool quote, and it's simple. It's like, if I could sit down and talk to you, would you listen? And I think we need to just simplify a lot of things. People need to have motivation and inspiration. That's a deep thing, because right now I feel like no matter where you go, just even in like your simple circle, it's so hard to connect. And today it was crazy. I wore this sweater and just said, be kind. And it kind of attracted people to come. Like, I went to the dog park and I have a cool, puppy or whatever. I'm just trying to get out into the open and be a humane person. I think that's the main thing here. That set aside, I want to vote for somebody, not because of what I've heard that's bad, because I don't know this person. I don't think anybody knows, the president. All I know is that one thing concerning for me is, like, why is it in California? I mean, I remember seeing diesel gas, last summer for $8 off Olympic in LA. And I thought $8, and then you go like, I have family, in Tennessee.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't see how any of this is relevant. Like, gas prices are not determined by the Biden-Harris
No, of
administration.
course.
They're determined by global markets.
But what I'm trying to say is that I would think that it would be quite good if we could kind of equalize and levelize. And I want to vote for somebody
Equalize
who
what?
wants just equalize sort of people and give everybody kind of that opportunity to have that. And in every
what?
state, help me understand this. And you're an expert at this, so I really appreciate it. And I've been following you, and I really do value what you say, and I watch and I listen, I observe. There's so much going on. But help me understand this. If we're the United States, the biggest country, like, we're an amazing country. We're so young. But help me understand this. Why is it that every state is so different? And why are there so many different rules and laws in every state? When we're supposed to be
I'm
so
sorry,
connected?
but I don't think any of this relates to the topic.
No, I just wanted to ask your opinion on that. And that's,
Why are there
and that has
differences?
to do-
Why are there differences in countries in Europe? Because the culture is
of
diverse.
course.
Cities
Right.
have different types of things they're interested in. People have different interests in different things. Obviously, the more you hear about a particular thing, the more you engage with that, the more that you reproduce that towards your children. So obviously, cultures are going to grow in different regions around the United States, predicated off of what people have done historically in those regions.
You're very brilliant. Everything that you say, I swear. It's great. You're talented and you can, give us the guidance on what you know. All I know is that I'm going to vote. I must vote. I should vote because that should matter. But also in the same time, I'm tired of really seeing the beat down on people. I mean, I look around and I think a lot of people are suffering. And I want somebody enough to say, hey, like, let's do better.
That's what
And
Kamala's
right
advocating
now-
for.
Right, and that's what I've heard. And I also did pay attention to everything that's been going on. And obviously, we don't need to go into depth and go into great detail about that. But I also feel like we need to look after ourselves as well. And obviously, like, we've been running on import export. Like, for example, I read 1909 Collier. That was before, and that was Harvard Brill Veritas, and the volume was volume 10 by Adam Smith, printed by Collier. The export and import is huge for America, right? And you were talking about import and export tax. I believe it was 85%.
Yeah, if you were to get rid of federal income tax in terms of replacing the same federal revenues. Wait, can I ask you one question? What's a policy that you like that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that you like?
For me to answer that in a sequence would be a little bit hard, but I think I personally am going to make it very simple so other people understand, because maybe not everybody's well politically versed. I kind of just basically like his tempo for keeping us inspired and motivated. It's not necessarily the policy, because I think what he did in the 4 years he was president was actually quite well. I think it was more balanced. We definitely didn't have a lot of issues, I think, that we have now. But of course, again, every it's always different. You know, I think that what I like is that he does want people to realize that we do have our own capacity to make our own country thrive, but we are a country based off of immigration. And so immigration has led us to this internal, you know, that's what makes America beautiful, because every person is so different. And that's the greatest part. Even, for example, like I was at LAX and watching people come in from every country all over the world. Like, that's the cool thing about us that makes us so unique. But then I look back and I just go, shit, there's so much corruption really there is on so many levels.
So there's not like a policy that we're relating to. It's like,
if you can tell me, since you're really well versed in your expertise in economics and for everything political,
here would be the thing I'd relate to is like Trump's tax policy is inflationary. So obviously it would make the prices worse off in the United States. He doesn't provide as much help as it relates to the infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, bringing back American manufacturing, investments in renewable energies, like through the Inflation Reduction Act, the $35 cap on insulin for seniors, which they want to expand to everyone. They also want to expand the child tax credit to the 2021 version, which reduced child poverty by 50% by increasing taxes on people who make over $400,000 a year while decreasing them on people who make under $400,000 a year.
Let's talk about the children. Let's talk about the child poverty, because children, I feel like, get way left out a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. You said 50% he could reduce that?
Yeah, the 2021 child tax credit reduced child poverty by 50%. So if we reinstitute that, obviously it's going to heavily reduce child poverty. Think for the ICU.
Okay, so that's something that is important to me, because I really feel like if we look at this in a greater whole, not just necessarily, let's look at the elderly people. And for example, you know, referring to the Nordic countries, it's hard to compare, but you know, in a smaller frame, and we're so many people, it's really hard to kind of narrow down. But the poverty for kids, I mean, how is it that there's 6 million plus kids in America that are in poverty? I don't understand.
Because of legislation that doesn't get rid of it. And that's why I'm advocating for legislation that gets rid of it, by ensuring that people who make over $400,000 a year are paying their fair share, enough to ensure that people are, you know, like children are taken care of in this country.
Right. So do you know at this time, because obviously, so Joe Biden dropped out, I believe it was about a week after President Trump had gotten the attempt on the assassination, and he was shot, and another two people were injured. And one, I'm not sure of the status. I don't want to go too deep into that. But for right now, it was about a week after Joe Biden resigned. And then Kamala Harris was endorsed. Let me just say this too. As a woman, you know, when Hillary was running, I really did look, and I looked at her documentaries. I read quite a bit about her. I really was considering that. So for me, I'm doing more of a, you know, I'm really trying to make the best decision. And for right now, I'm going to vote for Trump because, you know, of course, I'm a Bernie fan as well. So I can really agree with you on that. And I like how he's a normal person, and he advocates for that kind of, you know, he flies in coach. I mean, that's relatable. And that's promising, because if you have somebody who doesn't gower their head over you and make you feel like you are nothing but a peasant, you know, you don't really want to feel, you're not going to feel as comfortable as you would with somebody going, hey, you know, come, you know, I'll ride coach with you, no problem. It's just a plane flight. You know, there's materialism over less materialism. There's poverty and there's rich.
If you like Bernie, why are we voting for Trump here?
Well,
Because
here's
Kamala
the
Harris
thing.
is pretty liberal.
The thing that I never understood, and this is just my fairness here, it kind of appeared to me that every time that I saw anything related to her on videos or in conferences, when she would kind of start laughing, it kind of threw me off. I never really felt a connection. I never really felt that she was really speaking to me, and I can only speak for myself.
I'm sorry.
You know,
That's like not like a good reason to not vote for.
But I'm not saying that I am against to vote for her at all by any means.
Wait, but you want to vote for Trump?
Well, I want to vote for Trump because my vote for Trump was prior. I did vote for him prior. And when Biden was in office, and I was never disrespectful about that. You know, and that's the thing. I think that people will vote. We get the fair chance as Americans to vote. And then what happens is whatever president is elected, that's what we are working with, essentially.
For sure. Well, is there anything else you want to address or talk about?
Yeah, back to the medical healthcare system. You were saying that, so he hasn't, just inform me if I'm correct here, because I'm going to go off your expertise. Can you just give me a little bit about his policy on, you know, healthcare and versus Kamala Harris's healthcare policy and the current policy that's in place? And if the current policy in place is going to be similar, or if not, how is it different, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, like the tax policy is more expansive, from $2,000 to $3,600 a year in terms of child tax credit.
Okay. And then as
So
far
like
as
an almost 2 times increase.
Okay, so 2 times increase. And so for you mentioned JD Vance saying that, you know, he was going to implement more taxation because I don't have children, correct?
Yeah, so he thinks that
At
more of
this
the
time,
tax
I don't.
burden. He thinks
Although I
more of the
want to have
tax burden should be on people who don't have children. And he thinks that people who do not have children should get less of a say politically. Kiki, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate it. Ariel, thank you for the $5, and Jillian, thank you so much for the $5 as well.
That's so cool. People love you, Parker. I mean, again, though, JD Vance, you mentioned that. So, and what's interesting to me is that until that's really in place, I mean, I want to have a future. I think everybody deserves to have a future. People should have that right. And of course, for somebody to completely put me in an ostracized, you know, generalization, like, oh, all single people don't have children. I mean, but the cost of life, living, etc., you know, that all comes with time, and people hopefully will have families, and that's a great thing, and I really respect that. I think also you mentioned homelessness. That's a big thing. I mean, especially in Los Angeles, I can't even tell you how many times I really help people out. There was a huge storm coming in, and I saw people in LA leave stuff outside of their apartments when they're moving. And I've helped homeless people numerous times, and I do what I can because it really is a huge problem. And I'm seeing now in Venice, you know, just police like picking people up and moving them. It's like, well, where are they going to go? And the problem is, like, and it's a simple thing, like, we have so much land. We've got school buses that obviously are not good for emissions. Look at the vehicle emissions that we have right now. That's another big topic. Like, all the cars, you know, the massive surveillance, things like that, like, they're tracking all of that through third-party data and surveillance camera systems. And so when you think about it, people that are homeless, like, when are they going to get a fresh start? How are they going to go anywhere? What's the grid on that? Who has a plan on that? And what's your take on that? And how do you feel Kamala is going to implement that change? And how is that change?
I don't think either Republicans or Democrats are going to influence that. But yeah, I do appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Parker.
Appreciate you. All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21. How are you?
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
I am, yeah.
Why so?
Well, one of the main reasons that I want to like kind of touch on today is about kind of like abortion, and I think that's kind of like what's like swinging me as far as like what they're talking about right now, and kind of like what's polarizing me because I've always been kind of like more liberal or Democrat, I guess you could say.
Yeah, so you're not pro-choice?
I am. What am I?
Okay, so then why are you voting for someone who's restricting women's access to abortion?
So my main thing is that they're saying that like it should be up to the states and not like a federal like.
Yeah, why should it be left up to the states?
I feel like a federal ban on abortion is not right.
Yeah, I disagree with the federal ban on abortion. I think there should be federal protections for abortion. Appreciate Finn. Thank you so much for thanking lights.
So what do you think about Trump saying that like every state should have a right to vote on that instead of like
yeah, I think that's a dumb position. The reason why I think it's a dumb position is because many people say the reason why they think it should be up to the states is because it's more representative of people. Well, if you want it to be more representative of people, well, then you'll just federally protect the choice for everyone because that's, you choosing for yourself is most representative for yourself.
For sure. Can you tell me anything that like the like Biden or Kamala like has done to like
they want to codify Roe versus Wade? They have to do that through Congress.
Like actively to like
they have to do that through Congress. They advocate for it in the context of policy in Congress.
For sure.
That's all they can do, right? They can get people to do that, but they can do it best from the state of presidency.
Right. So if you're saying that they don't have like a full say in that, why is that their main campaign point?
Because it is the case that if Trump is elected, he could put more Supreme Court justices in office with the explicit reason of continuing to keep Roe versus Wade not protected from a Supreme Court standpoint, and he can influence Congress to a greater degree as it relates to the possibility of a nationwide abortion ban or other types of things. As his particular vice president is in support of the nationwide abortion ban.
I see. That's a good point. Thank you so much.
Appreciate you.
Yep.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Let's get this next person up here real quick. Yo, thank you for the little crown. Thank you so much. I appreciate it always. All right, let's get this next individual up here real quick. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Are you voting for Trump? Hello? Okay, they left. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Let's get this next person up here, y'all. Keep tapping that screen. Yo, Sharp, thank you so much. I appreciate the glowing jellyfish. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's get this next person up here real quick. I do apologize, everyone. Sometimes it takes a second to get people up here. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes, everyone. All right, all right. It's not accepting this person either. Let me try the next. I apologize, everyone. Sorry, sometimes it takes a second to get people up here. Yo, Mia, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate the thank you so much, Mia. And Brady, do you thank you for the $10? Putting in the long hours, of course. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, put them to sleep. Nice. Love putting people to sleep. Oh, I can still hear them. Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. Chat. Guess what just happened? I can hear them snoring. Oh no, it went away, thankfully. Oh, Jesus, please, thank you. Oh my God, that would have been so bad. I thought I was going to be stuck with them snoring in my ear. Oh my God, I was so scared, chat. Not again. Yo, what's up, how old are you? It was like Chips V2. How old are you? Literally, chat. Literally Chips V2. Oh my gosh. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh gosh. Oh Lord. Jeez. Jeez. Oh Lord Jesus. Okay. Let's go on to the next individual. Oh Lord Jesus. Oh wait, did I hear them again? All right, let's get this next person up here. I do apologize, everyone. Oh my gosh, chat! I'm not trolling. I can hear them snoring. Yo, what's up? How old are you? I think they're lagging so bad that I can't really hear them snoring anymore. But I hear a snore every once in a while. I'm not trolling. Okay, if I keep hearing it and it gets worse, everyone, I'll probably get off for tonight. Hear who? I know y'all can't hear it, but it's literally, I can hear it. There's like this glitch on TikTok where sometimes people stay connected even after they're like not here anymore. So I can't kick them, but I can still hear them and no one else can hear them. So it's just me. So I sound like fucking delusional. I'm not going to restart the live. No way I'm going to do that again. It's pretty late. But by the way, everyone, check the video I just posted today, y'all. It's been blowing up. I think we're at 2.8 million likes on it, which is pretty fucking sick. Oh, okay. Let me add this next person, y'all. I do apologize. How long have you been on today? I think about 6 hours. I think I'm going to go until like probably like 45.
Ooh.
And then I'll probably get off. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm 25.
And are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Wars alone.
What about wars?
I don't want to fund any. I don't want to keep funding any. And I know you do. I know the Democratic Party does. But I think we should just step away from war or finish a war if we really need to be in a war.
Okay. Can I ask you a question then?
Yes, go ahead.
You think there should be no funding for military?
I didn't say that.
Oh, well, okay, so no funding for war.
I just said not funding a war.
Yeah,
Don't
so
twist my words.
So not funding a war. So how can you support funding the rest of the military budget if it's not for war? Think of the paper crane.
That's preventative, and a war such as Ukraine is ongoing.
Thank you for the hand art. Thank you. And supporting Ukraine is preventative. It's preventative towards future acts of violence towards Europe.
Yeah, but is the war ending anytime soon?
So again, I don't know when it's going to end.
How much
Appreciate the hand
longer
massage. Thank you so much. But I think it's beneficial for them to.
Time for that
Your mic is muffled and you're also cutting me off.
Yeah, because you want war.
What do you mean? I want war. I want to uphold our agreements. I don't want war.
With the agreement, why don't we just?
You're covering your mic, Joey.
Why don't we just end the war instead of funding?
How do you end the war? Joey, I literally can't hear you because you're covering your mic, bro. Can you get off the mic, bro? I still hear the snoring, chat. I'm not trolling.
So why do you continue to fund the war and support to fund the war?
Because it's going to prevent future incursions by Russia. So they're going to invade countries in the future. So it's preventative, just as you said. Eric, thank you for the $100 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Eric. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Holy shit, can we get some W's for Eric in the comment section right now? Thank you for the confetti. I appreciate it. But W, Eric, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
So why don't we just go in and stop Russia from invading Ukraine?
Because that would start World War III.
Okay. So funding a war for multiple years is better.
Yes.
Trying to finish the war.
You understand that starting World War III is not a good thing, and that could lead to a lot of negative things happening, like
We're
possibly
in 3
nuclear
wars
war.
right now.
You understand that proxy wars, we've been engaging in proxy wars against Russia for literally what's it called? Prashad Mustache, thank you so much, decades.
So we were funding a war in Russia and Ukraine 4 years ago?
So as it relates to this, we were doing a what's it called? A proxy war against Syria, or against Russia and Syria.
And you like Russia and Syria?
No, I don't like proxy wars, but I'm just telling you, the proxy wars aren't likely to lead to World War III, as they've been happening for decades and haven't led to World War III.
Yeah. So why is this one different?
Why should we uphold Ukraine? The Budapest Memorandum.
I understand the Budapest Memorandum. That means that now we should step in and we should finish the war. Why do you continue to, support to keep the war going as long as possible?
I don't want the war to go on as long as possible. I obviously want to reduce
Then how do
much.
we end it?
Again, I think that the way that we address this particularly is by funding Ukraine enough to be able to defend themselves against Russia, insofar as that it prevents future conflict with Russia and the rest of Europe. All right, along with the fact that it allows for your Ukrainian self-determination.
So
I don't know why you're laughing.
Because you want to.
Oh yeah, I want to fund Ukraine to be able to stop these.
No, you
particular
want
things from
a
happening.
war. You want to keep
I don't
funding
want a
these
war
wars that won't end.
No,
Okay, so
I don't want
do
a
you-
war. War's happening because they're invading. Okay, so that's not. So you saying like, I want war is fucking insane.
Exactly.
When I'm talking
Okay,
about
so if
defending a
they're
country.
invading, why don't
Hey,
we
listen,
just go
Joey,
in
be
and
quiet,
stop them
be
from
quiet, be
invading?
quiet, be quiet. I'm talking about defending a country. That doesn't mean I want war. That means given the scenario where someone's going to invade a particular country that we have an agreement with, we have to uphold our agreements. We have to defend. Okay, that's how it works. Me saying I don't want war is also compatible with I believe we should act in self-defense.
So why don't, if it's now our problem, why don't we go in there and stop the war?
Thank you for the boxing up. Thank you so much. That would cause World War III, Joey. I've said that a few times.
Well, if you honestly believe that, then there is no way to stop World War III.
No, there is this way to stop World War III. It's only
Keep
engaging
funding
in
a
a
war.
proxy war. No, it's engaging in a proxy war. That doesn't cause World War III. Wait, if you care about civilian deaths and you care about people who are dying in Ukraine and you don't want war to happen, why would you want to cause World War III?
I don't.
Okay, so then if you don't want to cause World War III, but yet you want to defend Ukraine, obviously you'd engage in the
I
proxy war.
don't want to defend Ukraine. I
So
don't
you don't want
think
to.
we
So
should
you want
have
to. You want to let
fucking
Russia. So you want to let
any-
Russia. So you want to let Russia take Ukraine. Spooky, thank you for the $5
Do I want Russia to take Ukraine?
with no repercussion.
No.
Okay, so you want there to be
I
repercussions.
think if they invade Ukraine, we should go in and stop them from invading Ukraine instead.
They've
of giving
already
Ukraine
invaded
money.
Ukraine, so you think you think U.S. soldiers should be sent to Ukraine?
No, I'm saying
You just contradicted
we
yourself.
shouldn't. No, if it's now our problem, we should go over and stop the war. Why are you against that?
So again, that would cause World War III. That wouldn't stop the war. That would cause World War III.
Okay, so how would it be different than right now?
Because we're engaging in a proxy war. It's not direct war. I don't know why you're laughing.
a
We've been
direct
engaging in
war right
proxy
now.
wars for the past few decades, and it hasn't led to World War III. I don't know why you're laughing. Like, that was a completely legitimate response.
Well, yeah, because you seem to want to be in all these proxy wars.
I don't want
You
to
want
be.
us to, like,
it is the case that we
drain our
have to,
budget
given the scenario.
supporting wars that have
complete
nothing to do
lies.
with it.
Complete lies. Ukraine, 107 billion to Ukraine is 1/8 of our military budget. Okay, so if you want to,
That should be ours.
I want to decrease our military budget. I want to take it from $890 billion a year, and I want to cut it in half. Take half that money and spend it here at home. So I'm very much anti-war. I'm very much against
make them
reducing the U.S. imperialism worldwide. But what you're not understanding is that we have agreements that we have to uphold as it relates to countries that have not committed war crimes. Appreciate this sunglasses. Thank you so much.
Then
So
make
clearly,
them pay for their war.
okay, so you say make them pay for the war. They would not be able to pay for it, and they would lose the war if there was not funding from the United States and funding from Europe.
Womp womp.
You saying womp womp actually then leads to Ukraine being taken by Russia and future countries possibly being taken as well. Are you against supporting NATO?
Right now, no, because we are NATO.
Okay, so just letting you know that Donald Trump quite literally said that he doesn't want to defend NATO countries from Russia if they don't meet the 2% GDP military expenditure.
Exactly, I just
So
said that. Yeah,
what you
no.
did- okay, so then that gives Russia the green light to invade those countries. Think of the
Good,
confetti.
so we can go
Good.
over there and
You
stop
saying
Russia,
good
right?
is literally fucking you biting into Kremlin propaganda. The Kremlin literally wants you to be president, your ideology to be president of the United States and to be owning this country. Appreciate the little crowd. Thank you so much. So that he can contain more
Okay,
power
Russia
in Europe.
won't win against us. You know that, right? Like,
Yeah.
you're a smart kid,
Yeah,
right?
you understand that we're not going to go up against Russia in a direct war. You should be smart enough to realize that.
But you also agree that we should go up against Russia because they're going into Ukraine.
As it relates to the context of proxy wars, yes.
So what is the referendum?
What do you mean? You mean the memorandum?
Memorandum, sorry.
So we signed an agreement with Ukraine that if they gave up their nuclear weapons, we would defend them.
Yes, so why aren't we?
We are. We're defending them by
We're
giving
giving
funding.
them money, we're not defending them.
Yeah, so we're defending them insofar as that it doesn't cause World War III. Think of the sing bee. Thank you so much. You saying womp womp to quite literally Ukraine being genocided and taken over and Russia committing war crimes in Ukraine and possibly literally taking other European countries is fucking insane, Joey. It's actually fucking insane.
So is Ukraine.
What do you mean?
Bro, like, they are warring over there. I don't know what you, like, they are warring over there. Why don't we go in and get involved if we feel so strongly?
Dude, are you like not listening? You asked this... Dude, are you like on repeat? Are you on repeat? Like, what the hell is going on? And you've asked the same question like 12 times.
Yeah, you're not answering it.
I've answered it like fucking 12 times.
Yeah, you want a proxy war.
I don't want a proxy war. We have to have a proxy war other than
funding a war. You don't want us to get involved in.
Dude, World War III if we don't engage in proxy war. I don't want proxy war. Proxy war only choice. Is that fucking clear, Joey? Is that fucking clear? Or are you not fucking understanding?
So,
are you not understanding, yes or no?
Proxy war is better than war. Right?
Proxy war is better than World War III. Yes.
No war is better than war.
I agree, but that's not a fucking reality, Joey. Sorry to break it to you. It's not a fucking reality. It is the case that Ukrainians are being genocided. It is the case that Ukrainians are being war crimed. And it is the case that we have a Budapest memorandum. Okay? So acknowledge fucking reality.
So, whoa, wait. So if all of these, like...
Thank you, Gen X. I appreciate the
so if Russia is committing all of these war crimes and they're just the worst, right?
Russia's really bad.
Trying to start World War III, right? Why do you not want to stop the threat?
Holy fuck. I do want to stop the threat. I do want to stop the threat, and the proxy wars are best determination for doing so without causing World War III.
So is it the only proxy war we're involved in?
No, there's plenty of proxy wars. I'm not advocating for all proxy wars. I'm specifically just advocating to limit Russia's ability to invade the rest of Europe by engaging in a proxy war in Ukraine. Like, I don't know why this is so hard for you to understand.
Why is it so hard for you to understand that, like, we could just go in there and...
Dude's such a MAGA droid. Like, I've answered this like 7 times and you still keep saying the same thing.
No, you want to keep funding the war.
I want to do that rather than cause World War III.
How do we end the war if we just keep funding it?
How about this? I would rather do this than cause World War III. How do we limit the war from continuing on? We limit Russia's ability to continue the war, which means trying to stop their ability to invade the rest of Europe. So that's what ends war, right? In the context of Europe, is by setting up these particular situations where Russia doesn't have the military capacity to be able to do it. Because that's what's ultimately going to limit them from being able to do it the most.
So how long in the future? How forward in the future?
I don't know. I have no clue, dude. You thinking I have a timetable for this is crazy.
So, like, you're fully for keeping on funding these proxy wars, but you don't want to end
this proxy war.
I
want it to be. Hey, Joey, I want it to be done in the context of there being future wars and continued wars. This is the best way to do that. What you're not understanding is that I do not like
on top of this proxy war.
Hey, Joey, listen, please. I'm like trying to explain this to you, and you're being so fucking disingenuous. It's unbelievable. I'm specifically telling you. Hey, shut up. I'm telling you right now, or I will mute you if you don't be quiet. Okay? Like, I want you to listen and stop trying to be disingenuous for like 2 fucking seconds. Like, please. Right? I'm specifically saying I don't want war. I don't like war. I'm very anti-war. But this limits Russia from particularly causing more war in the future. So ultimately, engaging in this proxy war leads to less war in future. Is that clear?
Oh, so you can see the future now, but you can't see when the war is going to end.
I can see that it's going to lead to less war because what's causing the war right now is quite literally the fact that Russia has this military capacity. Thank you for the hand heart. So if they do not have this military capacity, well, then they won't be able to carry out the war.
What
like,
happens?
Is that like rocket science or something? Is that rocket science? Is that very difficult?
If China gets involved? What happens if
that would
Korea
be
gets
if we
involved?
wait
What
China
happens if
China
other
probably
countries
could get involved.
other than Russia?
China probably could get involved if we weren't just engaging in a proxy war and we sent troops like what you were referencing.
I told you what I wanted to do. I'm talking to the chat.
No, what do you want to do specifically? Tell me.
Go in and stop the fucking war instead of funding
So
a
you
war
want
that
so
we
you want to
don't know when it's
escalate?
gonna end.
Wait, you understand that takes funding, right? So you want the U.S. to cause World War III? Like that's just so dumb.
We are causing.
So he
a
doesn't want World War
III
III.
by
So
funding all of these world wars.
So he wants there to be no wars,
We're
but then
funding war in the world.
he wants there not to be war, but then at the same time in which he wants there not to be war, he wants to literally cause World War III, which is inevitably going to lead to more war. That's like fucking totally incoherent. Like actually totally incoherent. Yo, for the person that just there's a person he literally just he woke up. Chat, the guy woke up.
So, instead of funding proxy wars, what is a solid solution so we don't get into war and we don't keep spending our budget?
I don't know what answer you're looking for at this point. I've already answered this question a million times. How about this? I get a magic ball and I just tell them to stop. You know what I mean? Like, is that an answer you're gonna take? Lord Almighty, he asked the same question fucking a million times. Literally a million times, dude. You asked the same fucking question. I answered it a million times. What was my answer to that, Joey? What was my fucking answer?
Keep funding the war so war doesn't happen.
You're fucking what's your solution, genius? What's your fucking solution?
Go in and stop the fucking war.
That's literally a fucking war, Joey. That's a fucking war. You're causing a world fucking war, you MAGA droid. Holy fuck, dude. The dumbest position I've ever seen in my life. That's literally a fucking war.
The war to end.
That's literally a war.
Go over there.
You want to stop the war by fucking engaging in war? Sorry, headphones users. I apologize.
In war, you fucking troglodyte. What are you talking about?
You understand? A direct war is different from a proxy war, genius.
Not really. How many people are dying right now? How many people are dying?
Oh my god, how many people would die if there's a fucking world war, genius?
Exactly.
Way more. Genius. There would be more fucking people dead. More people if it was a world war.
But how long
I'm
do
sorry,
you think the
Hey, I apologize, headphone users. I'm so sorry, but this guy is just fucking beyond belief how unbelievable this guy is. I'm sorry. I apologize to all the headphones users. I'm so sorry. I woke a lot of people up. I apologize. I'm really sorry. I'm gonna keep it down from now on. But fuck, dude. Fuck, man. Unbelievable, Joey. Oh my god, dude. Actually invigorating.
Yeah, I'm glad. The guy who doesn't understand.
Hey, Joey, how many branches
where money goes.
Joey,
so-
how many branches of government are there?
3.
What are they?
Executive, legislative, and parliament. How about that one? Yeah, take that one.
Dude, come on. Dude, there's no way, bro. I can't, man.
That was a lie. But
what was it? What is it
why
then?
do
Tell
you
me.
want
What is
to
it then,
keep
Joey?
these words?
Joey, what's the third branch of government?
Which one didn't I say?
You didn't say
Executive,
judicial.
Judicial and
Yeah, so how many consonants are there?
what is it, 9? Something like that.
Yeah, dude, this guy's a genius, Chad. You know what I mean? We got Einstein on the line.
Anyway, I don't mind because you want war, and it's the oddest thing. I don't understand.
Another dumb take from this guy. He says, I want war, but then quite literally just advocated for World War III. You can't understand how dumb they make them, Chad. You can't understand. Thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much. Okay, when not necessary, by the way. I'm doing proxy war because it's necessary.
So, how many proxy wars is acceptable to you?
This one.
So, how many other ones are we in?
I'm not advocating for any other proxy war. Literally not a single one.
So, Israel or Palestine?
I think that there's war crimes being committed by Israel. I think they're engaging in genocidal violence. I think they're an apartheid state.
Because it's a war.
No, it's a genocide, but...
No, it's a war.
It's an apartheid state, a genocide. They're cutting off fucking literally food. They're using starvation as a weapon of war.
Yeah,
These are all war crimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're called war crimes. They're not abiding by the rules of law as it relates to war.
Yeah, because it's war.
You understand there are rules to war, right?
Yeah, there's really not.
There is. There are international rules to war.
Yeah,
so,
I know.
So wait. I have a question.
Why would a war?
So wait, I have a question. You don't think there are war crimes?
There are war crimes. We commit.
Okay, what is a war crime?
I don't know. You tell me what a war crime is.
No, I want to know under your.
I'm interested because
I want to know under your definition.
So
I'll give you an example. Using starvation as a weapon of war.
Yes, that is a war crime.
That's literally what Israel was doing.
Yes.
Okay, so that's a war crime.
And what did Palestine do to cause that?
It wasn't Palestine. It was Hamas. It was H Group. So H Group and Palestine are two separate.
Where is Hamas?
They're located in Palestine, of course.
Yes.
But that does not mean that you should equivocate Palestinians in H Group. But also, it is the case that, again, right, I would condemn, right, the actions of October 7th and the innocent killings on any side, right? Do you condemn the innocent killings of Palestinians?
Yes.
If it were Israelis that died, would you think it's okay?
No.
Okay. So do you think it's okay with Palestinians dying? Do you just say, oh, it's war?
No.
Okay.
Is there still hostages being held?
Yes.
That is a war crime.
I think that's a war crime as well. I agree.
Yes. So everything that Israel.
Well, I don't think all hostages are. I don't think all hostages are a war crime, but I do believe these hostages would meet the criteria. So.
How could you give me a little bit back?
MAGA Mobile. That guy's got MAGA Mobile. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do tap that screen, everyone. Yo, it's a power.
Hey, yo, I'm at work right now, but I'll be online later if you'll kick.
Okay. Cool. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Do tap that screen. Let's run it up to 100,000 likes, y'all. Yo, it's a pal to you?
51.
Yeah, Harley, I appreciate the gem guide. Thank you so much. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I'm voting for Trump, but I also live in Canada. I got dual citizenship.
Oh, okay. So.
And the only reason why I'm voting for Trump.
Okay.
Why? The only reason I'm voting for Trump is because he said when he gets back in office, he's going to come over to Canada and arrest Trudeau.
Wait, when? Say that.
He said it a while back when he was running. He said he was going to come over to Canada and arrest Trudeau. So that would be like the greatest thing for us.
Okay, that is so ridiculous to say that. Be so fucking for real. Can you give me any evidence?
Yes, he is, because he can't even come into Canada because he's a felon.
Oh, well, that's rough.
I just wanted to get in and tell you that.
Can't even get into Canada because he's a felon. That's rough. Is Dean gonna join everyone? Hello? Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hello?
Yo, what's up, how old are you?
24.
Are you voting Trump?
Yep, how old are you?
22. Why are you voting Trump?
Why am I voting for Trump? Many things. I think just, I can't, I mean, before it was Biden Trump, right? And now it's Harris Trump, but I feel like
yeah. So why aren't you voting for Harris?
Pretty similar.
That mustache. Thank you so much.
Their ideals, and I just don't agree with the Democratic ideas. And
which ones do you not agree with?
I don't agree with how they allow all legal immigrants into our country and give them,
RPG, thank you so much for the dinosaur. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
give them access to things that people in our country don't even have access to.
Yeah, which policy did they pass that extended access to particular things?
Well, I
for
know
undocumented immigrants.
New York City.
New York City isn't the federal government.
Yes, but it's a Democratic city, so it reflects the Democratic Party.
Okay, but does it reflect the Biden-Harris administration? Because I could say that like I could say certain Republicans in certain states are pushing the 10 Commandments to be within the context of public schools.
Yeah, of course.
Right? Or like the banning of contraception.
The eyes of like
or no grape exceptions for abortions.
The eyes of an average American, right? They see, okay, Democratic states, Democratic government, they all align in some certain ways. That's why I feel that people see it that way.
Dean.
I feel people see it that way, and I see it that way in certain circumstances. So I think that
leave the pinch face. Thank you.
Democratic states are allowing and giving access for illegal immigrants to things, and I don't agree with that.
Okay.
So one of the reasons why I'm voting. Reasons why I'm voting